ESG that was applied, then a lot of them may not have happened. And I think from that perspective, investors are very, very keen and looking at that.
So in fact, what you said, it's very interesting that you're seeing that a lot of the LPs are actually kind of wanting to understand the ESG space and are looking at the human capital, right, which is very, very encouraging. Having said that, I'm sure it's also encouraging for a lot of startups in the ecosystem. If you were to just drill it down, right, and say what are the 3 things that a startup entrepreneur should think about before they come to pitch for a VC funding? What are the top 3 things in your mind?
So I think one very clearly is a solid, transparent reporting and a matrix mechanism, so that they can go deeper than just we are ESG compliant or here's what we are doing. And we saw some of the startups talk about it. For example, the HVAC, and you were talking about the background checks that you can do. What is the energy conservation and how you're measuring it and what does it result in? Or even what Shrikant talked about from a long-term perspective. So one is that what is the measurability that you can bring and demonstrate to people. The second, I think, is transparency. That what and how are we getting the data? Where is the data coming from and how much can we trace that data? So is there a traceability or is this a manual data that I'm feeding in and then showing you a bunch of graphs at the back? So the traceability is the second piece. And I think the third piece is the human aspect of it. That, what people are going to ask is that, what are we doing? And this is where I think that, the 3 levels, the scope 3 comes in very, very interestingly here, that, what are we doing around that? Especially in the waste management space, for example, a lot of it is outsourced. Right. Whether it's the corporate or even some of the waste management companies, they are themselves outsourcing, or the municipal corporation. So how well is the scope 3 people aspects being taken care in case you are in that space? So I would think those 3 would be what I would think are the top 3.
Sure. Thank you. Moving on to Ganges, one of the things, I don't know where I read it, but I distinctly remember that there was a paper I was reading where they said the last 2 world wars were actually fought because of economic reasons. And the expectation is that whenever a 3rd world war, if it ever happens, would actually be fought for water. Right? That's the sort of paper I read quite a few years back, and it just stuck me in my mind. And it's very interesting that you're actually in the water treatment, STP area, and you come up with a very, I won't say unique, but more like innovative, very different sort of approach to sewage treatment plants. And you also start getting some traction, correct? And that seems to be a phenomenally large problem where everybody has a problem. STP, whether it's communities, whether it's large industrial estates, whether it is tech parks, everybody has to have water treatment. So is it like you have a phenomenally large market just waiting for you to go grab it, or are you struggling to get the market?
Very interesting question and well put. Today, across the country, we are severely challenged by water security. When I touch this subject, it's not about not having good water. If you have 1 billion liters of water in a lake, just about 1 million liters go there. Touch that 1 billion liters, makes that entire 1 billion liters unusable, unsafe. This is unfortunate reality of how much we are unable to handle the wastewater that is a result of rapid urbanization and the way we have launched our lifestyles. Now when we deploy complex sewage treatment systems or effluent treatment systems, that was the choice that we made when we began industrialization in 30-40 years ago. But long way we have come only to realize that today STPs and ETPs are the 6th largest contributors to the GHG emissions. And the entire ESG chapter is all about how do we minimize that and run away, as far as from this 1.5 degree temperature raise, which is going to catastrophically affect us. So the choices that we make to deploy in addressing one problem shouldn't create a secondary issue. That is what precisely happening with sewage treatment and effluent treatment. That we have not looked at certain alternatives. So I feel water security is in our hands, that if we are able to contain our used water properly and treat it well, we are fairly okay. The next part is the rainwater. How do we actually leverage that? As far as our work is concerned, you asked about, is it still an idea? Are you getting traction? Are you struggling? Well, middle of COVID, sitting home, not knowing where the world will head, I was wondering what did I do. I had a beautiful career in US. I wanted my son to grow in India, so I brought him back before he's 5-year-old. And I was part of a sustainable community building a large campus for 5 years as a volunteer. Then came an opportunity to look at sewage treatment in that campus, and that brought me into this field that yes, there are alternative ways to treat sewage. And I found that this is a great idea. With that great idea in heart, I traveled around the country, almost 5 lakh kilometers. Military stations, residential colonies, schools, colleges, institutions, the big names. I found the most corrupt practices. Sustainability is at convenience. If it is cheaper, economical, I'll try to adopt. And that also if it gives you other edges. So with this, we struggled a lot till about 2021. We were at a point where we were not sure, when will the country wake up to the reality that the entire rest of the world, who has spoiled the world faster, have gone quickly at solutions in fixing it, and we woke up late in that sense. So these solutions that are nature-based solutions are century old. They've been there in India and others have learned it, but they have engineered it so well. Now that we are able to bring back such solutions to India, you can see this image that such a complex sewage treatment system could be replaced by this system. This is sitting right next to the bedrooms and balconies. If I put a development here and sell the central plot to STP and say that here is my STP, how many of you will buy the plot? Any one of you? It's very difficult because the nature of the treatment itself is so complex, and there are orders around it because you're exposing the water to the ambient air, and every time wind blows, it picks up the aroma free of cost. Yeah. Well, so we brought these solutions and we struggled. Now we got to a level of engineering advancement in the system that instead of using a 5 square meter to treat 1,000 liters, we are able to treat this below 1 square meter. Most of your communities that have gardens, give me one garden, your STP will be done. And you would not know. The ETV fellow came to interview me at this place and he told me, where do I set up the camera? I said, go put up the STP. He was roaming around for 15 minutes, not understanding where the STP is. And this garden is one of the 5 gardens that the community has. So similarly, for the lakes and water bodies, we have taken a pledge that unless we become a rich country where we can solve every problem, which is far from reality. Our lakes are going to receive sewage no matter what we do. Our water bodies are going to receive sewage. So we figured out ways how we can fix the natural biome within the water body, that a water body can fix itself by itself because the natural bacteria can do the job. It's just that we have overloaded it. So we understood the nutrient cycles and we brought in level of engineering. Today I have a 25-member team. We work across the nation. We cannot run all along the nation because I did that crazy job for 5 years. Now I understood that we cannot run every day, everywhere. So we set up channel partners across the country. We're about 3 of them right now. We are looking for 10 more. We got about 6 crore turnover this year. 24 will be closing somewhere around 10 crores. Following year is looking like crazy, like somewhere between 100 to 200 crores. Because Madhya Pradesh state has said, first state to declare that for all the towns that are below 1 lakh population, we will go with nature-based solutions because the energy cost is huge in sewage treatment and it requires qualified people to babysit these treatment systems. That is not possible in towns. So for a good reason they chose, and we came one of the finalists in that KPMG evaluation. So we are seeing a rapid growth now, and it's really a struggle now, a good problem to have. That I'm looking at systems, I'm looking at investors, I'm looking at how we can engineer these systems and manage this whole thing differently. Money doesn't motivate me as much, but we have to be profitable. So we are also looking at creating a social impact enterprise for profit to see that this goes to every village. This goes to as much as I may be dreaming a lot, but what drives us is that every project we do, it provides for carbon sequestration, it reduces emissions, the system works for 30 years, a gardener can run it. Next to COVID, my systems are going to be run beautifully. There is no issue because we don't need technical people to support them. This is the brief story.
Wonderful. I think you really hit the nerve there. If you can make the system to work smoothly with quote unquote unskilled people, then it becomes very sustainable. That's beautiful.
One important point is that
yeah, please.
A lot of people, most of us, when we buy a car, the first question we ask, except for the 1% top who do not worry about money, what is the cost of the car? This next question is, kitna dega? Is there anybody who bought a car without asking that question? So life cycle cost plays a major role whether we can sustain our lives with an iPhone or Android or STP. A 1 MLD of sewage treatment plant today costs standalone 3 crores, but it takes 13 to 14 crores in 15-year lifespan to run it, which most of this upstream between CBRE coming and taking over the STP from a developer, they will realize how much money is going to drain out of their corpus. Our STPs are saving literally 60% on the operations cost. A 3 crore is draining you 13 crores. My 3 crores is saving you 7 crores compared to conventional system. This is the financial equation. Environment sustainability of low energy, low emissions, carbon sequestration, social acceptability, being able to tolerate and be around it happily, economic viability. These 3 things are completely met with any solution that we have, whether for STPs or ATPs or for water bodies.
Thank you. Srikanth, would you like to add something? Please.
Yeah, same thing. Thanks. When I wanted to ask for the outlet of treated water and all, it costed me, as I said, pretty big amount apart from other charges. When I went for a good source of treating the water and retaining much of it, there was no need of outletting the water. That was a saving, huge saving. And what I invested in STP is almost like 30% of what I'm supposed to spend off the boundary. So offset infrastructure, government supposed to provide. So I saved on that and I spent on here. So it's state saving. So people see what I'm trying to say is, at the same time, we should take this opportunity to go for the awareness thing as well, the infrastructure wise, on which probably we can do it together. The more and more we can talk about the innovations, what we can do, what good can do. Forget about the money and all. But if it's doing good for the society and adding for the ESG, it's good.
Thank you, Srikanth. I know we are right behind the curve, so I'll stop over here. But before I stop, there's one question, Ram Reddy Garu, that has come for you from the audience, which is about talking about how significant is the regulatory framework in making ESG more mainstream. So we'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
No, first of all, very good interactions. Very happy to listen to everyone. Very meaningful. As I told, actually, whatever we have done in the past, there is a lot of gap. Here is an opportunity. In all these spaces where what we have listened, the inadequacies that have gone into our system are giving us an opportunity to convert into a great business for future. Every building that is constructed provides opportunity in all these spaces what we are talking. Let me tell you on the water side. While disposal aspect we are talking that it's going to give us cost reduction, but if you look at completely recycling it back, what is the cost of fresh water that we are looking at? So if you can replace the treated water for your consumption, you see the cost economics. You are going to save huge on that. So for that, I mean, there is a business model that is already established. So you can certainly look at it. On the waste side also, zero waste. Actually, this is the only way we have to move forward, especially for our country. Because if you look at China has built big, but we are yet to start our journey. So we should, if we can bring in our best practices, learning from the mistakes what they have done, I think we have a great opportunity. Coming back on the regulatory side, I must tell you, Government of India is certainly now in the last two terms, last 10 years, I can see they started really putting the best practices. See, everywhere they are trying to give solutions towards, the 360-degree solutions they are trying to bring in around recycle, reuse, recovery, reduction. These sort of methods they are really encouraging. They're also trying to see solutions at the design stage, how best the consultants can be brought in and encouraged. And they're making it easy for especially when I saw the industrial and urban solutions, they are trying to provide us with solutions at a individual industry level or a developer level, and also trying to encourage systems, which certainly at a policy level and the government level, regulatory level, I saw solutions which are really encouraging the industry and every stakeholder. Regulatory level, I can tell you every rule that is getting framed is coming handy for the industry and every business house to really focus on the ESG in a big way. Just to give you some example, advocating for these things. Single environmental clearance, we are talking for every industrial park. And which government now is supporting in a big way. The environmental department is really coming out. Previously, every industry has to go with individual environmental clearance. Every product they are supposed to get clearances. All those things are getting eliminated. Same thing for townships. The entire environmental solutions are being worked out, keeping in the sustainability in mind. So I can see that the actions and the initiations that are coming from government are really going to support the industry in a big way.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
From HYSIA and T-Hub for the Catalyst Industries Startup Innovation Conference. A warm welcome to the audience, speakers, our special invitee, and the keynote speaker. May I invite Manisha Sabu, President HYSIA, Infosys, Vice President and Campus Head, Hyderabad, SEZ, and Indore, onto the dais. For the benefit of new audience to HYSIA, HYSIA is Hyderabad Software Enterprises Association. We are a 32-year-old not-for-profit association. We work towards the benefit of the IT industry. We bring in interventions that places the IT Hyderabad industry in the global markets. We work as a fulcrum between the government and the IT industry and the ecosystem. We represent 90% of IT workforce and revenue. I invite M. Srinivas Rao, CEO, T-Hub, to join us on stage. We are happy to partner with T-Hub, which is India's largest incubation center that brings together startups, corporations, government, academia, and investors. Today's program, ESG-focused Catalyst, is a domain-specific platform, and that brings the end users, community, investors, academia, mentors, and advisors onto one platform. And today in this gathering, you get an opportunity to interact with all of these. This program is third in the series that we have conducted. We have already done FinTech as our first edition and Life Sciences, and this is third in the series. I welcome special invitee A. Ayodhya Ramireddy Garu, the founder Ramkey Group, mentor for startups and entrepreneurs, MP Rajya Sabha. Please join us on stage. Thank you. I now request Kishore Bora, MD, Energy Tech Global, Managing Committee Member, HYSIA, and one of the Environment Forum leaders to set the context for today's program. Over to you.
Good evening, everyone. Respected Ayodhya Ramireddy Garu, MSR Garu, and Manisha Sabu, President, HYSIA, and my fellow Managing Committee members at HYSIA, distinguished panelists, startup founders, investors, mentors. I welcome you all for the third HYSIA Catalyst event, and you already heard Shanti telling you that as an organization, as an Apex IT organization, we represent more than 90% of Hyderabad IT and IT industry, both in terms of revenue and headcount. And having witnessed a phenomenal growth that is happening society at large, especially in the sustainability space, because sustainability is no longer under good to have category, it is under must to have category for many organizations. Having seen a transformational change happening in that sector, and also looking at various business opportunities that are emerging in ESG sector, HYSIA has put its spotlight on ESG as one of the key focus areas. Apart from talent and transformation and skill development, ESG is one of the key focus areas for HYSIA team for the term 2020 to 2024. As part of this initiative, what HYSIA did was it has created a ESG forum, and ESG forum mostly consists of subject matter experts from the member companies, and we also have some independent private property consultant firms, representatives from independent property consultant firms, and then some consulting companies, NGOs, government. So what we did was, for the last 1.5 years, we have focused on uplifting three aspects in Hyderabad IT corridor. One is the green energy, the other one is e-waste management, and the third one is green mobility. And this forum members actively involved with Telangana government, Telangana State Electricity Regulatory Commission, and then we work with consulting firms such as PwC, E&Y, and we work, of course, with our member companies who are having large IT parks, tech parks, and small and medium scale companies. And we also work with startup ecosystem, such as we have got exclusive partnerships with T-Hub and educational institutions like IIIT Hyderabad, and trade bodies like Federation of Telangana Chambers of Commerce, right? And we also work with NGOs, and we also work with real estate companies here. So what we do is, overall, as our motive, we were working on uplifting the ESG poster of our member companies. We were trying to help them in embedding E, S, and G aspects in their business decision-making process and their organization culture. And we are bringing the ecosystem together so that they can look at sharing the best practices and also look at the future trends and opportunities. So we have been doing it actively. Apart from this, one of the main focus area for this ESG group, ICI ESG group, is continuously deliberating on how would we upskill, how would we increase the scale of the ESG scale of, or ESG posture of the Hyderabad IT corridor as such. We know that Hyderabad is a popular IT destination for the larger MNCs across the world, and we wanted to ensure that it would continue to remain as an attractive IT destination, not just because of the existing IT ecosystem and the talent pool, but also because of the ESG attractiveness too. And that's what we are trying to work, and we have made good progress in that area. And looking at the Catalyst event and today's event, so as you heard that this is the third in the series. We first started with FinTech and then Life Sciences, and the third one is ESG. So this is a testament to the fact that ICIA's continued efforts towards the sustainability area. And what we did was we reached out to all our member companies and asked them to share their focus areas and the areas of pain. Right, and then we collated all this information from them, and then we reached out to the startup ecosystem. And when we did this analysis, we have come up with we identified a few themes from our member companies, such as green energy and clean tech. We got waste management, both solid and e-waste. We got carbon footprint management. We got water management, and then we also have SDG mapping and reporting. So we reached out to the wider startup ecosystem, and we invited applications. I know there are many startup founders sitting here, and only 8 of them have been shortlisted for the panel discussions. So it is because we were looking at the interests of our member companies first. So, and then we try to understand what areas that they are focusing on, and that's the reason why some of you have been chosen to be to be one of the finalists and partake in the panel discussion. But we were so excited to see all the entries, and you guys are doing amazing work, and you are the companies which the world needs. And today, through this Catalyst event, we wanted to promote the collaboration, connections for all the startup founders with the industry, mentors, investors, and some exciting discussions are going to happen. You will hear good keynote speeches, panel discussions, right? And then some exciting announcements, agreements are going to unfold on this dais. So I wish you all the best, and I would want you to make the most use of this time and networking, and please stay back until the end of the event, participate in the networking dinner, and make the most out of this event. So thank you very much. I will hand over the proceedings back to Shanti. Thank you.
Thank you, Kishore. That was very comprehensive. I request Manisha Sabu to please address the audience.
Good evening, everybody. There are 6 million IT employees in India as of now. That is the growth we've achieved in last 30 to 40 years. And now, as per analyst, we will be adding 2 million in next 3 to 4 years. That is the growth that we are looking at. And the Hyderabad is here. I'm sure you want to get the lion's share of this 2 million in Hyderabad. That's what I thought. As soon as I heard that 2 million number, how many are we getting in Hyderabad? And what are we doing to get this 2 million here, and a majority of this 2 million in Hyderabad? As Hyderabad IT Industries Association, it's not just a wish, but it's a responsibility for us to make sure that we understand, analyze, and plan for it. So the first question, where is the growth going to happen? It is in GCC and startup area. 60 to 70% of the growth will be in GCC and startups. It is not in services industry. So it means that we need to change the way we have been working, the people that we have been talking to, this has to change. So coming to the startup part of it, what is it that HYCIA can do to get more, become kind of a magnet? Hyderabad should become magnet for startups. And what is HYCIA can do it? So when it comes to what we can do, the question that we should ask was that, what are my strengths? What is it that we can play on? What is it that we can bring to the table? So our strength is all the large organizations who are our members. What is it that the startups need? Startups need the large organization to mentor them, tell them what are the problem statements for which they can create solutions. Startup needs somebody to fund them. So the best way we can help startups to come to Hyderabad is by bringing corporates, VCs, and startups together. And with this thought and advice from the Bhishma Pitamaha of Hyderabad IT, I can safely say that about J.A. Chaudhary Garu, with his advice from people who are deeply ingrained in the startup system like Ramesh Loganathan, and of course MSR. We said, okay, let's all come together and see how can we create an ecosystem for startup, and that's where Catalyst was born. As you heard from Kishore as well as Shanti, this is the third Catalyst, and with what I see is that the venue size is increasing as we are adding the addition. So it means that it's becoming more popular, more meaningful, and more enriching experience for the participants. More and more people want to be part of this. So thank you everybody who has accepted to give their time here today. And I will request Shanti to move forward with the agenda. Thank you, thank you so much for being here. Because your presence is what makes the event successful. Shanti is the person who keeps me on track. Thank you, Shanti. This is something very important that we want to talk about. When I said that we want to build the ecosystem, we want mentors, we need people who will invest, we have done 2 catalysts, and you'll notice that this has started helping us. One outcome of this is Phoenix Group has come forward to mentor the startups from the ESG space. That's a very big thing, because you know that everybody in Hyderabad knows about Phoenix Group. They're big, they're very forward-looking. So I'm so glad to have Phoenix Group mentor our startups who are participating. Thank you.
So during our discussions, we had Phoenix Group come forward and offer saying they would want to have an MOU between T-Hub, HYSIA, and Phoenix, so that they can offer technical mentorship to all these startups. So we consider this a very good outcome of the Catalyst program that we are putting together. So the startups grow and together we all grow. So this is a good beginning for all of us. Thank you. May I now request MSR to come and talk to us about the ESG plans. They have several cohorts running. Eager to hear to you.
Good evening. First of all, Honorable MP Garu, Sri Ramireddy Garu, Manisha Sabu Garu, and the office bearers of HYSIA, Srikant Garu from Phoenix, and of course, all the startups, the corporates, the mentors, and we have the entire ecosystem here. We also have people from the banks here. So it's an honor and privilege to be here at the 3rd event of Catalyst. The first 2 events, the FinTech and the Life Sciences and Pharma event, went off really well. Most of our startups benefited hugely, right? And this whole, when you're building an entrepreneur ecosystem, essentially when you think about an entrepreneur ecosystem, you need startups, you need large companies who believe in paying it forward, which is what members of HYSIA are doing. You need funding institutions, which could be banks, which could be VCs. You need industry associations, of which HYSIA is a stellar example. And of course, you need media and you need government to come together, right? So I think we've been able to achieve that to a significant extent. So thank you for being here. I just thought, before we get into talking about what we are doing at T-Hub, I'm sure many of you would have read, this chap called Taleb. Yeah. So there is a quote from Taleb which I read a couple of days ago. So I thought I'll start with that. And the quote is, unlike his quotes which are usually very long, this one is a fairly simple one. He says, "Difficulty is what wakes up the genius." Okay. And I was trying to do some reading on, when did this term ESG come up, right? And actually, it's almost a 20-year-old term, right? There's some background. There's a gentleman called Kofi Annan, who was the UN Secretary General. So he called a meeting with, large companies, large financial institutions, and the International Financial Corporation commissioned a study in 2004. And then 2005, they came up with a report, right? And I think the name of the report, I wrote it down here. The name of the report was Who Cares Wins, okay? And when you think about it, it's very profound, right? Because I think we all have a responsibility to leave the planet in a better shape than when we came in, right? When you think about it. So this was the first time. So very quickly jumping on to what we are doing, and broadly the philosophy behind what we are doing at T-Hub from a ESG perspective is essentially, think about this. We all want to live on a planet where we can breathe air, fresh, clean air. We can eat healthy food, okay? And we can live sustainably, right? So very simple. So that's what we are trying to do. So today we have close to about 90 plus startups whom we are working with across different spectrum of the ESG part. So we have startups in clean energy and green energy and clean tech. We have startups in SDG mapping and reporting. We have startups in waste management, both solid and e-waste. We have startups in carbon footprint reduction and carbon credits. We have startups in water management, right? And some of them are there at the back. So I think this opportunity, to partner with HYSIA is something we value deeply. I think, Hyderabad, I think all of us do believe that Hyderabad can be the next startup capital of India. Startups, my last submission to all of you is ESG is important because we have to combine profit with purpose. Right? That's one of our goals at T-Hub, that everything we do must lead to a better and more sustainable planet. And this is something which we emphasize with all our startups, that we are not in the game for valuation, but we are in the game of building sustainable businesses which scale, which grow, which create jobs, and obviously enrich the ecosystem. So thank you again, the team at HYSIA, and thank you, sir, for being here today. You are a real inspiration for all of us, how you've been able to combine your role as a corporate leader and also build one of India's largest companies in the environment space. So thank you for being here, and look forward to hearing from you, sir, and also, of course, the panel discussions. And thank you for all the startups, and thank you for the team at T-Hub, which has done, the team at the back, you can all wave, for putting together, a really well-curated list of startups who are going to be part of the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. So I had to announce that we do not have Ronald Rose, IAS, join us. We just heard from him. He regretted because of the election code. I thought it would be good for me to let you all know. You may be wondering why. So our next agenda is about unveiling of the ESG and CSR white papers. There's a little bit of a background to this. Today's catalyst intervention is actually one of the recommendations from the white paper that we're going to be releasing now. So in July of this year, HYSIA conducted ESG conclave. And as one of the outcomes from the conclave was this white paper. We conducted a roundtable discussion with about 55 speakers. And the conference had about 100 plus NGOs and 600 delegates from the ESG fraternity. We conducted this conclave in partnership with TSIG, that is keeping with our word that we would want to go with the ecosystem and do things in collaboration with our ecosystem partners. So the conclave actually featured 2 roundtables, as I said. The discussions from the roundtable have been documented, and we are now going to be releasing the white papers. The outcomes from the white paper has been that ESG, we said, how can ESG principles be incorporated into the business decision making? And how can organizations build a culture to promote sustainable features? These have been the deterministic outcomes from the ESG white paper. We also have brought out a CSR white paper, which talks about shaping the future of CSR, collaboration, innovation, and impact. This discusses the evolving landscape of CSR in the business ecosystems. May I request our special invitee, A. Ayodhya Ramireddy Garu, to please launch the white papers. So, keeping with our promise, we have really not printed many of these copies, but the copy is available on our website, www.hysia.in. It's in our resource section. So all of you should go through. We discussed the best practices, and there are quite a few cues. Yeah, there are quite a few cues for the startups to develop on what next is going to happen in the ESG space. Kishore and Prashant, the leaders from the ESG forum. The environment segment is being led by Kishore, and Prashant is the forum leader for the ESG. The white paper also had a lot of inputs that have come from our ESG forum leaders. One of the ESG forum leaders, Sharif, is also part of us. Satish is here. They've all been working behind the scenes. Please join us. So we also take the stage because we also did our bit for the white paper. We move on to our next segment. Ala Ayodhya Rami Reddy. Did I get your name right, sir? Or rather, somebody advised me just say A. So, A. Ayodhya Rami Reddy, founder of Ramki Group of Companies, our special invitee and keynote speaker for the evening. I have quite a few things written about him which are very specific to this group, and you will be interested in knowing that. Ramki Group, founded in 1994, is a pioneer in executing many public-private partnership projects with a vision, this will be interesting for you, with a vision of sustainable development in emerging global markets, including India. Under Ramki Enviro Engineers Limited, they provide comprehensive environment management services for commercial, industrial, and municipal customers. Listen to this. They offer a whole gamut of best-in-class services for waste management as hazardous, municipal, biomedical, and e-waste, recycling, wastewater, paper, plastic, and integrated waste. In addition, they also offer renewable energy consultancy and integrated environment services. So this must be making complete sense as to why we have him as our special guest today. He is currently a member of the Rajya Sabha. He's passionate. This will be very interesting for the startups. He's passionate about startup and entrepreneurial mentorship. So all that you have to do is just walk up to him and seek for that. And he offers this under the ARR group. As a keynote speaker, we'll get his insights on navigating the path to sustainable prosperity, ranging from green energy to carbon credits. Ayodhya garu, over to you.
Good evening, everyone. Srinivas Rao garu, Manisha garu, the best of the industry here, various stakeholders around mentoring, the mentors, mentees, ladies and gentlemen. I'm extremely happy to be here for this evening function. The program Catalyst, organized by HISIA, support from T-Hub, and all the invitees here are sitting here with the purpose to see, how all of us can be, most of us, how we can contribute to the growing economic situation, balancing the sustainability while we are growing economically. If you look at India for the last 75 years, we have grown. But if you look at, there were a lot of gaps in our growth. Globally also, similar situations. The time we have reached here for next 25 years for India and for the globe, I think the time has come while the economics grow up, carbonomics have to come down. So that means there is a real opportunity for every stakeholder to look back and then see how they can improve the environment in the areas where they are working. As you all know, environment is God. All the 5 elements embedded in that. So when I look at myself starting this journey in 1994 to build sustainable solutions for the businesses or the life path which I have taken, everywhere I try to see sustainability as a key goal. United Nations has come out with their sustainable development goals, as you all aware, are most important from my point of view. I always kept on talking about those goals, which really brings us at a platform where each one of us has to, can really balance our businesses around that. Now, my experience I want to share, while I say how India has moving from a 4 trillion to 40 trillion in next 25 years, it is asking for a 10 lakh crores of investment only in the infrastructure space. If you look at that infrastructure around agriculture, manufacturing, services, and the infrastructure, all these 4 areas combinedly, the infrastructure investment that is going to go is to that extent, almost 40 lakh crores of investment every year. In that, coming to the waste management space. Waste management in urban areas and industrial areas. If you look at the solutions around these two, has a major impact. The moment we talk of this building, the entire design, engineering, the products that are going to get in, the entire execution, the operation and maintenance. At every phase, there is a lot that we can save. Here, that is an opportunity for a startup, which was not looked at in the past. Around every industry, same thing, civil infrastructure, environmental infrastructure, social infrastructure that we have built. Most of the places we have never applied our mind. While we had environmental impact assessment, environmental audits, environmental monitoring programs, they have never focused the way it is supposed to be. So means the diagnosis that you can bring in all these 4 areas of investment for next 25 years within India, a huge opportunity around environment, which will bring in the best of the impact on the social aspects. So, I have built a business model, whether it is in infrastructure construction, or the environment and waste management, or the real estate and the agri-farming, or the consultancy and advisory, in which Ramki Group, actually now I am only a founder. There is a team, professional team, with the best of board and governance, shareholders are happening. But my last 35, 40 years of journey, my past journey, actually what I have seen in these areas, actually this company and this group has built around that. So when I look back and see from now to next 25 years, looking at these sort of investment opportunities, I think this is the place where I can tell you, if I was doing a 100 rupee business and making a 10 rupee profit, I can tell you with the same resources in place, I can ensure that this business goes up from 100 to 200 and this 10 profit goes to 30. That is the type of opportunities where the entire startup ecosystem has an opportunity to build for themselves. So I just wanted to tell all of you that you are at a right spot. You have the government facilitating, both from central government to various state governments, including Telangana. And then an ecosystem like HICIA and T-Hub, facilitating and hand-holding. I can see putting up the right kind of mentors and subject matter specialists coming in place. The future is fantastic for every mentor and for every startup. But I wanted to tell few things for these startup entrepreneurs. For all of you, there is a good business opportunity. We also know where is that opportunity. We also have solutions. But the issue is, for all the startups, I want you to know that the business knowledge is very important. The knowledge that you have to accrue in terms of identifying or in terms of diagnosing the opportunities in the existing environmental platform, I think, you should, for that you must work in that sector. Just coming from school, it's good, everybody have interests, etc. But my experience I wanted to tell, because from 2006 onwards, I have been, I was mentoring, I was investing around few startups. More than 23 I have invested. Okay, but not a great success story, because my sector itself was not matured enough, and still, a lot of risks in the system, so people were not ready to take up. But I can tell you the time is ready right now. Now it is the right time. So understand the knowledge, for that diagnose, get into the entire spectrum of waste management, water management, wastewater management, air pollution control, noise pollution control, solid waste management, and all the tools of environment for governance. So we have to understand that. Then that adds with the skills that we need to develop. So everywhere, for some time at least, we have to work in that particular area to understand what are those real gaps. Today I can tell you 10,000 problems, for which startups can give solutions in these 4 companies where I have had the experience. There is a lot. In fact, we have diagnosed and we have put them actually. So there is a great opportunity for every individual around and every organization around that. The skills also, there is a very limited number of people. Everybody is looking at how do I create a value, how do I make some money. Yes, we must make money. But end of the day, it has to be techno-economically viable solution. And for that, we have to be time tested. Okay, so certainly the skills that are required for the startups, you must get in and try to understand those things is one thing I am telling. And then finally, my advice to the teams here is this, the attitude with which we are going to work. At every level, hard work, commitment, is certainly very, very much required. And then I can tell you, this country has huge opportunities because we have the best of the talent, there is no doubt. We are also, I have also seen globally so many countries, more than 38 countries where, I had my operations and establishment. So I could see actually where are those opportunities, what sort of opportunities. Now, as a global village, when we look at the solutions that we can bring in around India, certainly they can be replicated in the rest of the world. People are looking forward to Indian brains. You all know that I need not talk much. So the point is, around environment, there is a huge opportunity. And here is one organization which is India's largest environmental organization, which created more than I think 40,000 industries as their clients, and more than 5 lakh beds of hospitals every day they handle, more than 2 million tons of hazardous waste they handle. Every waste there is an opportunity for recycling, recovery, reusing. Every wastewater that comes out, there is an opportunity to treat and take it to next level. And every product that we are going to bring in is going to save lot of these wastages that are already happening in the system. So with these things, a great opportunity for everyone in this space, and this group and around me. Actually, now after my retirement from the business, actually, I have now started working with, as a mentor and also as an investor with various companies, and also I have taken a role to work for government of India as a member of parliament in policy making, so, and also law making. So very clearly I have some deliverables I kept, and this is what I have told when I went there with the Prime Minister. I told that I'm going to work in these 3 areas. Certainly, the industrial, environmental and waste management solutions, urban waste management and environmental solutions, environmental rules and regulations. So in fact, all of us, every stakeholder here around governance, we must know the rules, the best of the rules that we have to follow and what is happening around that. Again, if you go and see there, a huge opportunity, because the rules are not clearly adhered to at most of the places. So that itself brings in a great opportunity how to fix that. And also in line with the best of the European and US regulations, how the environmental rules of India have to further shape up. So in those areas also, every startup around ESG, I must tell you that should focus on understanding the rules and regulations, understanding the needs and what is the current situation, and around that how you can build your business. I think a huge opportunity. And I can tell you, we are here, in Hyderabad, just a few meters away from this building, a huge knowledge and expertise and experienced team. And I'm myself a civil and environmental engineer for 4 decades of experience. And we have seen, what India can provide sustainable solutions to the developing nations globally. So with that, actually, I want to thank everybody for giving me the opportunity. I'm here to take any questions from any of you. And also, after this meeting, also available to spend time with you people. Thank you very much to HYSIA, T-Hub, and all my friends here for giving me this opportunity to share a few of my thoughts. Thank you.
I should have mentioned this. In fact, when our team went to invite him, he said he will be interested in being there through the program so that he gets the opportunity to interact. So all of you should take this opportunity. And the message is loud and clear that it's the right time. Get your domain knowledge right, have the right skill set and the attitude, and now is the time to build a techno-economically viable solution. On that note, thank you very much for your time. So we just have a small memory that we want you to take back from HYSIA and T-Hub, so that the moment you can think about both of us and the startups. Can I invite the managing committee and the executive committee members of HYSIA to come on stage? Ramakrishna Lingireddy, the General Secretary, HYSIA, and President AuroProsoft, Prashant Nandela, Vice President, Kishore Bora, Bipin. So Bipin and Prashant, I'll get an opportunity to introduce you again. So, is there anyone here that from T-Hub? MSR, you want somebody else join here? Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you. We'll start with the next segment of the session. So another star segment of the day, which is much awaited. So this is going to be the starting of the panel discussion. I want to set a little bit of a background to this. To craft some meaningful conversations, we have conducted a survey like Kishore had said. We have reached out to corporates, including reality developers, property management consultants, NGOs in the sustainability space to understand what are their areas of priority. We were just not looking at, putting together a panel discussion, but instead we wanted to have discussions that make sense to both the corporates and the startups. So the discussions now are going to be centered around the focus areas that we got as a feedback. Can we have the, yes, thank you. So these are going to be the spotlight areas that we will be having conversations on now. Now, there's a little bit that I want to tell about how this panel discussion is slightly different from the normal panel discussions that we have seen. When we reached out to the startups, the first question that the startups asked us is, do we have to pitch? So that's where we wanted to eliminate that pitch and the stress factor. So we said, no, this is not going to be a pitch, but you are going to be involved in a conversation with the corporates on stage. So this is going to be relaxed, stress-free environment. So that's the differentiating factor for the Catalyst panel discussion. So to make sure that we have the right conversations, we also did a little bit of homework in curating the startups that are going to be a part of the panel here. This doesn't mean, like Kishore said, that the others are not something that they should be here, but in a relative game, we felt we will be able to have a meaningful conversations with the startups that are going to be here now. So you can also see the kind of criteria that we have taken up while we curated. Now this, Bipin was very clear that we should inform this to the startups who have all applied so that they understand, they also introspect to see, for future what they could do better. So on that note, I invite panel 1 to please come on stage. Prashant Nandela, President and COO First Source, Vice President HICIA, ESG Intervention Leader, and the moderator for panel 1. So we have 2 panel discussions actually for ease of conversation and giving an opportunity for all these startups. We are doing 2 panels. Each panel will last for 45 minutes, where 20 minutes is exclusively catered for conversations. So the first panel, may I invite Dr. Prafulla Agarwal, founder CEO, Tokera, please. Indrajit Shah, India ESG lead, CBRE. Shiva Tekumudi, founder and CEO, Facilizens. Mahesh Siripurapu, founder and managing director, Nida Green Energy. Anubhav Saxena, DGM, ESG and Sustainability, Decarbonization Data Analytics from Raheja Group. Abdul Karim, Operations Executive, Bio Reform. And over to you, Prashant. Prashant, for convenience, would you like to sit here?
Yeah, I think I'll do that. That's what I was thinking.
So if you
So it's
don't
probably
mind.
easier.
Yes, yes. In fact, we orchestrated this also.
You do? Sorry. Thank you, Shanti. It's been great to be here. An honor to facilitate. Come on, come. You didn't call Mal? Yeah. This pen, yeah.
I'm so sorry, Dr. Mal.
We'll get it. Sorry, why don't you
should sit here.
I'll stand. Come.
Yes.
Sequence will extra.
How did I miss it? Dr. Merle Fernandez is Director, LVPEI. I'm sorry about it. I did not mean any offense. No. You were very much in the span.
Thank you, Shanti. It's a great honor to be here. Thank you for all the participants in this room. Ramreddy Garu for your presence here, MSR and the entire team, and all the team who's worked together tirelessly over the last 2 weeks to sort of curate this program, get this to where it is. I'm honored to be here to sort of spend some time. The way we'll go to do this is to sort of, I want to take a few minutes to bring in all of y'all to this conversation and spend a few minutes in this interesting topic in terms of what are we trying to do from either solid waste management, clean energy, net neutrality, carbon credits. How do you sort of work together to drive a sustainable environment for future? With that in mind, I wanted to take a minute to sort of, the guests are already invited and we know who are here, but I'll go round robin to sort of, get your insight into the conversation. Dr. Prafula, you've been here from a startup ecosystem, and you sort of had a couple of use cases that you've been dealing with to convert brown energy to green energy, and aspects around carbon trading and how you can get energy neutrality in the organization. So, while I go round robin, I wanted to get your sense in terms of this tech solution that you built through the blockchain, distributed ledger technology, and how you're using it to sort of drive this globally. It'll be nice to get a sense from you, your mission, your passion, and why this idea, and how do you feel that it's going to make a difference to our work environments?
Okay, good evening, everybody. I think on the first note I would like to start is thank you, Ramreddy Garu. You've made a very nice statement that unless we don't have a business experience working as a corporate, as an employee, how do we make sure our startup really aligns to what we bring to the table? I'm a very standout product every time I walk into any startup ecosystems. They look at me, I brought my daughter or my son because I don't look the 20-plus-year-old, a lot of startup owners here. So thank you for recognizing my startup. And at 50, I'm as young as any new college graduate is. What I'm passionate about. Thank you. What I'm passionate about, and I think you can see Tokri, and it's a green heart that's beating. That's what we want to communicate, because sustainability, environment is not only a corporation's responsibility. Every community, each one of us have to make a difference. That's what Propel does, and that's what propelled my startup to say, let's kind of create a grassroots level momentum to adopt clean energy. Now, how do we do that? And that's what we're solving using blockchain technology, where we're able to fractionalize renewable energy and various attributes that it has, like your energy credits, which individual households can adopt, which you can do it for your societies, for your offices, for your events, for your birthday parties, for your team events. Anywhere you can adopt it. There's a question that I always face is, but the credit is an offset, so it doesn't sound too good. But let me just say this, we all live in cities like Hyderabad. I'm coming from Bangalore. We get drowned and marooned every year these days. And we do not think twice if that coracle which has come to take me to a safe place, is it made of the global standards of fiber and all that? Any coracle to get us out is welcome at that stage. Environmentally, that's where we are today. So what we are doing is working across the value chain of renewable energy. We are in discussions at the DISCOM levels to say what they procure as a renewable energy as mandatory obligations, start creating an identity for it so that that renewable energy can be still delivered in the hands of end users. So it can be at a cost, I'm not getting into the commercials there, but a blockchain allows that identity creation from generation to consumption. And that's going to revolutionize how each of us will consume renewable energy going forward. I'll end with a very small anecdote. When I was presenting this to the MSC forum in Uttar Pradesh, I had a small scale exporter from Moradabad who exports brass artifacts. He said, ma'am, if I do this, can my son write it in his personal statement as his environment contribution because he's applying for universities in the US? So that's the kind of adoption that we're seeing. And we're making it very, very simple, not only for adoption, even for your proof. And while we use blockchain, that's at the back end. Let's not complicate it for end users. You see a QR code there. I have a permission from that client right now. You can just scan on it. It'll give you the proof where this particular organization is consuming its renewable energy from. So I will end on that note. Our vision is very simple. We want every heart to beat green. It's each one's responsibility. Adopt renewable energy directly or indirectly, it doesn't matter, because just because we want to only set up power plants, we're consuming a lot of our land, and that's not sustainable either. So let's not be tilted too much on one side, but take a holistic view. And all the best to all of us, that we leave this place a better place. And in conclusion, somebody asked me, this is a 20-25-year journey. When Maggie came, none of us liked that flavors. But today it's become a meal. When Kellogg's came, they said, we're not for this generation. So Tokri is not being built for just this generation. We're talking Tokri for the next 20 years. And that's our vision. Thank you.
Awesome. Brilliant, Doctor. So I'm assuming we can, today sitting here, can get access to convert our brown power to green power by tokenized solution, right?
Absolutely.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Maybe we should do that, right, at the end of this workshop to show our commitment to green energy in terms of what we're doing from an organization standpoint. Brilliant. So just one thing teeing up from there before I go to the next panelist here is, this provides access globally. You're able to provide identity across global producers of green energy, or is it localized to India currently?
We're delivering that for global producers, distributors, and consumers. You
Brilliant.
could be anywhere in that cycle.
Awesome. That's good, right? So we don't need to use our land to produce. We can always consume from outside. Fantastic.
Absolutely not.
Fantastic. Thank you. Brilliant. Indrajit, over to you. You've been on this advisory space for a while, dabbling across a variety of things. So I wanted to get you in to get a sense on, as a consultant, talking to different stakeholders, working with a real estate company, talking to their clients, corporates, industries, policies. What's your sense on, the focus and the intent on carbon neutrality, carbon credits and net neutrality? Obviously, you have a larger perspective. And how does policy needs to change, sort of make sure that people are doing this, right? So when people talk to me, I said purpose is more important than anything. So obviously it all starts with us being very purposeful in terms of what we want to do and make sure that we're making this world a safer place to live in. Outside of that, there's a lot goes into, like Ram Reddy Garu said, in terms of policy, frameworks, awareness, willingness, access to sort of get this going. So what's your sense on how do we sort of step up from here and take a step change? What's an incremental change?
Thanks for that, Prashant. I'd just like to start off with a little bit of perspective about us as a country, right? We are already the most populous, and there was a report which said the real estate sector is going to overtake the agriculture sector in terms of being the largest employer in the country in the next few years. In India, we put out around 40 to 45 million square feet of real estate space every year. Now, what connects these different aspects is about magnitude. And this is what I would like to talk about, for the next couple of minutes, is when, all the startups out there, when you look at opportunity, okay, one thing to realize is if you are doing business in India, there is volume. So focus on understanding what are the gaps in this industry and how you can address those through technology, through human understanding, right? I'll give you some specific examples, right? Now, one of the things that, that I saw mentioned here, technologies around energy, water, and waste, right? One of the key challenges that we see in this industry is the fact that developers build, then they sell, right? And after they sell, the people who buy may not have the best understanding of how the building was built, how it is to be run, and how they need to repair it. So a huge opportunity is to look at the as-a-service model. Can you look at an opportunity where once the builders have built, there are models where they continue to share that information with the residents so that they can benefit from that understanding of the building. And in turn, the developers could actually look at IoT solutions, for example, to assess what is the level of wear and tear in the buildings and how they are to be maintained and charged for. Okay, I just wanted to give you this one example to show you that in one of the world's largest real estate markets, if you're able to bridge problems like this, this is what can really help us leapfrog into the future. In terms of what we are hearing from clients, right? All our clients want to be seen as industry leaders in the sustainability space, be it developers or be it occupiers. And the way to do that is to help them understand, because different clients will be on different parts of their sustainability journey in terms of maturity. So if you want to build solutions for either developers or occupiers in the real estate space, what you need to understand is where are they on their sustainability or ESG maturity journey? And then talk to these clients to understand what are their focus areas. That is where you'll realize that these are the gaps that you need to bridge. So start having these conversations on both sides of the table and try and assess where those gaps are. That's the message that I would like to leave you with, and start thinking upstream. A lot of the solutions that we see in energy, in water, in waste are downstream solutions. We have created systems, we have created problems, and then we are trying to mitigate those problems. Can you think upstream before those problems are created, when we are building the buildings, when we are thinking of occupying those buildings? Can we move those conversations upstream so that we don't make the mistakes in the first place? That's what I would like to leave this audience with. Over to you, Prashant.
Thank you. That's very insightful, as always. So what's your thought, right? And you obviously help advise organizations in taking spaces, leasing spaces, maintain spaces, project management. How much of change management is still to be left to sort of make sure that people really believe in this and want to spend that extra buck at the beginning from a CapEx versus OpEx? Because if you fix it at a CapEx level, then you solve the variability at an OpEx level, right? People have to work through, and maybe there are ideas and thoughts there where we can find a differentiated commercial ecosystem that startups can work with to make that feasible. But what's your sense on that?
Well, to be very honest, we see a gamut of clients, and as I mentioned, on different parts of the journey. So you would have very mature clients who have done all the things that we talk about, in terms of doing low-cost, no-cost initiatives, doing CapEx-based initiatives. If I take energy as an example, right, they would have done the baselining of the data. They would have identified what are the specific geographies that they want to look at. Within those geographies, what are the specific sites? In those sites, what are the specific initiatives? In those initiatives, energy, water, and waste, and then use that data to feed into where they want to be versus where they are and how much that is changing. So that's one end of the spectrum, right? On the other end of the spectrum, you've got companies who may have been in business, and there are variations of this, but just as a typical example, who may have been in business for a long time. But sustainability has not really been their focus for various reasons, right? Now, it's not to blame them, but it is to work with those companies then to help them understand how, while they are doing what they are doing, how can sustainability be incorporated into their business? And, these are often conversations which take time, right? Because one of the key things that I've realized in my career, as a sustainability professional, is this needs to be driven top-down, especially in corporations. If you want business, if you want buy-in for ESG, you need to make sure that the top guy is on your side. And that's where a lot of our conversations start, and where we start with small examples, with easy wins, because a lot of people understand when you see a tangible outcome. Right? So if you can show proof of concepts, around whatever business you are in, that is going to help the client understand in real terms, especially for clients who are early on in the maturity curve, what is in it for them from a business perspective and then from a social perspective. When I was doing my master's, one of my professors said something very, very interesting. He said, nobody buys a mobile phone because it's green. So please keep this in mind when you're designing your products and services. Yes, people want to be sustainable, but it needs to make sense from a commercial, technical perspective.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll move on to Seva now, the startup from the organization, from Facilians. So just to this topic that, Indrajit and I were sparring a bit, you sort of build something in the downstream process to sort of look at how to optimize to data analytics and insight and technology. So give us your sense on what drove you to think about this idea, and how tech playing a role in sort of running the building operations in your construct. And what are some thoughts from your standpoint of what's getting you going in that space?
Thank you. And good evening to everybody. And then, thanks to HIC to having me over here. And my name is Shiva. I'm a founder and then a CEO of the company. So we are in the business of automating commercial real estate space in terms of facilities management and then energy and water and utility optimization. The decarbonization is kind of a natural extension to us. And if you really see that the situation like 40% of a commercial real estate space is responsible for 30% of the decarbonized version. That's what it is kind of the more impact on the carbon gases and all the things. With that, what happens is I just wanted to show you that how we have transformed from the automation to the decarbonization. What we have found is because we've been in the industry more than 5-6 years almost. Thanks to thanks to Ram Reddy Garu, the first pilot we have done on the Ramki Cosmos, sir. I think thanks to you. And then we have done for a 3 months pilot on that. It's been almost 3 years backstory and all the things. And we are in the kind of keeping the sensors and getting the tons of data and processing it, and then we literally make how to automate the entire facilities management by removing the papers and keeping the data into the picture, which is a very challenging, because if you go down and sit with the basement of any huge 1 million square commercial real estate space, they have a day-to-day problems and they are least bothered about sustainability. So you have a tough time to push the sustainability story as a startup, and we need to literally sit with them and ask for what is their problems exactly. And their problems today is something like how I can build the tenants. If I take a 1 million square feet having a 300 multiple office tenants, and then they have a day-to-day problem of raising an invoices, doing the bills and all the things. So we somehow gone there and then camped there, and then today we are managing more than 26 million square feet under our portfolio. That includes the major, portfolios like, Gaurav Builders, and we have 2 big hospital portfolios like, Ankura, and then even all the things. So what I'm trying to say is like, it is not easy way to getting out there in Indian scenarios of a decarbonization unless until you solve the today's use case problem. So we out there. In fact, the CBRE is awarded as a cool, top 5, decarb company in the 3 years back. So I have a connection for almost. And Phoenix, Avan is the second pilot we have done, sir, in the Oracle building. And we are working with the Marvin facilities managers, which they are into the T-Hub. So we have seen almost 200 different portfolios of all companies that includes the schools, hospitals, malls, facility management teams, and all those things. We have more than 500 million data points out there into my system. So now the challenge is how I can really utilize those points and create something out of it. That's what the Indian data analytics comes with. Facilities is our brand name. What we call it is the facilities intelligence. So now what we are trying to do is, can I overlay the entire data to the BIM, that is the building information module, which predominantly they use it at a entry level of the buildings. I'm talking so much on the tech, maybe I'm trying to generalize it. Building information system is the one which normally every builder going to use it. It stops there at the end of that before handing over. So we put all the operational data over there and then extend the life for the next 30 years. So overall, what we are trying to do is how we can measure and calculate a carbon emission per square feet with my data and give back to the builder, hey, can you reduce your, the sizability of your chiller, which is oversized today. That way we can help the builders. So we can say that facilities management, saying like it doesn't require to go and, do 5 things a day. You can do 3 times so that you can improve the productivity. So what happens is we are trying to connect multiple use cases of managing a large commercial buildings using a facility management software, but slowly getting there into the decarbonization. That's what we are trying to do there.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Thank you. Wish you all the best. It's a very noble cause. I think I saw somewhere in the presentation that you're going to take, while you do all of this from a sustainability objective, you're also going to take 20% cost out to managing facilities, right? It's a win-win. Commercially, it works for everybody. So good luck for your venture. So just shifting tracks to somebody who's sort of helping saving lives, creating a better life to individuals, working in LVPI, Dr. Mal. Obviously this is a vast institution which manages, I don't know how many thousands and lakhs of people on a daily basis. It's an institution in itself for good purpose, good cause. I know how they structure to sort of help provide free services to people who can't afford and all of that stuff. So clearly with this purpose that you have with research embedded, with services embedded, I wanted to get a sense on your sustainability objectives and how you think about sustainability and how you're implementing that in your space across all the facilities that you manage today.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to be here. So LV Prasada Institute, as a lot of you may know, is a not-for-profit organization, and we are currently located in 284 centers across the 3 states of Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Orissa, as well as a small representation in Karnataka. So our start of trying to achieve sustainability was some years ago when we started with solar energy. And we started off in a small way. We are a not-for-profit organization, as I mentioned. And so everything that we do, even whatever investments that we make, we have to, at the end of the day, look at how are we going to provide service to somebody who cannot afford it. And it was with a very conscious mind that we decided to take this forward. The effort actually took off. I currently lead the Green LVPI initiative in LVP, and that was about 2 years ago that we decided to go all out with a multi-pronged approach. So some of the things that we've started is investing in solar energy. To date, we've invested in about 1.5 megawatts of solar energy across our centers. I'll talk about the things that we've done and the challenges that we face. So when you look at solar energy, you realize that the amount of space that you have sometimes is a constraint. The government has got certain restrictions on the amount of energy that it actually provides, that you can actually use for solar. So we can actually use only about 80%. And in certain areas which are huge energy guzzlers, like for example in our tertiary centers located in the metros, the amount of space that we have and the amount of investment that we have to make for solar to provide that much amount of coverage is challenging. The other things that we've done, we've looked at rainwater harvesting, we've looked at trying to utilize more efficient sources of air conditioning. We use STPs and treat the water wherever we can, though we would like better solutions for that. But some of the innovative things that we've done are in developing an indigenous electronic medical record, which has done away with paper records, that was developed in-house and is used across all our centers. So even in a small vision center, we have an electronic form of documentation, which also helps us in our research. And we are continuing to innovate in this area. During the pandemic, because of the fact that our patients couldn't reach us, nor could we reach out to them, we developed an indigenous teleophthalmology software, which enabled us to connect with our patients who could not reach us. And that is something that we have been using. So that helps indirectly by reducing the carbon footprint in the sense that the patient does not have to come to see us. Though obviously if you have an eye ailment, you can't actually get treated over a computer screen or a mobile phone. But then that's another aspect. So we've tried to reduce some of the, the visits that a patient has to make with the teleophthalmology that we've set up. And we're looking at, other ways where we can try and utilize solid waste. So we have biomedical waste segregation that it's mandatory in all hospitals. But then for the organic waste that's being generated, so there are systems that are available. I'm sure I'll meet a lot of people out here who will help us with the organic waste. But to make it very simple, whatever gardens we have, all the dry leaf that we collect from there is put in a pit. This is going to sound very crude. Put in a pit layered with soil. And after a couple of weeks, we have our own manure. So we generate 2,000 tons of manure for our gardens every quarter. And that's used across the centers. So these are just some of the initiatives. There are other things that we do as well, but I'll spare you that.
Brilliant. Are there any ideas in your mind that you're still pursuing going forward? And any suggestions to the startup ecosystem here, what they should start looking at?
So I wish that the cost of solar per kilowatt was cheaper. I don't know how we can bring that down. It would be really fantastic if we could get it. Within the state itself, if you have land and you can generate solar on that space, the government doesn't actually allow you to, use it somewhere else. Right. So, then there are batteries which are very expensive. So if the cost of those batteries could come down, that would help us a great deal. But those are just some of the things.
No, thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Going back to our next startup, I wanted to get a perspective from Mahesh. Mahesh, we've been talking in Digit a little bit, and he said, we have to go more upstream than downstream. So clearly we know that tons of plastics is generated every day, every year. A lot of it never gets collected. It goes and pollutes our environment and nature. And you sort of looking at creating alternate sources of packaging that people can use to sort of drive things. So I wanted to bring you in to get your perspective of what's the mission of what you're trying to do, and how do you see you playing into creating a better sustainable future for us going forward?
Sure. Thanks, Prashant, and good evening, everybody. And thank you, Haisya, for inviting us here and making green energy and waste management a prime focus. So we are NIDA Green Energy, started in 2016, and our team of technocrats, and our first product was oxyhydrogen gas generator. And we wanted to generate oxyhydrogen and use that as supplementary fuel in internal combustion and external combustion machines. We succeeded to some extent, and because of capital intensiveness, we shifted our focus onto converting plastic waste into fuel. So one of the reasons being, when we approached an industry or looked into the waste that industry is generating, mainly the chair manufacturing industry, right? The waste that is produced was almost equivalent to talcum powder, the granularity of the particles. So those guys did not have a solution, and they were just throwing that in water bodies or landfills, which cannot be separated at all. So, and we wanted to bring a solution mainly for industrial plastic waste to convert it to something reusable. And we are not good advocates of traditional pyrolysis systems for some reason, because they generate a lot of flue gases and heat into the environment. So we came up with a zero discharge closed loop batch process system in 2016 and started converting industrial plastic waste into reusable fuels like synthetic diesel, synthetic petrol, and synthetic kerosene. And we worked with few corporates to set up captive plants for them. And 2021, we shifted our focus onto continuous process system because we always wanted to come out of batch process systems. And we succeeded big time in developing our own design in building a continuous process. Loop back means we generate our own fuel, which is consumed in the technology. So the production cost currently to produce 1 liter industrial oil from plastic waste is very, very less, almost 50% of what we get in the market. So we succeeded doing that. And the main product currently is industry oil that we are generating from both plastics from municipal solid waste and also industrial waste. And based on the applications, we also can use distillation techniques to convert industrial oil to high value products like transport grade fuels, N-octane, N-hexane, etc. So that is what we are doing. We have been vetted by many corporates like mainly cement industries, Birla, Dalmia, and many country executives and political authorities from different countries visited our plants, and then we could successfully present the technology and acquire some letter of intents. So that is what we are doing currently. And to answer to Prashant's question, what is the vision, right? We see somewhere being a big contributor to sustainability goals of India 2030 in reducing the carbon footprint. So that is a goal that we are working towards.
Brilliant. Thank you. Wish you all the best for your lecture.
Thank you, Prashant.
So now, bringing up enough, you've been with Raheja. It's a large developer across multiple cities, and you run the sustainability and decarbonization program. Talk to you a little bit about how you're thinking about this, and how can the real estate space sort of be the lead anchor to sort of show the path that we really care about our environment and building something which is helping us for the future. Give some thoughts on that before I switch on to our next colleague.
Yeah. So we started the sustainability journey way back in 2008, in which we considered our first green certified building in. Currently also we are having very aggressive ESG targets like scope 1, scope 2 need to be reduced by 42%. We are also under the process of disclosing the target for the net zero. Approximately by 2043, we are aiming to be a net zero. But in order to go for net zero, one has to take care of all the 3 emissions, scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. We are currently doing fine in terms of scope 1 and scope 2. And approximately currently 16% of our energy is coming from the green sources, green power. But when we go further, that we want to become exceed more than 30-35%, we need to look on the scope 3 emissions. Scope 3 emissions currently as a real estate developer is one of the biggest challenge, I would say. First important challenge is the supply chain. A very complicated supply chain, you must be knowing that the real estate companies are having. How to educate the entire supply chain in terms of ESG. That's another challenge. Then the next is waste. Waste is also one of the major challenges that we are facing right now. Good thing is that we have already banned the single use of plastic. We are, on some of the campuses are having bottling plants in which we are replacing the entire use of the plastic bottle with our own glass bottles. Then we are exploring further methods, how can we optimize and reduce the waste. Then another major issue related to scope 3 is the tenant energy consumption. That it will look like that why developers are not making green spaces and all those things. We are making like green spaces since last 15 years, but another important aspect we want to understand is the end client who is going to occupy that space, whether they are ready for the new technologies, whether they are accepting the green solutions. Sometimes, just like for the green power, if we want to reduce our scope 3 emission, we also need to depend on the green power. So tenants also need to go on the green power. Currently, you must be knowing that green power tariff is the one of the easy way, in which the tenants also need to agree to pay additional money on the green tariff. But the fact is that hardly 10% of our tenants are getting ready for the green power tariff. So that is why we are encouraging the tenants to go into the green lease, in which we can clear all those things from the day one. So cultural behavior and cultural change is also important. Like sometimes the tenants are demanding platinum and very energy efficient solution, but they want to keep their AC temperature as 21 or 22 degrees centigrade. That can't be possible. So one way we are demanding green and simple solutions, they are not getting agreed to. They are just by their sales agreement or sales team document sheet. They have to do this much demand. In one way you are demanding everything green, but other day you are demanding also the demand load in such high value. So developer is the which you are demanding, which you are going to build. So we also want to make further energy efficient offices, energy efficient solutions. So what we are trying to do right now, we are trying to develop a small experience centers or the small setups at every campus level, in which we can explore the innovative products. Otherwise, our tenants will not go directly to the innovative products or solution. So they will first like to experience those products. So that is why we are now in the process of creating such experience centers in which we can showcase these products will work in the large scale development. Then we are going further ahead for the implementing of those strategies.
Brilliant. Creating experience centers, awareness, so people can actually live by what they want to achieve is very important. Thank you, Abhinav, for your thoughts. So while I go to my next panelist, if there are any questions, please pass on to Radhika. She's going to capture that and probably bring it on board just to save some time, because we have another panel right after this. Yeah, thank you. So, going, it was very informative, right? So now to another solid waste management idea that's come out, right? Abdul Karim and his young entrepreneurs who are doing something really fantastic in this space. So talk a little bit about how you're thinking about your journey. I know you're trying to do something really cool in this space, but what's your business plan like, and how do you think you're going to make a difference? What help do you need to sort of get there, right? Give us a little bit of sense of your journey so far, your obstacles, how you sort of navigated them, what help can the industry at large and corporation at large and policy at large can help you to be successful?
Thank you, Prashant, for that. Firstly, it was really inspiring to hear from Rami Reddy sir today. His words were really inspiring for us as a startup. And I'm really proud to be here and with the panel here talking with everyone. Being the youngest to be a part here. Certainly when we started our journey, it was with the vision of the Prime Minister. We heard him keeping the agenda for India, for making India plastic free for the year 2025. And that's where our team thought about how we as an individual, how we as a citizen of this country come forward and take this mission forward. That's the idea, and it's been 1.5 years, touching 2 years soon now. We started Bioreform. It's a manufacturing company. We manufacture bags which are made of corn, which were directly the alternative towards the plastic that we see around. So far, we can proudly say that we have replaced 50 lakh plus plastic bags with our greenie bags. We produce more than 1 lakh greenie bags each day and have climbed significantly into the B2B market. Whether it was, the small district of Andhra Pradesh till the most famous cafe of Hyderabad, or whether it was G Polarity, one of the oldest plays in the market, to Country Chicken, who've started very early. So we've met a lot of people who were having the same vision of taking sustainability forward. While in addressing people, we heard from people telling that sustainability is not just it's not just an option what we see today, but it's more likely being a necessity of the hour that comes in forward. Being student entrepreneurs, we had a lot of challenges coming forward, whether it was addressing the market, whether it was dealing with how the clients would look it forward for. But eventually things ended up being on the route wherein we had the vision clear about making India plastic free. And ever since when we turn back behind wherein that day when the inauguration happened and then being here, it surprises me as a person itself that we've made it happen so far. But there was one quote that hit my mind that was there. That you never realize the worth of water until the well starts trying. So we also never get to understand truly just how sustainability is important for us until we get the most exposure about how the dark nets that could eventually come up with. Noticing about corporates, one thing we saw is how the changes have started to come. We see that the companies have started adapting sustainable products when it comes to their companies. We've seen wood or bamboo being utilized as cutleries have been seen around. But we see there's a slow drop of plastics being utilized, the conventional plastic, right? We found out in our survey what we made that even a small company of let's say 50 size employee generate as much as 3,000 bags each month. And when you would want to take it forward and look for the bigger corporates could reach up to 1.5 million bags each month. And that's certainly an alarm and a point that let us realize as a players that the market's big, the vision is even bigger than that, right? People greater than products, greater than price is something that drives us truly. And taking the mission not just with India, not just the consumer market in India, but taking it forward to the globe, because we definitely would want to curate this example from, made in India, but for the globe is what the Prime Minister said. And truly to remark that point, we are looking forward for, the most, influential collaborations with people, because the experience that you get with everyone here is something that truly not just defines what we want to do in life, what we want to do for India more importantly, but how we could maybe create the best solution that is originating from India. Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you. That's very inspiring, and good luck for your venture of being a global player. Obviously, not just helping solve India's problem, but creating employment for tons of people. I appreciate that. So before, it was a good conversation, got in different perspectives. I had a few questions come up from the audience, so I thought I'll take the liberty to sort of talk to a few. One question is sort of about, are there any real estate developers in India who are interested to have upstream conversations to tackle the ESG performance initiatives, right, rather than working downstream? So maybe some thoughts, Indrajit, from you or Abhinav?
Let me be very honest. Upstream conversations are not easy, right? Because we as a society and, I dare say as a globe, we are used to doing things a certain way, and then when we find problems, finding solutions for that. What we are now discussing about upstream is about changing mindsets. And I'll take a cue from what Anubhav said earlier, is people want everything at the cost of nothing. And that's a difficult conversation. So what you need to do is try and understand what the pain point is and what the customer is willing to pay for it. Okay. Now, that's not a straight answer to your question, but possibly the only way you'll find out is by talking to clients. We are finding clients of late, developers who are willing to have some of these conversations. So, if that's some solace, then yes, there are opportunities that are opening up, but you'll only find out the level of interest when you start speaking to these clients.
Just want to add, this good thing is that the government is taking good initiatives. That you all must be knowing that all the listed companies, top 1,000 listed companies, has to disclose now BRSR report. business responsibility sustainability report. In one of that, now the next year it will go into a BRSR core. Under that, they have put they are putting more focus towards on the supply chain. So due to which the supplier, the developer like us, started now more interaction with our supply chain, supply vendors, and doing the regular exercise with our suppliers. We have made one supplier code of conduct, and like us, all the other leading developer who are into these top 50 or top 250 companies or top 1,000 companies, they are trying to educate the supply chain. So right now it's a good time because recently this change has been started. Now from next year onwards, by default, all the top 10,000 companies have to go with via the BRSR route, in which they have to start talking to their supply chain. So this is a very correct time in which if you want to enter into the business, because right now we are regularly discussing with the key suppliers, critical suppliers. The problem with the developers like us, how to categorize these vendors, how to categorize these suppliers. So we started first categorizing them in terms of tier 1 suppliers, tier 2 suppliers, tier 3 suppliers, critical suppliers. Then we try to bring these critical suppliers into a single room and educate them in terms of ESG. How can they, so we are giving them, like the government if is giving us the target for the scope 3 emission, we also giving them the target to reduce their emissions reduction. So it's just like balancing our target to them.
Just adding to what Anubhav said, when you talk about scope 3, right, scope 3 has 15 categories, right? 7 upstream and 8 downstream. So what you should be looking at is within scope 3, what are the specific categories that you want to look at? Now typically supply chain would be looking at scope 3.1, which is, procured goods and services. Okay, so maybe you would want to look at that and see how you can find out solutions, technological solutions based on data to identify these different kinds of suppliers. Now that could be a potential opportunity for you. You could also be looking at commute, both employee commute and business commute, which is again within scope 3. So there could be opportunities for you to look at and see how you can upstream the solution and therefore the problem addressing, right? So when companies are deciding on employee commute options, okay? Yes, you want EV, but are there more efficient ways to address it at a design stage where the office is located? What kind of people you're hiring and where do they stay? Okay, all of this, the basis of this is data. So think about these aspects and see how you can address some of these challenges and then start talking to real companies to understand their level of willingness to share the data with you. Now, yes, data is important, but are companies willing to share? Are there other ways to get the data? Are there public data sets that you could use? So these are some of the areas that you need to be thinking about to understand how you can design solutions which are fit for purpose for the clients that you're looking at.
Thank you. That was, there's another question, but we'll take it up after the second panel. But thank you all. It's been very informative, very useful for me. Opened up my eyes to new things. Hopefully it was useful for everybody. Good luck to all the startups. And as corporates, I think I have some ideas to take back and see how we can internalize some of these findings. Thank you all.
Thank you, Prashant. Can I request Bipin Chandra, Senior Director and General Manager, India, Appen, and Kishore Bora, Managing Director, Energy Tech, and Prashant to do the honors to our panel, please. So we have a few certificates that we thought will give as memory to the startups and some mementos to the panel who've been here, who's taken time. Prashant, let's do it. Prashant. Dr. Prafulla Agarwal. Startup. Yes, that's the one. That's it. Tokera. Yes. Indrajit Shah. Bipin Kenan. Shiva Tekumudi, the founder of Facilizens. Dr. Merle. Anubhav Saxena. This is...
Anubhav.
Okay, thank you.
Anubhav.
Abdul Kareem, Bioreform. Yes, no. Mahesh from Nida Green. We covered everyone? I hope we covered everyone. Let's take one picture. Shiva's? Bipin will give this and we'll settle it later. It's for the photo op. Can I have the panel here? We'll take a quick picture and then. We give this. With this, we move on to the next panel. The next panel is again going to be addressing the same focus areas. And this panel, we have Bipin Pendyala, Senior Director and General Manager, India Appen, moderate the session. Hitesh Hiran, Co-founder and Director, Greenifit. Arun Murugesh, Vice President, Sales and Marketing, Sahas Zero Waste. N. Chandrasekhar, Founder, Director, Jivol Biofuels. Rohit, Founder and CEO, Zodia. Vivek Verma, Strategic Advisor and Venture Partner, Silver Needle Ventures. Ganges Reddy, MD and CEO, Blue Drop and Viraw. Shrikant Badiga, Group Director, Phoenix Group.
Hi, good evening, everyone. And thank you very much for the...
Bipin, just a moment, sorry. The first panel, can I meet you all in the lobby there, please?
Okay. Yeah, thank you. So we again have a set of accomplished corporate leaders and accomplished startup entrepreneurs as well. One interesting thing that we've seen when we're doing this event planning is and curating is that we do actually have, while we're calling them as startups, the reality is that each one of them have actually established themselves in a reasonably decent fashion and in a sweet spot. So what I'd like to do is that the data that they've presented to us for the curation process and the areas that they're operating in, I would like to bring out some of the essence more through a dialogue, right? So let me start with Hiten, right? Hiten's company is actually in a very interesting space where I felt Hiten. Not only are they looking at carbon credits, right, which is in some sense carbon credits is nice because I can show my balance sheet to the corporate saying that I'm net zero carbon neutral. But the reality is that I'm actually not carbon neutral, I'm actually buying, I'm paying for it, right? So Hiten's company actually has gone the next step, which is where they're able to create a framework where the corporates can constantly review, assess, understand what their carbon footprint is. Not only buying carbon credits, but actually kind of constantly monitor, track, and reduce. So Hiten, I'd like to understand, when you do talk to corporates, right, there is probably higher tendency for people to just buy the credits. It looks nice on the balance sheet. But how much is the traction you're getting when people are serious about actually reducing the carbon footprint? What has been your take so far in terms of your conversations with your customers and how much of a mind shift change are you seeing?
Thank you. So I would just like to touch the topic differently. So carbon credits comes at the last because now it is a voluntary market and it is not enforceable that you should buy the carbon credits and value is not that much. Okay. The point is that we all are concerned about saving the environment. We all wish to contribute to environment and reduce the carbon emissions that we have. However, what my journey in the 10 years plus in this industry that we have seen, exactly what you pointed out, how much serious the companies are. If we see around, we all know, we talk about climate change, etc., but the real adoption level is very low. And one of the major reasons is what I believe, and from my experience working in industry, is that as a human tendency, if there is something which has no monetary or strategic incentives aligned with whatever the actions that we take, then anything we tend not to be serious about to pursue it or commit to it, this besides just a vocal support. And this is exactly where, if we make a change, and what we try to explain to the companies is that climate solution can be a investable market. It's an investable assets. And I'll just cite an example of one of my assignment as a consultant for ADB. I had the opportunity to meet many industries in the Rajasthan. 70 plus association and industries, I had interviewed them. And I've seen many companies getting closed down because of NGT ruling of effluent treatment plant not being given to that. Balotra 800 plus industries was closed down. I had opportunity to see Ramki Group's one of the initiatives for one association where it was working fantastically well in Udaipur region. And that is in 2015 I was talking about. But if you see the cost of getting the business closed down, many business losing, okay, that is a cost. So now if you see that the climate solution is seen to be from the decarbonization as an investable market, their adoption becomes very easy. So this is where Granifit has born to help people, society, organizations to take on the embark the journey of decarbonization in a profitable manner and in a responsible manner. And this is what our journey, we did the pilot, and now we are getting a good traction. We are currently managing a distributed, Granifit is a distributed climate solution platform. Currently we are managing a distributed climate asset under management of 11 crore and above, and generating revenue worth 3 crore last year. So this testimony to that, okay, there is a people are becoming aware about it. And it is not only the companies, because if you see the companies like to allocate the resources very carefully, financial, because the major problem with the climate solution is the capital intensive nature. So one of the model that Ramki Group has pioneered is public-private partnerships. There are other models of asset-light solution, private-private partnerships, something that can be done. And this is where sharing of carbon credit, the sharing of the savings can be done. So it is a win-win for all. And this is where we've seen in the recent months that the people are started accepting these climate assets as an alternate investment asset class. And
sorry to interrupt you. On that thought, something came to mind. See, for example, till recent past, right? Until the government of India made CSR 2% of the profits is mandatory, it was not a topic that was discussed in the boardrooms, except for some of the really large philanthropic founder-led companies. So from your experience, do you think if a regulatory framework is brought in where the government mandates that probably a certain percentage of your profit needs to go plowed back into investment on the green side, do you think that will encourage and create a larger fillip in terms of the Go Green initiatives in the corporate world?
So that is the one which would be, and I think CSR mandate is already including the sustainability and environment field. We are doing one for Pidilite industry, implementing a solution for a hospital through their CSR fund for solar and making it asset light. We have done the similar for education institution run by Birlas. We have done the longest contract for them. The point here is that one is the regulatory interventions, that is the one side, but the larger impact will come if I tell you, you invest into the solar, though let's say as a scope 2 emissions mitigation, and or don't invest into solar yourself, but invest into someone else's project. You get the carbon credits, you reduce your cost of electricity, you need not pay extra certain amount to DISCOM or your grid to become a green tag. You can still become a green tag. And as Doctor said in a previous panel, There is a limitation. Every state has a how much electricity you can consume through solar when you are consuming directly. But when you're going to embark the journey of the greener investment through CSR, through any other means, okay, there's no limit on how much energy you can buy. That is indirect manner of doing it. And this is what we are trying to enable for companies to embark on a journey, mitigate the scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 reduction directly or indirectly.
Got it. Thank you very much. I'll move on to you, Arun. You know, you're working on what is called a zero waste, right? But in a practical sense, is zero waste even is it a theoretical concept, or is actually practically possible for a household or a community or a company or a larger industry segment to actually shoot for zero waste? And if so, what has been your experience in terms of building towards or marching towards a zero waste opportunity?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that question. I think the word zero waste is definitely possible. When we say zero waste, it truly does not mean 100% recovery. Even 95% recovery can lead to zero waste. So where we're coming from is, as a waste management organization, been working in this space for more than a decade now, we've actually experimented very fundamentally strong models like decentralized models. Decentralized models works very well in India. And when we say decentralized, for example, the waste coming out of this campus can be solved within this campus itself. It's very possible. How do we do this? First and foremost, fundamental, there's a nice tagline here. Once you mix it, you can't fix it. So let's say the organic waste and the inorganic waste is mixed in one bin. You can't do anything about it. It's not recoverable. But then when you follow the fundamentals of segregation at source, you can actually keep it aside. Now the organic waste can become compost, biogas, etc. The inorganic waste can actually be recovered. As less as 5%, we've shown this through data, as less as 5% can actually go to landfill. And that's very truly moving into the zero waste space. So as a concept, we know decentralized works. And while we are doing this, I think just to add another layer onto just the traditional waste management that we're talking about, there's also another aspect around how well are we doing it? Zero waste is fine. How better can we do this further? So, for instance, let's talk about compliances, be it labor compliances, social security benefits. We're talking about environmental compliances. So that's the next level as we go further. So, like we heard on the earlier panel, ESG is no more. I mean, it's more like a vanilla version. You now have standards like BRSR, which is taking it to the next level. So zero waste as well can be taken to the next level. We've proven this. We have multiple models on the ground as well. Entrepreneurship as well is definitely something that can come up through the space because we need a services industry. Waste management is as simple as a housekeeping equivalent. The facility management companies as a service is provided for various institutions or campuses. Waste management also can be.
But Arun, one quick sort of segue into that. Like you rightly said, waste itself is not homogeneous, right? It's pretty heterogeneous. And therefore, for you to be able to help your customers march towards a zero waste, right? How big an ecosystem do you need? And how many kind of, logistics or supply chains that you have to work with in terms of partnerships? And how strong is a partnership required versus a single entity trying to say we can get to zero waste?
I think the key here is ecosystem. It's actually quite a complex ecosystem. When you look at the supply chain, waste can sound very simple, but then it can be as complicated as getting into hundreds of categories that comes out of one bin. So one bin of dry waste or inorganic waste that you see out here is actually the source of waste, right? So the entire supply chain that exists from, if you follow the life cycle of waste, it goes from here, it goes to a center, a collection center. From there, it goes to a larger, like a Ramki typically runs, like a materials recovery facility, which is more like a factory for waste management. From there, you probably have 50 categories. So the waste in one bin separates into 50 categories. Further, it goes to value creation centers where you take plastics, for example. Plastics are of two types, right? We know rigids and flexibles. We didn't know that rigid plastics and the plastic covers, the two categories, can further be sorted into as many as 100 categories. So you can see the large tree that is growing out of one bin, and it's growing into hundreds of categories. So I would say it's an ecosystem which is categorized as upstream and downstream. Upstream, you also have the informal sector, the waste pickers, the kabadiwalas, the aggregators, and all the way downstream you have recyclers. It could be paper, it could be metal, it could be any category. And furthermore, to close the loop with circular economy, you really want to bring that back into the loop. So now you see you're actually extending the reverse logistics and combining it with forward logistics. I would say it's a very complex ecosystem, and there is too much room for as many entrepreneurs in this space as well.
Wonderful, and thank you. I'll come back and circle on one. I'll move to Chandrasekhar, because of the nice segue that we talked about zero waste, and I know your company has been very focused in terms of converting organic waste into biofuels, right? So interestingly, when you talk about organic waste to biofuels, and each one of us look at a tremendous amount of organic waste every day. You look at any of the tech campus that we are around, by the end of 3 p.m. in the afternoon, the cafeteria has a humongous amount of organic waste, right? You look at any Raitu Bazaru in the city, or you look at any of the weekly vegetable markets that are there in various areas, the next day morning, GHMC is trying to clear out, I don't know, maybe hundreds of kgs of rotten vegetables or thrown away vegetables and fruits, right? So in terms of, okay, let me just step back and say, for you, getting your input should not be a problem because there's too much input available. So I think the problem is, how are you ensuring that you are able to track the inputs and then convert the fuel into fuel, and then who are your consumers? So where do you sell it?
Yeah, thank you, Viven Garu. So I want to quickly introduce first myself. I'm Chandrasekhar, founder of Jewel Biofuels. Thank you, Haisia, T-Hub, for this opportunity. And I'm very fortunate to listen from pioneer in waste management, Ram Reddy Garu, to listen his story. It's a great inspiration for entrepreneurs like us. So, yeah, coming back onto the problem that my startup is solving, we are based out of Hyderabad. So, organic waste is a big problem. It's a big problem. If food waste is considered as a country, it is the third largest emissions of carbon. So that is a big problem, coming from food waste. If food waste ends up in landfills, it releases methane emissions. And the methane is very dangerous than the carbon dioxide gas. So even in our country, out of 60 million tons of municipal solid waste that is generated, 50% is food waste, organic waste. Right now, majority of that is ending up in landfills. And in landfill, it releases methane emissions. So recently, whether it is in New Delhi or whether it is in Kochi, the landfill had a fire problem. Why is that? Because methane is a flammable gas and it causes a lot of fire. So it's a very, very big problem because 50% is food waste. But because of lack of awareness and lack of business models available, or lack of policy, biofuel policy not there, till now, all this waste is ended up in landfills. But now, Government of India has launched biofuel policy. With that, the business model is being developed, and we can generate biofuel, and the biofuel can be consumed as a transport fuel. So like example, CNG is there, which is a fossil fuel source. Instead of CNG, which is, by the way, we are importing that. That's again, foreign exchange loss is there. Energy security issue is also there. Instead, this 30 million ton can be converted into biofuel. It will reduce our, fossil fuel imports and also save foreign exchanges. So luckily, the government is promoting this. They are facilitating this. We are trying to build up our first biofuel plant here in Hyderabad. And we will sell this gas to City Gas Distribution Company in Hyderabad, which is Bhaginagar Gas Limited. Even private industries are looking for these fossil fuels so that they can decarbonize their operations. So that is the extent of the problem we are trying to solve with biofuel generation.
Thank you, Chandrasekhar. I'll come back to you again. Moving to Srikanth, you are part of the Phoenix Group, which is one of the largest commercial real estate player in Hyderabad. Right? We talked about zero waste. We talked about solar to clean energy to carbon credits, and then of course, an organic waste and whatnot. And you have built multiple large IT campuses. Right? So as a Phoenix Group, what is that you've been doing, and not only that, but also what are the challenges that are still out there for you to tackle?
Yeah, thank you, Bipin, and thank you, Aisia, for giving me the opportunity. And most importantly, first let me thank Ayodhya Ramreddy Garu for staying by for such a long time, and we can learn from that. Like, learning is a continuous process. He being a master of all these things, still want to listen from us. We are just, putting stuff. Coming back to the topic, Bipin, see, I would like to just go back and to mention that, it all started when we first started delivering one building. Initial days when my business development team was talking to one of the MNCs, they were talking how efficient is a building. My efficient building means, what do you mean? I have 1 lakh square feet, 2 lakh square feet, I can accommodate 1,000 seats, 2,000 seats. They said, I'm not interested. I'm talking about, what is that you're going to save me? Save me, okay, my business development thinks that, okay sir, instead of 45 rupees, I'll give 40 rupees. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about something else. I'm talking almost like, when Ayodhya Ramreddy sir was experimenting and where he said he lost money and those were the days. When people started understanding what exactly the green buildings are, ESG and all United Nations terms, and that forget about it. Now, what is that you're going to give to the future? That is what is the entire essence of this particular conference as well. So there where we started, okay, now, then we started understanding. When we spoke to the client, he said, boss, I'm talking about my cost, my camp cost. The moment you take a building, the rent is fine. But how efficient, as far as energy is concerned, energy is of different resources. So are you going to give the regular thing and say the government is giving to 1 rupee tariff less than other things? No, it's beyond that. So that is when we started getting into this, did a lot of research. We had a separate team to make our building efficient. Now, I would proudly claim that Phoenix is one of the first builders to start with steel constructions in Hyderabad, including residential. And I would like to take start from where my earlier developer just trying to search him. Upstream conversations. Upstream conversations are very, very important, which we have been doing it for the last 1.5 decades. So we understand the need of a client, and we tell to our architect and the main consultant, these are the things what we need. It's not steel the structure of the building. It should be when we way forward, the futuristic. When talk, most of the people our building is futuristic. It's not that. Futuristic in what sense? Future in the sense is like I'm saying that. I was also talking to our vendors about supply chain. We were talking about how best you can give me a product. When I buy a mortar with you, a bricks with you, a steel with you, how efficient is your production? So that is the kind of understanding we have. And very soon you will be listening to green steel. You'll be listening to green cement. Very short, because innovation has become an in thing now. We can't afford to wait for things. So we're talking about Phoenix and innovation go hand in hand. Even in your case, when you started your conversation, you were talking about e-energy, e-waste, e-mobility. All this put together is my G infrastructure, that is green infrastructure. We are here to deliver that with this entire combination of it. Coming back to the way we plan at our place, like when we talk to the client, because it's a competitive field, my other competitors are complementing my business also. So when we negotiate, we tell them what is this saving 5 years from now, 10 years from now. We charge a rental at a premium. Suppose my other company is giving 65 rupees, I'm giving my space 75 rupees. I'm showing them a profit of 20 rupees down the lane. So that is the beauty of how you design your product. Thanks to the entire once again ECG models and and we don't take this platinum rated IGBs just for heck of it. We do practice it, and we were the first people to showcase it to the Telangana government, Andhra government, and many of the international trade houses, also global bodies, come and done a case study with us. So then that particular sense, I was trying to invite T-Hub innovators, entrepreneurs here to do some case studies, and we want to learn from them. So we don't want to restrict ourselves and say, like either somebody said, that we don't want to restrict, don't do that particular gamut. World is such mix. So the more and more you think, the more and more you innovate. We really don't know where I'm going to save or spend now. So that is what is the basic formula what we're going to adopt. So with this, I think there's a huge scope in this particular field. The more and more you work on it, more and more you're sowing for the future. Forget about the millions you earn, but what is the real, ask this about the way asset you give to the future is this what? The environment, the green environment, the children should breathe green, the children should live in a green environment. This is what is the background of Phoenix growing such fast with the fantastic buildings. Thank you, Dipesh.
So one add-on question that I have, Srikanth, for you. See, when you talk about the going green, right, the long-term ownership value, I think the case studies are that it's actually good in favor of the owner, right? But as a builder upfront, your capex should be higher than if you're not going green. So as a business house, how do you balance out the initial higher capex versus the customer incentives in the long term and still be able to run a profitable business and still focus on innovation?
That's a business secret you're asking me. Still, I would like to answer for the ecology factor. See, just now sir has said, I just learned one word from economics, carbonomics. I'm spelling it right, sir? Economics, yeah, good. Thank you. So, the way when I talk to my client, in fact, they demand me. It's not me I'm offering. Nowadays, MNCs, most of the clients, their awareness is far, far ahead. So we are learning from them, we are trying to deliver them. So when I'm able to deliver them, there are no questions asked once I deliver them. I'm giving them the product what they need, which is futuristic, which is efficient. Whatever they need, I'm giving 15 years from ahead. So no questions asked. So I'm saving my business secret as well.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Srikanth. That's a beautiful segue for me to ask Rohit, because you talked about the customer perception, not just acquisition cost, but the customers are very interested in understanding the CAM, the running cost, correct? And then Rohit's company has been doing some wonderful work in terms of particularly the air conditioning and the HVAC system. How do you kind of reduce the CAM? So Rohit, what has been the traction in the industry that you've seen so far? And your work is largely with what? The large tech parks, the hospitality, hotel groups. What kind of traction are you seeing? And how are you able to actually deliver tangible, quantifiable value to your customers?
Sure. First thing, I would like to thank HiCA and T-Hub for inviting me, and it's a pleasure sharing the stage with esteemed, knowledgeable people here. When we look at energy, right, in Zobia, like internally, so we look at it in three aspects. So the generation, transmission, and the usage. So when we started up, it was easy for us to look at how the usage patterns are happening. And a few things which we have found out with respect to energy is, prices are always increasing and things like that. But when you take buildings into consideration, 1/3 of global emissions are from them, and electricity is the major reason for that. So we wanted to look at why, if it is so heavy problem, why there are not many technologies coming up. One thing is most energy efficient technologies, they require either capex or a lot of infrastructural changes. And this discourages most buildings to take it up because they wouldn't want their operations to get affected. So that is where we have developed our products. So if you can see on the screen, so we have got two sets of products which we call them as SaverX and Soul. So SaverX, it's exclusively for large buildings like this, grade A buildings, grade A and B buildings. So what this does is there is an AI algorithm on the back end which optimizes the usage of HVAC systems. Why specifically HVAC systems? Because in commercial buildings like this, like 70 to 80% energy consumption is from these HVAC systems. And one problem, like as was pointed out earlier, so the thermal comfort, right? So you always want to put it at 21 degrees, say 18 degrees or 22, it's up to the user. But given these scenarios, how do I still save energy? So that is where this product comes into the picture, where it can integrate with your existing systems like BMS systems and still deliver those savings right from day one. And as we were developing this, the other aspect which we have seen is on the supply end, right? So you got multiple machineries or equipments, not just in commercial buildings, in industries as well. And electricity is mostly like a unknown factor, right? You can't see it with the eye. So what happens is like you can't even see those inefficiencies happening and things like that. So that is where the sole product, as the name suggests, it lets you know internally what's happening. And it addresses most of the industries and small and mid-sized spaced buildings as well, wherein they can benchmark their usage, or if there are any appliances that are going to go bad, they get to know things like this. And this wholly operates on a wireless IoT network. But yeah, so as we were developing this, what we found was how do we make sure that it is scalable enough as well. So one thing is we work with companies who hold a portfolio of buildings, but we also work or partner with companies which are into facility management, BMS providers, utilities, not exactly in India, but because they are state run, but with utilities as well, or HVAC OEMs as well. So wherein we have worked with 2 of the companies where they provide these room air conditioners, which we see in all our homes. But how do we make sure they are energy efficient as well? You might have seen this BEE 5-star.
So if you don't mind, Rohit, I just interruption. So you're essentially kind of talking about a business model where you are quote unquote nearly guaranteeing savings, right? So in terms of business model, are you actually still asking the customer to pay you, or are you saying that I'm going to save you X and therefore we just split the savings? What's been your model, and where is the uptick coming from the customers?
So one thing which we have observed is we wanted to remove that capex part. So that is where we have been operating on OPEX part with a refundable deposit to start off. And the other thing which we have observed a few months ago is when we price our products based on the savings. Because most of the clients we work with, they have these budgets for the products they procure with respect to climate and things like this. So you wouldn't want those numbers changing every month, because energy consumption is always going to change. So what we do is like a subscription, a fixed amount every month, and there the client will save.
Wonderful, thank you. So Vivek, we've heard a lot about business models. We've heard about the cost, the capex, and the opex, everything. And coming from venture capital side, while everybody talks about green, right? But you as a VC firm has a mandate to always give anywhere from 20 to 28% IRR to your LPs. So in terms of the VC world, are you seeing some genuine interest in investing in ESG space, or to put it very bluntly, still a lip service? What's your take on that?
I think it's beyond lip service now. However, I think there is still some more work to be done, because a lot of the companies who are coming and presenting themselves as solution providers, and I think a lot of them are exceptions here, so I don't mean people who are here, but a lot of them are still scratching the surface. And I think there is a need to deep dive to understand what is the work going on. And I go back to the question you had asked earlier about, let's take an example of statutory compliance, for example. I think as a country, we started work in plastic, which is the largest space, for example, starting a regulatory change, which happened about 4 or 5 years ago with EPR being introduced. And today in the plastic world, EPR is a very large space. But having said that, and I think many people who understand that space well, I'm sure Mr. Rami Reddy will understand that space well. Today, the true work happening in EPR space versus a lot of places where there is a paper trail around EPR happening, and how much of it is the real work and how much of it is just a paper trail. I think that is where the secret, so to say, lies. And I think a lot of the investors or the VCs or PE funds today are wanting to understand that space better, to understand that is this real work happening, and are we in line with utilizing technology to the best possible manner in studying, understanding, analyzing, and looking at the future so that a scalable model can be produced there. So I think tech is a very, very clear trend. So if anyone is talking about it, the questions that are being asked is, let's understand the depth
let's understand the technology, and let's understand the scalability. But having said that, I think it is a very, very important parameter, because all the LPs, all of the investors, whether they are large funds or HNIs or family offices, it's very important that they are asking these questions. So when they sit down and we present an investment to them saying we are looking at investing in this company, a lot of the questions being asked are revolving around ESG. Saying, and human capital amongst the ESG is one of the largest piece that people are asking questions around. That what kind of work is being done on the human capital? Are they following the rules? Are they doing all that? And I think one last piece, while still staying with statutory, is also to look at the future. Because so far, most spaces statutory is seen as present or the past.
Right.
Whereas in the ESG space, I think the need to have an eye on the future is far more important. And going back, let's say, to the EPR topic, today EPR is only on a certain category of waste. But there is already discussion that oil should come into a EPR category. There is a discussion on textile which should come into the EPR category. So our startups and our companies already beginning to look at those sectors, because that's where the future lies. Plastic is important, but a lot of people are already in that space. So I think those would be what I would think are the thought process going on. But having said that, I think ESG is a very, very critical perspective when you look at it. When I wear a investor's hat, I think it is a very important risk mitigation tool. It's a very important brand tool, because a lot of, you go and study the litigation that has happened on a lot of the firms, whether large or small. If there was a very cadence, governance-oriented ESG that was applied, then a lot of them may not have happened. And I think from that perspective, investors are very, very keen and looking at that.
So in fact, what you said, it's very interesting that you're seeing that a lot of the LPs are actually kind of wanting to understand the ESG space and are looking at the human capital, right, which is very, very encouraging. Having said that, I'm sure it's also encouraging for a lot of startups in the ecosystem. If you were to just drill it down, right, and say what are the 3 things that a startup entrepreneur should think about before they come to pitch for a VC funding? What are the top 3 things in your mind?
So I think one very clearly is a solid, transparent reporting and a matrix mechanism, so that they can go deeper than just we are ESG compliant or here's what we are doing. And we saw some of the startups talk about it. For example, the HVAC, and you were talking about the background checks that you can do. What is the energy conservation and how you're measuring it and what does it result in? Or even what Shrikant talked about from a long-term perspective. So one is that what is the measurability that you can bring and demonstrate to people. The second, I think, is transparency. That what and how are we getting the data? Where is the data coming from and how much can we trace that data? So is there a traceability, or is this a manual data that I'm feeding in and then showing you a bunch of graphs at the back? So the traceability is the second piece. And I think the third piece is the human aspect of it. That, what people are going to ask is that, what are we doing? And this is where I think that, the 3 levels, the scope 3 comes in very, very interestingly here, that, what are we doing around that? Especially in the waste management space, for example, a lot of it is outsourced. Right. Whether it's the corporate or even some of the waste management companies, they are themselves outsourcing, or the municipal corporations. So how well is the scope 3 people aspects being taken care in case you are in that space? So I would think those 3 would be what I would think are the top 3.
Sure. Thank you. Moving on to Ganges, one of the things, I don't know where I read it, but I distinctly remember that there was a paper I was reading where they said the last 2 world wars were actually fought because of economic reasons. And the expectation is that whenever a 3rd world war, if it ever happens, would actually be fought for water. Right? That's the sort of paper I read quite a few years back, and it just stuck me in mind. And it's very interesting that you're actually in the water treatment, STP area, and you come up with a very, I won't say unique, but more like innovative, very different sort of approach to sewage treatment plants. And you also start getting some traction, correct? And that seems to be a phenomenally large problem that everybody has a problem. STP, whether it's communities, whether it's large industrial estates, whether it is tech parks, everybody has to have water treatment. So is it like you have a phenomenally large market just waiting for you to go grab it, or are you struggling to get the market?
Very interesting question and well put. Today, across the country, we are severely challenged by water security. When I touch this subject, it's not about not having good water. If you have 1 billion liters of water in a lake, just about 1 million liters go there, touch that 1 billion liters, makes that entire 1 billion liters unusable, unsafe. This is unfortunate reality of how much we are unable to handle the wastewater that is a result of rapid urbanization and the way we have launched our lifestyles. Now when we deploy complex sewage treatment systems or effluent treatment systems, that was the choice that we made when we began industrialization in 30-40 years ago. But long way we have come only to realize that today STPs and ETPs are the 6th largest contributors to the GHG emissions. And the entire ESG chapter is all about how do we minimize that and run away, as far as from this 1.5 degree temperature raise, which is going to catastrophically affect us. So the choices that we make to deploy in addressing one problem shouldn't create a secondary issue. That is what precisely happening with sewage treatment and effluent treatment. That we have not looked at certain alternatives. So I feel water security is in our hands, that if we are able to contain our used water properly and treat it well, we are fairly okay. The next part is the rainwater. How do we actually leverage that? As far as our work is concerned, you asked about, is it still an idea? Are you getting traction? Are you struggling? Well, middle of COVID, sitting home, not knowing where the world will head, I was wondering, what did I do? I had a beautiful career in US. I wanted my son to grow in India, so I brought him back before he's 5-year-old. And I was part of a sustainable community building a large campus for 5 years as a volunteer. Then came an opportunity to look at sewage treatment in that campus, and that brought me into this field that yes, there are alternative ways to treat sewage. And I found that this is a great idea. With that great idea in heart, I traveled around the country, almost 5 lakh kilometers. Military stations, residential colonies, schools, colleges, institutions, the big names, I found the most corrupt practices. Sustainability is at convenience. If it is cheaper, economical, I'll try to adopt. And that also if it gives you other edges. So with this, we struggled a lot till about 2021. We were at a point where we were not sure, when will the country wake up to the reality that the entire rest of the world, who has spoiled the world faster, have gone quickly at solutions in fixing it, and we woke up late in that sense. So these solutions that are nature-based solutions are century old. They've been there in India, and others have learned it, but they have engineered it so well. Now that we are able to bring back such solutions to India, you can see this image that such a complex sewage treatment system could be replaced by this system. This is sitting right next to the bedrooms and balconies. If I put a development here and sell the central plot to STP and say that here is my STP, how many of you will buy the plot? Any one of you? It's very difficult because the nature of the treatment itself is so complex, and there are orders around it because you're exposing the water to the ambient air, and every time wind blows, it picks up the aroma free of cost. Yeah. Well, so we brought these solutions and we struggled. Now we got to a level of engineering advancement in the system that instead of using a 5 square meter to treat 1,000 liters, we are able to treat this below 1 square meter. Most of your communities that have gardens, give me one garden, your STP will be done. And you would not know. The ETV fellow came to interview me at this place and he told me, where do I set up the camera? I said, go put up the STP. He was roaming around for 15 minutes, not understanding where the STP is. And this garden is one of the 5 gardens that the community has. So similarly, for the lakes and water bodies, we have taken a pledge that unless we become a rich country where we can solve every problem, which is far from reality, our lakes are going to receive sewage no matter what we do. Our water bodies are going to receive sewage. So we figured out ways how we can fix the natural biome within the water body, that a water body can fix itself by itself because the natural bacteria can do the job. It's just that we have overloaded it. So we understood the nutrient cycles and we brought in level of engineering. Today I have a 25-member team. We work across the nation. We cannot run all along the nation because I did that crazy job for 5 years. Now I understood that we cannot run every day, everywhere. So we set up channel partners across the country. We are about 3 of them right now. We are looking for 10 more. We got about 6 crore turnover this year. 24 will be closing somewhere around 10 crores. Following year is looking like crazy, like somewhere between 100 to 200 crores. Because Madhya Pradesh state has said, first state to declare that for all the towns that are below 1 lakh population, we will go with nature-based solutions because the energy cost is huge in sewage treatment and it requires qualified people to babysit these treatment systems. That is not possible in towns. So for a good reason they chose, and we came one of the finalists in that KPMG evaluation. So we are seeing a rapid growth now, and it's really a struggle now, a good problem to have. Then I'm looking at systems, I'm looking at investors, I'm looking at how we can engineer these systems and manage this whole thing differently. Money doesn't motivate me as much, but we have to be profitable. So we are also looking at creating a social impact enterprise for profit to see that this goes to every village. This goes to as much as I may be dreaming a lot, but what drives us is that every project we do, it provides for carbon sequestration, it reduces emissions, the system works for 30 years, a gardener can run it. Next to COVID, my systems are going to be run beautifully. There is no issue because we don't need technical people to support them. This is the brief story.
Wonderful. I think that's, I think you really hit the nerve there. If you can make the system to work smoothly with quote unquote unskilled people, then it becomes very sustainable. That's beautiful.
One important point is that
please.
A lot of people, most of us, when we buy a car, the first question we ask, except for the 1% top who do not worry about money, what is the cost of the car? This next question is, kitna dega? Is there anybody who bought a car without asking that question? So life cycle cost plays a major role whether we can sustain our lives with an iPhone or Android or STP. A 1 MLD of sewage treatment plant today costs standalone 3 crores. But it takes 13 to 14 crores in 15-year lifespan to run it, which most of this upstream between CBRE coming and taking over the STP from a developer, they will realize how much money is going to drain out of their corpus. Our STPs are saving literally 60% on the operations cost. A 3 crore is draining you 13 crores. My 3 crores is saving you 7 crores compared to conventional system. This is the financial equation. Environment sustainability of low energy, low emissions, carbon sequestration, social acceptability, being able to tolerate and be around it happily, economic viability. These 3 things are completely met with any solution that we have, whether for STPs or ATPs or for water bodies.
Thank you. Srikanth, would you like to add something? Please.
Same thing. Thanks. When I wanted to ask for the outlet of treated water and all, it costed me, as I said, pretty big amount apart from other charges. When I went for a good source of treating the water and retaining much of it, there was no need of outletting the water. That was a saving, huge saving. And what I invested in STP is almost like 30% of what I'm supposed to spend off the boundary. So offset infrastructure government supposed to provide. So I saved on that and I spent on here. So it's state saving. So people see what I'm trying to say is, at the same time, we should take this opportunity to go for the awareness thing as well, the infrastructure wise, on which probably we can do it together. The more and more we can talk about the innovations, what we can do, what good can do. Forget about the money and all. But if it's doing good for the society and adding for the ESG, it's good.
Thank you, Srikanth. I know we are running behind the curve, so I'll stop over here. But before I stop, there's one question, Ram Reddy Garu, that has come for you from the audience, which is about talking about how significant is the regulatory framework in making ESG more mainstream. So we'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
No, first of all, very good interactions. Very happy to listen to everyone. Very meaningful. As I told, actually, whatever we have done in the past, there is a lot of gap. Here is an opportunity. In all these spaces where what we have listened, the inadequacies that have gone into our system are giving us an opportunity to convert into a great business for future. Every building that is constructed provides opportunity in all these spaces what we are talking. Let me tell you on the water side. While disposal aspect we are talking that it's going to give us cost reduction, but if you look at completely recycling it back, what is the cost of fresh water that we are looking at? So if you can replace the treated water for your consumption, you see the cost economics. You are going to save huge on that. So for that, I mean, there is a business model that is already established. So you can certainly look at it. On the waste side also, zero waste. Actually, this is the only way we have to move forward, especially for our country, because if you look at China has built big, but we are yet to start our journey. So we should, if we can bring in our best practices, learning from the mistakes what they have done, I think we have a great opportunity. Coming back on the regulatory side, I must tell you, Government of India is certainly now in the last two terms, last 10 years, I can see they started really putting the best practices. See, everywhere they are trying to give solutions towards the 360-degree solutions they are trying to bring in around recycle, reuse, recovery, reduction. These sort of methods they are really encouraging. They are also trying to see solutions at the design stage, how best the consultants can be brought in and encouraged. And they are making it easy for especially when I saw the industrial and urban solutions, they are trying to provide us with solutions at a individual industry level or a developer level, and also trying to encourage systems, which I'm sorry, can I have some water? Yeah. Certainly at a policy level and the government level, regulatory level, I saw solutions which are really encouraging the industry and every stakeholder. Sorry, something wrong, sir. No, actually. No. Sorry, actually, I did not have proper sleep for last few days, actually. I just came running and little giddiness. Sorry for that. Regulatory level, I can tell you, every rule that is getting framed is coming handy for the industry and every business house to really focus on the ESG in a big way. Just to give you some example, which in fact we have we were advocating for these things. Single environmental clearance, we are talking for every industrial park. And which government now is supporting, in a big way. The environmental department is really coming out. Previously, every industry has to go with individual environmental clearance. Every product they are supposed to get clearances. All those things are getting eliminated. Same thing for townships. The entire environmental solutions are being worked out, keeping in the sustainability in mind. So I can see that the actions and the initiations that are coming from government are really going to support the industry in a big way.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we'll do the honors to the panel. May I request Banisha, Ram, and maybe Rami Reddy Garu is here. Please join. No? All right. Okay. Let's give away some mementos. Hitesh Hiran from Greenfit. They'll probably take picture. Sure. Bipin, join them for the picture. Hitesh Hiran, Arun Murugesh from Sahas Zero Waste. Thank you, Arun, for taking time to come from Bangalore for us. N. Chandrasekhar, founder of Jewel Biofuels. N. Chandrasekhar. Shrikant Badiga, Group Director, Phoenix Group. Rohit, Founder and CEO, Zodia. Vivek Verma, Strategic Advisor and Venture Partner, Silver Needle Ventures. Ganges Reddy. Did you change your name or is it really Ganges Reddy?
See, that was a difficult part. I was in the US for a decade. I couldn't say Gangadhara properly. But I got to Ganges and I came to water. It sticks well now.
Good, and it's true to what you're doing. MD and CEO, Blue Drop Enviro. Thank you, Bipin, for this wonderful panel. With that, we come to a close of today's program. Sorry, we have gone beyond our schedule, but I just have one last announcement to make before we close. We have a team of, industry leaders who would like to come forward and offer mentorship. And I would like to read their names out. If there's any startup interested in mentoring, you may write to us. We'll connect you to them. I'd like to call on Satish Vadlamani, Vice President Genpact. I think Satish is going. Sharif from Cognizant, Associate Director, Corporate Workplace. Sharif, if you just at least raise your hand so that they know it is Sharif and they can reach out to you. Kishore Bora, Managing Director, Energy Tech. Kishore also would like to offer the services as a mentor. Indrajit from CBRE told us to announce this as well. And Vivek Verma from Silver Needles, the venture capitalist partner. Right. Thank you very much. And with this, I would like to invite Ramakrishna Lingireddy, our General Secretary, HICIA, and President, AuroProSoft, to give us the vote of thanks. Thank you. Here.
It's a tough job standing between the networking session and conclusion of this. But thank you everyone for your participation, and I extend our heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed speakers, panelists, and attendees for making this event a remarkable success. We sincerely thank Kishore, MD of Energy Tech, Manisha, Kishore for setting up the context, and Manisha for her inaugural speech. And we also sincerely appreciate MSR Garu for sharing his insights regarding the startup ecosystem from Hyderabad and its focus on ESG. And many thanks to our special guest, Mr. Ayodhya Ramireddy Garu, for enlightening us in terms of the opportunities that we have at this point of time where the world is looking for solutions from India. I would like to thank Prashant and Bipin for successfully moderating our panel discussions, which are very enthusiastic and interesting. And this kind of program, as we mentioned, this is the third in its series, requires a significant preparation and dedication. And we would like to express our sincere gratitude to the following individuals and also to the organizations who have helped us to make this happen. Bipin Pendiala, Kishore Bora, Shanti, and Neeraja from HICIA Secretariat, and the entire HICIA team. Shravan, Varsha, and Rajesh from T-Hub for their assistance in reaching out to the startups. Then special thanks to Satish Wadlamani in terms of inviting our special guest for today and making it happen. We are also deeply appreciative of our essential outreach partners, including ISF, NASCOM, FICCI, CII, FITCI, TMFC, IIIT Hyderabad, D Labs, ISB, TIE Hyderabad, India Partners, Succeed, Innovation Fund, Hyderabad Angels, and Edu Ventures Park. We thank our sponsors for the invaluable support in bringing this impactful programs. The industry pattern sponsors Broadridge, First Source, and ServiceNow. Ecosystem partners ICICI Bank, NSL, and Raheja Mindspace. Annual platinum sponsor Mallarity University. Annual gold sponsor HSBC. We appreciate all your participation and very interactive session. Looking forward for you to join the networking session and I would say in a more relaxed setting than sitting here for a long time. Thank you, and let's work together for a more sustainable and prosperous future.
No, there's not any big announcement. I just wanted to tell that our ecosystem partner ICICI has got some nice goodies for us. Please don't forget to collect them. And the startups have put up their demonstrations towards the end of this room. We request that you take a look at the demos and then go over for dinner. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
I would kindly request, without any further delay, I would like to invite Dr. B.V.R. Mohan Reddy, sir, for his session.
At the outset, let me first congratulate IIT Entrepreneurial Cell for taking this initiative of promoting the
entrepreneurship awareness in the country. I also like to congratulate Vardhaman Engineering College, our principal, Professor Dr. Ravindra, for facilitating this event at Vardhaman Engineering College. Those two things, or several things are there which are big passions of my life. One, of course, is entrepreneurship. As I wind down in my life, the big ambition in my life is to promote, evangelize more amount of entrepreneurship. I'll tell you why in a moment. The second is that I'm very connected with the IIT system. If I have an opportunity to stand in front of all of you today, I think it's the learnings that I got from IIT Kanpur made that difference to my life. An enormous amount of gratitude I have for the teachers, for the institution. And one way of giving back is that I wanted to get connected back to the IIT system. And I did reasonably well. I run 2 IITs as the chairman of the board now. The first one is IIT Hyderabad. I've been the chairman for the last 11 years. And even without some amount of resistance, I wouldn't say too much of resistance, there was some amount of resistance, I still got an extension for 3 more years. So I'll be the longest standing chairman for an IIT by the time I finish my term. That's only a small part of my giving back. I also run IIT Roorkee as the chairman of the board for the last 4 years now. Amazing fact I did, which I, with all modesty and humility, I'll share with you. There are 5 Gen 1 IITs, that's Generation 1 IITs as they're called. These are considered to be the strongest pillars that this country has. Thereafter, of course, we added 18 more. We now have 23 of them. IIT Roorkee got added only in 2000. I took this as a challenge. We displaced one of the 5 IITs from the top and made IIT Roorkee as one of the top 5 engineering institutions in this country. That was done in the last 3 years of my leadership at IIT Roorkee. So I'm in that mood and mode of giving back and take back my corporate life into the education institutions to ensure that we make them as good as the corporate world. We need to talk about entrepreneurship. And let me start with the first thing. Why do I think entrepreneurship is so important? And I also like to share with you, I like this to be interactive. I'll ask questions, but if you have questions for me at any point of time, please raise your hand. I'll be more than happy. We'll have some mics into the audience. And Manasa and Arjun Reddy are there to help you. So let's go back to the first one. Why do I think entrepreneurship is so important? How many of you have heard about a word called demographic dividend? I don't want people in the front 2 rows to lift their hands. I'm sure they're all more knowledgeable than I am. Not necessarily that you are less knowledgeable than I am. So from the audience, anybody putting up their hand up saying that what's demographic dividend? Any hands up? Please do not hesitate. Yes, sir, please. Somebody up there. You should tell me who you are first.
I'm assistant professor,
Yes.
Triple E department.
Okay, go ahead. Still, I'll allow you to speak.
Sir, this demographic dividend means it is the advantage of having huge population like India, China. We are having that advantage. So much manpower is available. That I think.
You got it wrong. Huge population is not demographic dividend. Refine your answer if you like. I'll give you one more chance.
Huge working population.
Thank you. You got it right now. Thank you. So if you have huge working population, which typically defined anywhere between 16 to 65 years, a nation is supposed to be enjoying what people call it as demographic dividend. India now has 62.5% of India's population is in this particular spectrum of 16 to 65 years. What does it mean in very simple terms? It means there are more number of people who are working compared to the people who are not working. In effect, you know, people who are younger than the 16 years, they're not working. Above 65 years, take a few exceptions like me, they're also not working. So the result is that if you have a large bulge of population which is productive, nations see enormous amount of prosperity. We have seen an upliftment in economic activity in a nation because of demographic dividend. What do we have as examples? We have this first one was Japan. The second was South Korea. Third is China. China still enjoys demographic dividend. So India has that advantage, if you learn from the other countries, that we can also prosper like those three countries I mentioned. But here comes a challenge along with it. What's the challenge? The challenge is, as a result of this demographic dividend, we put 1 million people in the streets of India every month for jobs. So these are not just people, you know, will be produced, they'll graduate, find jobs, they will start become productive, they uplift the economic activity of the nation. They don't. So therefore, there is tremendous amount of demand for jobs right now. I talked about 1 million jobs every month, 10 million jobs approximately per year, or if you look at this window of 10 more years ahead of us, at least 10 more years, we require 100 million jobs. And there is enough of evidence all around the world that net new jobs in any economy are created by new companies, small companies, and medium companies. Existing large companies create only 40% of the jobs. The rest of the jobs get created by the startups and the entrepreneurs. So you can understand the type of pressure that we have as a nation today to create those 100 million jobs or 10 crore jobs in the next 10 years coming from the industry. That's the need that we have in terms of entrepreneurship. So therefore, let's be clear that all of us have to work towards this goal of saying we have to become employment generators and not employment seekers. That's what we need to do. Let me move on. I need to watch my time, yeah. Let me move on. So what is entrepreneurship? Any hands going up? What is entrepreneurship? Who is an entrepreneur? The professor, when hand went up in the past, this time even that doesn't go up. Or he doesn't want to do it. Let's hold on. Who is an entrepreneur? Disappointing. Please, don't disappoint me too far. No one knows what is who is an entrepreneur? Okay. You go and Google now.
Yeah. Myself, Srinivas Reddy. I am AID department. Entrepreneur is nothing but reorganize.
Stand up.
Sorry. I'm sorry, sir. Myself, Srinivas Reddy, CSE AID department. Entrepreneur is nothing but organizing the resources in best way to giving the comfortable to the toward the society, making the comfort and reorganizing the resources.
Companies do that too. So we can't call the companies as entrepreneurs, right? So how many of you have smart mobiles with you? Lift your hand up. How many of you have already Googled this word called entrepreneur? Be brave. Boss, I'm not going to kill you. I'm not a tiger here to eat you up. How many of you have Googled it? Nobody. You're not using the internet system well. So if you go and Google it, in the interest of time, let me move on. You'll find entrepreneur is a person who has an idea and he likes to make use of this idea as a business for getting an economic benefit out of it by taking risks. So look at the definition that I just said Google, because that's anyway the Bible. So therefore, but then even otherwise, it will be the same thing. It's a person who has an idea, who wants to take risks for making it a business for getting substantial economic benefit out of it. That's what an entrepreneur is. So therefore, if you look at entrepreneurship, that's Google's definition. But to me, entrepreneurship is much beyond that. Closer to home, I'll take my example. I did a startup 32 years back. 1991, 1992 is when I did my startup. And of course, these 30 years of story that I have, my business story, it's not my personal story. I wrote a book called Dreams to $1 Billion. Life is so that I wrote this book. It took me about 2 years to write. It's already a year old. It's a national bestseller. I saw it also in the lobby. If you guys are interested, go buy a copy of the book and read it yourself. But more interestingly, it also has become the national bestseller. And what's more important than that is that I started as an entrepreneur, and I did take risks. I built a company for the economic benefit. You may be curious, what's the economic benefit, Mr. Reddy, like? I started this company with 20 lakhs of my money. That was $80,000 in US dollar terms. Today, that 20 lakhs or $80,000 is valued in the stock markets. We have two companies now. One is a daughter company or the parent company, and both are listed. So these are not made up numbers of mine. If you go and go to the stock market and see the price, you'll find them. Between both of them, they're valued at 25,000 crores. That's what entrepreneurs can create value. It's not just me. Many other entrepreneurs have done this. So you leave apart that part of the definition. There's a lot more than that. Entrepreneurs participate in nation building. Number one, we created 18,000 jobs, 18,000 high-paying jobs in 18 countries around the world. We talked about it, how important employment generation is for this nation. Creating 18,000 jobs certainly is something which is credible. Creatables, sorry. The second one, many of you may not be familiar, at least a few of them who are sitting in the front rows may be familiar, is in 1991, 1992, this nation was precisely in the same situation as what Sri Lanka is today. What is the situation in Sri Lanka? They are unable to pay for their foreign debt that they owe to other countries. India was exactly in the same situation, brink of a disaster. The Prime Minister was Mr. P.V. Narasimha Rao, the Finance Minister was Mr. Manmohan Singh, and I keep saying sheepishly, they were smuggling gold out of India to Bank of London to pay for the debt that we had. They liberalized the economy. They came with new policies. But who executed the policies thereafter? It's the entrepreneur who executed the policies. It's the Infosys, the HCLs, and the science who work together to make sure what is the result of it today. This country has $580 billion of foreign exchange surpluses with us, reserves with us. So entrepreneurs contribute to nation building. A third one is that if you look at innovation, can somebody help me? What is innovation? Any hands up, please? What is innovation? Yeah, go ahead. I'll give you a chance.
So it's basically the ability to create something which is never there by using the present resources that are available.
Very good. Thank you. So create something new with the present, which was not available so far, with the resources that are available with us. And to do that, the nimble-footed small companies are much capable of doing it compared to large companies. So even if we were to say that large companies, we wouldn't call ourselves a large company, we are a mid-sized company at 18,000 people, or a revenue profile which is getting close to $1 billion right now. But the smaller companies, which are the startups, are more nimble-footed, we keep calling them. They're much more agile. Their ability to think about problems and find solutions is much faster. So, what have they done? Even in the West, it's the small companies, the medium companies, which have contributed to innovation big time. So therefore, entrepreneurship is not just limited to just having an economic benefit, but it also is participation in nation building, in making sure that we have better resources. And ultimately what happens is, we've seen two things because of entrepreneurship. The living conditions improved considerably. A great example is this machine. Steve Jobs was an entrepreneur too. He created this machine for us. Look at the type of conveniences that we have. And the second one is, we also have seen economic upliftment. That is, per capita GDP of an individual change quite dramatically. So we talked about who is an entrepreneur, what does the entrepreneur contribute, and what's the need for entrepreneurship at this point of time. Then the question comes up is, what does it make to become an entrepreneur? Can I tell all of you, please become entrepreneurs, and all of you now pack your bags and go and say, I'm becoming an entrepreneur? No, it doesn't work that way. The first and the foremost is, I always tell people, please ask yourself this question called, what is the purpose of my life? Why am I here? There's so many human beings out there in this world. So am I like one other person, one other animal? Just live there, eat there, enjoy weather, and disappear thereafter? Or do I live here for something which I want to contribute? So every one of you have to ask this question to yourself, what I want to become. Not necessarily the answer will be, I want to become an entrepreneur. Don't even be disappointed if you don't get that answer. But only when you get an answer saying that I have the mindset to say, I have to become an entrepreneur because I want to create something new. I want to create value. I want to participate in nation building. I want to create jobs. I want to become more innovative. I want to get to recognition. That is when the first question that you have to answer is, if you want to become an entrepreneur, you have to say, I have the answer of my question to purpose of life, says that I have to contribute something substantial to this society. Thereafter comes the other questions that follow through. And before I get to the follow-through questions, I also would say, even if you're not an entrepreneur, please develop the mindset of an entrepreneur. What does an entrepreneur do? He runs his business, right? He creates economic value. He creates jobs, all that he does. Can't you do the same working for somebody else? You can do the same by being accountable to what you're doing. If you start saying, I'm responsible for my job, I'm accountable to what I do, and I continue to constantly think about what can be better for this company, these are all the attributes which fall in place to make sure that you have an entrepreneurial mindset. But if you want to truly become an entrepreneur and run your own business, the first and the foremost that you require is passion in life. Passion in life to attain an objective. I had this dream, and I think, I'm sure some of you must have read President Abdul Kalam. He says, and I don't readily recall the complete quote, but what he meant was that you need to dream all the time. But you don't dream while you sleep. You dream when you're far awake. You dream about your ambitions in life. That's the passion that you need to have. We continuously dream. Where am I in my life? I still continue to dream. You don't know what's tomorrow. I don't know what's tomorrow for me. I'm sure I know what tomorrow for you all is. Very promising. May not be true with me, where I'm in my life. But will it stop me from dreaming? It doesn't. That's my birthright. Will I be ambitious? Yes. What will I do thereafter? I probably leave something more substantial back in the society. So therefore, our ability to dream big is one entrepreneurial skill that you require. The second thing that I talk about is that you need to think about, if you want to become an entrepreneur, think about a problem which is real. Don't imagine a problem that exists somewhere and I say, I found a solution. Go back, you'll find so many of them. Yesterday or day before yesterday, I was listening to this gentleman, trying to get his name in a minute, Surya, the last is Singambatla, IIM Ahmedabad, IIM Bangalore, professor of entrepreneurship. He was saying one of the projects that his class drove last semester was all about how do you buy pet dogs. Don't think it's a simple problem. Who sells pet dogs, first of all? There are kennels. There are ethical kennels, unethical kennels. And therefore, how do you then create a platform for people to go and buy from the ethical kennels? And then you have value-added services that go along with it. There is dog food, there is vaccination, there are dog sitters. Oh my God, he told me 12 different characteristics thereafter. Real problem. People do want in India to buy dogs. They want to buy good dogs, trained dogs. So therefore, you think about a real problem that's there. Real problem today, I'm going to the other extreme end, is to look at what is happening with patients in India. India has today the highest ratio between patient to doctor. For every patient, every doctor, we have 10,000 patients in this country. That's the ratio. So therefore, can I now think about an idea by which this doctor still continues to service 10,000 patients, we can't kill them, but can he efficiently do that? Can I find this? That's a real problem, right? We have online education that came into existence. That's a real problem. We wanted more content which is of high quality, available online for people, for people to learn from any time, anywhere. And that's how online education came into existence. So think about a real problem and think about a unique solution that goes along with it. It cannot be that if somebody else can copy. A number of people come even today to some of the startup sessions that occasionally I sit on, and they'll tell you that, look, I want to create one more Zomato food delivery system. You ask this question, how do you do this? Sir, I'll use faster vehicles, deliver faster. Your competition can buy a faster vehicle than you, and what happens to you thereafter? I pay better. Your margins erode. You'll disappear very quickly. So if you are trying to think about a solution, think about a solution which has not been heard so far. It has to be unique. I'm sure a number of people are electrical engineers. An idea that somebody is trying out right now is that you actually can see the signature of the current flowing in the wire using an IoT device to find out which is the device which is consuming that power. The waveform gives you a clear picture of who is consuming, and you can then measure how much is being consumed. And then you can thereafter decipher, so where is the leak that's happening? Which is the most inefficient part of your plant, for instance? Or even your home. Does refrigerator consume more? Or does the geyser consume more? Or it's the air conditioner which is consuming more? Or each one of them have a different signature as far as the current is concerned. So if you can get a unique solution of that nature, you'll stand your stead for a long time. So then comes the next thing is, no company is done by one individual, right? You have to work in teams. So your ability to attract talent and make sure this talent sticks on to you and work together, collaborate. We live in a world which is collaboration at this point of time. We live in a world of collaboration. You collaborate to ensure that your solution and the team provide something which is very unique, which will stand the stead of time and becomes very, very attractive for people to create, people to buy. The other thing is that if you have a problem that you're looking at, you should also look at what is the addressable market that I have. How many people will buy it? If only people in my street will buy it, that's a very small market. That's a TAM, as it's called, total addressable market. I looked at this proposition 30 years back of saying, what is my idea for a startup? My idea for a startup is we provide technology as a service for the Western world. We had skills in India. We certainly had cost arbitrage. Literally, the cost of a skill, total cost, if you look at loaded cost, it's about 1/5 is the cost that you have for a good technology professional in India compared to the Western world. We said, we'll use the cost arbitrage. And we have plenty of people. But then we also had to look at, is this a big marketplace? The answer was yes. We said, how big is it? It's $1 trillion marketplace. People spend $1 trillion in R&D across the world on products every year. That's the market we wanted to address. Is it a stagnant market? No. It grows at about 4.5% every year. It's almost now, since we started, we're now getting to close to about $1.8 trillion of a TAM, which is a total addressable market. So therefore, when you look at a problem that you have, you should look at how much can I address? How big can this be? You might start off small. You can actually, when you look at your solution, you might not even find your solution in one iteration. You try, find what the solution is, you find it, then you test it out, you find it has to definitely go through one more and one more and one more. So therefore, you need to have several things in place. Don't think this is entrepreneurship is just like taking the bag and going out and telling people that I'm becoming an entrepreneur. Several parents come to me and ask this question, sir, like you, my son also wants to become an entrepreneur. So I said, very good. I would welcome him to become to this world of entrepreneurship. And I keep saying, so what does he want to do? No, sir, he wants the idea from you. And I'm telling you, that's a sure shot way of failing as an entrepreneur. If you don't have your own idea, it has to come from you. It has to come from within you. And there are several other attributes that we can talk about. You need to be well funded. Don't try to become an entrepreneur without enough of money with you. Money by which you should raise, whether it's to start with in pre-seed stage, family and friends to go by. Thereafter, you can go to venture capitals or private equity and so on and so forth. So therefore, entrepreneurship is first and the foremost is you need to have passion in yourself. And thereafter, a number of attributes that come in, including, of course, I think I could have missed mentioning a couple of very important ones, is that you have to have the ability to take risks. I met with your chairman and your principal before I came here, and they were asking what's the conversion rate of entrepreneurs in this country. And I was saying it is still not very high. We think the number is somewhere between 2 to 3% from the graduating engineering classes. Because we graduate somewhere in the range of about 110,000 engineers every year across the country. So one of the things I was saying was that what is stopping people becoming entrepreneurs is also the risk-taking ability. And you should take risks for sure, because only when you start taking the risk, you learn. Failure does not mean you failed in life, you failed in a project. There's a fairly large amount of learning that comes out of it. In my company, we keep saying we celebrate failures. We celebrate learnings from failures. And the other thing which is important is if you truly want to be an entrepreneur, you need to have the leadership capabilities. Because there's nobody else to go and ask, saying that, what do I do in this situation? They might give you advice, but they won't take a decision for you. Or the other one is persistence, because the moment you come back with a failure, it cannot be that you say, this is all it, I'm packing my bags and going away from here. Persist with the idea. Several times in my life, last 30 years especially, I've been in the professional area for 50 years now, getting close to 50 years. I graduated out of IIT Kanpur in 1973. So it's just about 50. And then, of course, I went back to school again to Michigan. But there is nobody behind you in terms of trying to take a decision for you. You're the final decision maker. They can give you advice, all right. But you can't be saying that somebody will give me advice, no. So you need to have that leadership quality of saying, I'm a good decision maker. I can lead people with integrity. And I have the skill in making sure people collaborate and cooperate. So think about entrepreneurship. Think about it as not something which is very difficult, but think about it as something which you need to be prepared before you jump into it. Certainly, what do I see as the ecosystem now? I'm going to stop in another 5 minutes, and then I'll open the floor for all of you. Yep, I should stop, right. What do I see as the ecosystem is far, far different from what people like me saw, or people like me even ahead of me saw. Actually, I had this ambition of becoming an entrepreneur much earlier than when I started. I actually was a professional. I worked for somebody for 18 years. Literally 8 years I was a line manager, but thereafter I became a CEO of a company at a very young age. For 10 years, I ran the company, which was a computer system integration company, before I decided I'll be on my own. But what we are seeing at this point of time is that the ease of doing business has changed quite dramatically. If you go and read my book, I talk all about how the license Raj used to be in the good old days. And there's some hilarious stories I talk about. But today, it's much better. Ease of doing business has dramatically improved in this country. We certainly have seen infrastructure improving also quite a bit. In summer months, even in a city like Hyderabad 10 years back, by whole offices. We have several facilities in Hyderabad. All around Hyderabad facilities, there used to be diesel generator sets. Why? Because there was no power. And so we had to run diesel gen sets all around us. Because air conditioning is required for people, air conditioning, because that's how the whole architecture was done. We require machines to be cooled, and you require servers to be at very, very climate-friendly environment. But whereas today, even the peak summer months, I'm not using even 1 watt of power from gensets. It's only occasionally there's an accidental failure that happens once in a while. That's when we use the power. So you also have, and then you look at money. At that point of time, there used to be just 2 funding agencies in India. One was called IDBI Venture Capital Fund, VCF, and the other one was called ICICI TDF, Technology Development Fund. Whereas I assure you, they're dime a dozen at this point of time in terms of providing you funds, so long as you have an idea which can be tested for time, a solution which is going to be addressing a large market, a solution which has got a large, unique distinction by itself. But I think lastly, let me conclude by saying, I think the timing is absolutely perfect for you to become an entrepreneur. And the reason is, I talked about the environment, but equally important is you're all technology graduates. We haven't seen technology at the pace at which it is today anywhere in my lifetime. I can now make the disclosure, I'm 73 years old. I've been in technology for the last 50 years. I ran companies for the last 40 years as CEO. I never have seen technology acceleration at what it is today. And there doesn't seem to be any slowing down. Gordon Moore in 1974 wrote what is called as Moore's Law. Can my young friends help me? What's Moore's Law? Electrical engineering, computer science, computer engineering, computer information systems. What did Gordon Moore say in 1974? Dr. Ravindra, I am disappointed. What Gordon Moore said in 74 was for every 18 months, the amount of wafer, the silicon that can be packed, will double itself, which means the computing power will become twice. It will become half in size and half in cost. 2 times the power, half the size, and half the cost. In 2003, 30 years later, people went ahead to say whether Gordon Moore was right or wrong. And they found Gordon Moore was wrong. Why? It doesn't take 18 months any longer. It takes less than 18 months for computers to become twice as powerful as they were. They're becoming cheaper. They're becoming smaller. So therefore, what we think is now, even if you look at future, we said 2023, now we are in 2003, now 2023. Even now, it's the same thing. Quantum computing coming in, we'll see a quantum leap in terms of power of technology. How many of you use ChatGPT? Very good. Are you doing your homework using ChatGPT? Yes, be brave if you want to put up your hand. Yes. How much of your homework is done by ChatGPT? 100%. No, that's copying. That's copying now. Take the help of ChatGPT. 60% good answer. So therefore, I think if you look at ChatGPT, you pose a question. I'm sure several hands went up. Even the most complicated question you can pose, how many seconds does it take to come out? Very few seconds, right? At times I blink my eyes and then the answer is already there. What does it mean? You people have to think about how much of our computing power that's there at the back end. Not just the computing power. The second one is the communication capability that goes on. The ability to communicate is something which has also become a thing that is integral part of our lives. How many people have used a landline? How many of you? Wow, that's impressive. The other day I showed my granddaughter a landline machine and she said, how do I use it? It had that rotary ring and she didn't even know how to do that. I belong to a generation where I'm glad some people lifted their hand, but I belong to a generation I waited for 7 years to get a phone. And today we saw most of you putting up your hand when I said, do you have a mobile phone or a smartphone with you? But tell me one thing, how many of you have 2 phones with you? Put your hands up, 1, 2, 3. Number of hands have come down in the recent past. Why is it? Because the dual SIM phones have come in. Look at the luxury you have. And to give you a flavor, because of connectivity, the ability to communicate has increased so much. There's 7 billion people in the world. 5 billion people now have a mobile phone or a smartphone. About 80% have smartphones out of the total phones that are there. But very important is the fact now machines are communicating with machines. And they're all on the same network as you do. So what is happening is that 20 billion things and people communicate at this point of time. And the power of that network it's called power of 2. That is, if you and I communicate with each other, it's 2 people, 2 to the power of 2. The power of our network is just 4. Now think about a 20 billion square. That's the power of the network the world has with it. Equally important is the speed of communication. I'm sure you people have heard about 5G technologies. But what we are working in IIT Hyderabad right now is 6G technologies. With 5G itself, we today have latency less than 1 millisecond that I can do online surgeries. It's not online consulting. I go back to that question I raised earlier, where a doctor is servicing 10,000 patients. If you give them an ability to now do surgeries online, it'll be much faster. Somebody else is prepping them before the specialist comes to do the surgery. So communication is improving. We're also seeing these ugly looking devices called sensors. They become dime a dozen. And they can sense many things better than human beings, especially on vision. They can do vision, they can have the feel, they can hear, they can smell, they can taste, like human beings do. And doing better in certain, especially in case of vision. They can see X-rays much better than a common eye of a doctor. So therefore, and then we also have on top of that, we just mentioned about ChatGPT, there is AI coming, AR, VR, just not computing technologies. You look at manufacturing technologies, 3D printing, sustainability, EVs, genomics, biotechnology. So therefore, technology provides you many more opportunities too for you to think about becoming an entrepreneur. On that count, let me say thank you very much for giving this opportunity one more time. And let me conclude by saying I am past. What I see in front of my eyes is my future. And the fact that I see so many shining eyes and smiling faces makes me believe that my future and your future is in safe hands. God bless you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Please join me in welcome the dynamic founder of Sitswarm, Mr. Kishore Indukuri, a visionary in the world of entrepreneurship. his journey from a small dairy farm to leading D2C plays in the premium milk space is nothing short of inspirational. Today he is here, share his insight on the entrepreneurship and innovation. Let's give a warm welcome to Kishore Indukuri.
So how many of you have heard of Sid's Farm? Any hands? One. Okay. So ours probably is a little easier to understand, because we sell milk, right? As simple as that. And so I'll talk a little bit about, what I've done before. I know in the last session Ravi was talking about his journey essentially. So I'll talk a little bit about my journey as well. So I come from a middle class background, right? Family was never into business. My father was an engineer. I started out as an engineer as well. Not even remotely connected to business. I'm telling this, so if some of you are feeling overwhelmed to do a startup, you can start anywhere, anytime. I got into IIT in my second attempt, right? I did not get it in my first attempt, worked hard, got it in my second attempt, studied at IIT Kharagpur, for which I think this year I got the Young Alumnus Award. So I think I got lucky to get that award. Went to Kharagpur, didn't really study hard there, I think once I graduated, I realized maybe thoda pad lena chahiye, right? So I said, okay, I'm going to skip all the nonsense, go to the US, study hard. That's what I did. I got a master's as well as a PhD in polymer science and engineering. After that, worked for Intel for about 6 years. So I was in manufacturing. No, I'm not from an IT background. Worked there for 6 years. But all along in my 6 years, right, I felt something was missing, right? Somehow there was a strong personality mismatch, right, into doing a regular job, right? So I think 3 years into my work, I went to one island, a remote island in Seattle, did a wind turbine workshop. So this workshop, was all about, building a wind turbine from scratch. Right? So spent a week there, learned a little bit. Then another week I took a break again, and this time I did a solar energy installation on a home in Arizona. See, what was I doing? I was trying to explore what I liked, right? Somehow I was not getting that kick that I wanted, right? I said, then first 3 years I was doing, one kind of work at Intel. Last 3 years, I moved into a different role. That job was exciting, right? The job, I think, really helped understand a little bit more about myself, right? So, this job was like this. Intel was building a $250 million facility, and there was a small 25 people team that was, part of this project. So wake up at 7 in the morning, right? Be there by 7:30, and things would go on till late evening, late night, right? But that was the most exciting part of work for me, right? And I think 3 years into that, I got to travel a little bit. I realized that, maybe this is the time to try something on my own. I had a little bit of savings. As I said, again, I'll reemphasize, no business background. So I made a lot of mistakes. So I came back, we came back to India. By that time, we had a son, we had a house in the US. So decided, TK, we will move back. We sold off our house and, started, picked 2 areas, one education and the second one was agriculture as something that I wanted to try. Both of the things, agriculture, something was always close to my heart. And started with growing vegetables, right? And I think, I don't know if Srinivas Reddy Garu is here. I mean, at least 5-6 years ago when I connected with him, he was the HOD of mechanical engineering here. He's still here. So another thing that I did was, am I too loud? Am I holding it too close? That's okay. Another thing that I tried to do was education. Education was something that was very close to my heart. So started by doing practical engineering college, practical education in engineering colleges. That was another thing that I wanted to try. And name of my company, is Sid's Farm. And our elder son's name is Siddharth, right? So one of the things that we looked at, right, we were looking for good food for our son. At that time he had, a lot of allergies. So we were always looking for good food for him. And we thought, we've looked for, milk again. Where can we get to good milk, right? In the US, you had a lot of options available. In India, we felt like there were not as many options available, right? So we started with that problem statement, right? So, I mean, as you're starting your own enterprises, or if you're thinking of starting your own enterprises, the first thing that is the most important thing is a problem statement. We researched a little bit, right? I mean, Food Safety and Standards Authority of India was doing several surveys. In one of the surveys, some of the data that they compiled, so some of the testing, the data showed that milk is not there at where it needs to be, right, in summary. Right, you occasionally hear about adulteration in milk and food, always reported somewhere or the other. So we said, let's be part of this problem, right? Let us take this problem and offer a solution, right? And that is a clear problem. So we named it Sid's Farm. Siddharth is the name of our elder son. We named it Sid's Farm because it was a promise from a parent to a son saying we'll produce the best possible milk, and that is what we deliver to everybody around us. That is a clear value statement. This is the value. See, today we started with few people, right? Initially it was just me, then probably about 10 people we started the farm. Today we are close to 450 people, right? Right? But each and every one of our people, this is the value, right? Good milk is what we do. If we cannot do that, we'll go out of business. We'll not do this business, but only good milk is what we do. It is a clear thing that is percolated across the entire organization. Right? So as I said, I talked about the problem statement. Initially, when you start, right, when you pick a problem and try to solve it, you'll have one solution that you picked out from various sources, right? So our first solution was, okay, we'll start a dairy farm. Okay. And we started the dairy farm not too far from here, right? About actually a few kilometers from here is where we started our first farm. 20 cows, no background, right? I didn't have any background. I didn't know how to select a cow, right? I was once, talking to a doctor, I was asking him, how do I pick a cow, right? He said, Annam chusi konandi annar. Annam etla chusta naakaithe teliyadu at least. But yeah, I took a book, read through it. He said 6 or 7 points. Ee chudandi, ee chuste avanu select chesam. We picked our cows, started our farm here, and start chesam farm. We started our farm, started producing milk. Our cost of production was anywhere from 25 to 30 rupees a liter. Producing 1 liter of milk those days, about 7 to 8 years before, right? 13 to 15, 26 to 30 rupees was the cost of production. When we went to sell it in the market, all we were getting paid was 13 to 15 rupees a liter. Not even half of what it was costing to produce. Then we realized that, the only way to survive is to sell it direct. Now DTC is a very popular word, right? But back then we did it because we had to survive, right? So let's take it direct to customer and sell it. So every Saturday, Sunday, we got a nice flyer printed. We say we do pure milk. We started distributing some of these flyers. Every Saturday, Sunday, I would sit in an apartment complex, explain about our milk, have people try a little bit of our milk and started to sell it. And And to my surprise, people started accepting it. So we started with 20 liters of milk, went to 100 liters, then 300. So that is how, the customer acceptance was there, right? So we felt like the demand. See, I think Ravi was talking about proof of concept, right? Proof of concept happened to us, right? And at this stage, as I told you, I was trying to do two things, right? One, I was trying to do something in education, and the second, I was trying to do something in, in agriculture, dairy. So I would take classes. As I was taking classes, I would get a call from a customer saying that pal raledu, I would get phone calls. See, I answered all the calls. For the first 4 years of the business, I took every call that the business got, right? So, pal gavali, pal oddu. Every call, from 6 to 10 in the morning, we would get phone calls. 6 to 10 at night, we would get phone calls. So, then decided you can only do one business properly. Right? So stopped whatever, even though I loved education, I felt like, you can only do one thing right. I stopped stimulus that I was doing and just started doing a lot more of Sets Farm. See, as I said, the solution was that we were offering was a dairy farm, produce good milk, and deliver it to our customers, right? And we started to scale. One time, we were doing this. We had a professor from Germany who came and visited our farm. He was one of our customers. He visited us. He told us, Kishore, he then became a professor at IIM Ahmedabad. So he asked me to come give a talk on value chain management, right? And how we look at it at Sets Farm. How many of you know the word value chain? So then we started writing what is it. See, what were we doing? We were producing milk. We were producing our own milk. Then, I'll tell one more story. I skipped the story. Then we were packing it. We were just hand packing the milk. We were processing and packaging it. Then we were also doing home delivery. When you do home delivery, you also have to attend calls, right? Because if the packet does not get delivered, if a cat has drank from your packet, all of that you still have to address, right? So we were doing all these three things, right? Take a look at any other dairy. They actually only do one or two of them. We were doing all these three things separately. I'll tell a little bit about a story, so it is a little bit more interesting. It is a little bit more exciting, for you guys. So I remember dairy farm. A lot of people told me, dairy, don't get into dairy farm. It is one of the toughest fields to do. I didn't listen. I got into it anyways. I thought, kar lenge. I know how to fight, I'll fight. But only when I got into it, I realized, what a fight it was, right? 4 to 5 in the morning, we used to wake up, okay? 5 to 5:30, hand packet milk. 5:30 to 6:30, home deliver it. No chance for error. And in the initial days, we used to sell raw milk. Morning milk, we used to sell in the morning. Evening milk, we used to sell in the evening. So 365 days into 730 days, we used to deliver milk. Lot of accidents, whatnot, right? Lot of nonsense also happens, right? These are all learning things. So as our milk started to grow, 4 became 330, 330 became 3, 3 became 230. At one point, we were waking up at 1:15 in the morning just to make sure customer gets their milk at 6:30. Doesn't matter how great milk you produce, if the milk doesn't reach a customer by 6:30 in the morning, it is no good, right? Because the end thing, you have to deliver to a customer by 6:30. So, right, all along, right, we were maintaining our values really, really strongly. So whenever we needed help, right, we went back to our customers, right? And one of the first things we did, we were selling raw milk. We realized that if you continue to wake up at 1:15 in the morning every day and do it for year on year, both our animals as well as our people will die, right? At that point, we realized, let's start chilling milk. Let's understand a little bit about processing. That is when we invested in a small chilling facility, right, for our milk. I never banked with a banker, so understood a little bit. I was in Narkuda, there is a syndicate bank right here. One day I met the bank manager I was casually chatting with him. He told me, Kishore, I can offer you a bank loan, right? And that is when, that took almost a year for us. And we bought our own piece of land in Shabad, about 30 kilometers from here, and started putting up a processing facility. So I'll come back to value chain, production of raw milk, then process and package it, then, home deliver it, right? All these three things. So, as we started to understand our value chain, right, we felt like, are we really good at production of raw milk? And when we started to write this question, right, we felt like, the farmers all around us were actually producing milk a lot more efficiently than we are able to, right? But trust is a problem. How do I know that milk is good? We know it is good milk, right? We will make sure that not even a single drop of milk, single drop of water gets into our milk, right? Water is also, concern for people, right? So, wherever our producers, how do you know that is great milk? So that is when we started to understand that testing is important. See, we always used to get this question from customers. Kishore, nuvaithe farm lo eppudu undavu kada 24 hours. No, how can you guarantee me that evaro neelu galapaledani etla? I'll give a small joke, right? One day we got invited to Chirek. We were talking to students there. I asked them this question, right? See, initially we had a lot of hurdles, right? For example, sometimes one day cow gave less milk, but we had a commitment to our customers, right? We had to sell so many liters of milk. What would you do? I asked the students. One of the kids, raised his hand. We never ever did that, right? It never occurred to us also to ever add a drop of water, right? We actually came back to the farm, milked our cow a third time. Probably bichare usko taklif diya, but we milked a cow a third time, got that 1 or 2 liters of milk, and I went back in my car and home delivered again to our customer. But we never ever, did that, right? I've never ever added a drop. So we realized that testing was very, very important. And me, I have, a lot of people asked me, right, you're too padalika, you're doing all this, right? What value are you adding? This is a question I always had. A lot of people, including my parents, you did all this, you studied that, what are you doing? See, education is about, can you problem solve? Can you take any problem and solve it, right? And that is where I think as a company, we figured out solutions to the problems that we needed to solve. And today at SIDS Farm, we do 6,000 tests every day on our milk, right? A lot of people say 6,000 tests, is it even possible? But that is what we do, right? Every 40-liter can of milk that goes through our facility gets tested. We test for urea, sugar, salt, any starch that can get into milk, preservatives like hydrogen peroxide, caustic soda, baking soda, formalin. We look for 5 different classes of antibiotics, steroids, hormones, anything that can get into milk externally, we test for it. Anything that could get into the future, we are already researching it. Why? Because we are paranoid about milk quality, and that is the solution that we said we'll offer to our customers. Our milk packets say no antibiotics, no hormones, and no preservatives, and we deliver that every day. How do I get the confidence to stand here and say that my milk is good? Because we test it. We put that depth into the problem that we are trying to solve, right? And that is the solution statement that we've offered, right? We have a model dairy farm about 25 kilometers from here. You can come visit that farm anytime. See, how do customers trust us? Our milk is 30% more expensive than regular milk. Still, customers are paying for our milk. Why? About 40,000 customers today buy our milk in the city of Hyderabad. Why do they buy it? Because it is not about money. Please remember, a lot of people say, okay, your milk is 120 rupees. Why? Right? The value, it is not about money. It is not about that MRP or 120 rupees. It is about whether are you giving that value to them or not. If you are convinced that you are giving your customer that value, people will pay for it. And the value that we are giving is you don't have to worry about the milk that you drink. Right? For 1,000 rupees more, that is what, if you calculate, if you do the math, right? If you're paying 30 rupees more for our milk, right, into 30 days, it is about 1,000 rupees more. For 1,000 rupees more, which is cost of a meal outside, if you go to a restaurant, it will probably cost you 2,000 rupees. For 1,000 rupees more, your kid can have one product which you don't have to worry about. And that is a clear value prop that we give to our customer. Please remember value, right? When you build your own enterprise, are you giving that value to your end consumer or not? Right? And in our solution statement, the solution statement that we offer to our customers, a model dairy farm where we research, right? We work with close to 1,500 farmers that produce our milk for us, but every 40-liter can of milk gets tested. Right? And every Saturday, since the inception, right, we've been doing this a lot more aggressively now. Every Saturday, farmers can walk into our farm from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. They can see exactly how to milk a cow, right? Walk into the lab, see exactly all the tests that we do, then walk into our processing facility, get an idea of what happens in a milk processing facility, go through our grass growing operations just to get a feel. Kids go on a tractor ride. We give them the entire thing end to end to build this trust with our end consumer.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
We have an exciting fireside chat coming up with two distinguished individuals in the entrepreneurial world. Joining us today is Mr. Ravi Kabra, the co-founder of Skippy, a groundbreaking startup, and moderating this engaging conversation is none other than Mr. Ganesh, founder of Gen Speaks. Ravi Kabra's innovative journey and Ganesh's insightful expertise are sure to make this fireside chat a valuable learning experience. Stay tuned for an enriching conversation that promises to spark new ideas and inspire budding entrepreneurs. So I would kindly request them to come onto the stage for the session.
So before we start this session, I would like to congratulate the team of EAD 2023 for conducting this massive event across the whole of India and for their effort to bring together the titans of the Indian entrepreneurship scene. So a big round of applause, guys. And also, I would like to thank Manasa, Arjun, Mr. Vamshi Kurapati as well, who is not here, for giving me this opportunity and this space to sit over here and interact with such huge enigmas in the entrepreneurship field right now. So thank you for that. And so the time has finally come. We are having the fireside chat with Mr. Ravi Kabra, the co-founder of Skippy Ice Pops, and I guess the only co-founder to bring in all the 5 sharks to invest in his startup. So a very big round of applause, guys. Yeah. So, sir, before I got on the main stage yesterday, I was talking to Mr. Bharat, your team member, and then I asked him a question. What is that one quality that defines Mr. Kabra as an individual? And he answered with the word saying perseverance. And from all the interviews and podcasts that I've been through, I've understood that, you have this quality of being very cool, very composed, and I feel that you know how to handle yourself under pressure. So from where did you get that quality? And also, is this an unlabeled benefit of Skippy Ice Pops?
I guess so. But yes, I think for every entrepreneur, perseverance is the only word which will keep you driving. It's very important to understand that life of an entrepreneur is not going to be as easy as it seems all the time. There's going to be ups and there's going to be downs. And when you're on the top, you'll find everything is working great for you. You touch the sand and it turns out to be gold. But when you're on downside of your business, when things are not going great, even in your personal life or in your professional life, perseverance is the only thing that I could probably think of. Because you got to keep pushing yourself. There will be at times that will break you down completely. You will feel like you want to sit down and just think about winding up, crying, or even you're under so much of pressure that you will probably even think about giving up. Unless and until you are very persevering in terms of ki nahi karna hai, it is going to be a very hard journey for anybody. And I think that is what drives me as an entrepreneur. I know as every brand will have a good time and a bad time, Skippy will also have a good time and bad time, but perseverance as a leader of the pack is the only thing that can drive me. My team wants to see me continuing to focus and continuing to push all the time. And yes, I've been a very calm guy. Probably at the stage today, yes, you might find it so. Maybe come back to my office, you might find a different Ravi there. But yes, got to be cool. My product is cool, so I got to be cool as well. I stay that way and that helps me work, because under pressure, if you tend to succumb and show your vigor in terms of anger or anguish, I don't think that's going to be benefiting anybody, neither just me from a health point of view. So I try to stay calm under the pressure and try to find a solution out of it. And perseverance is something that keeps driving me inch by inch, even if I'm like really vexed up with things, but still keep pushing myself every day.
Well, that's great, sir. So, for anybody to inculcate these qualities, there should be some sort of childhood experiences or the way that you were brought up that matters. So do you have anything that, that interested you as a child that made you, be over here, like the place where you are?
See, it's very important. Sometimes we fail to understand the family brought up that we actually come up across. As a kid, I've always been on a dining table where my father and my mom used to talk business all the time. आज इतना बड़ा problem हो गया, आज उतना नुकसान हो गया, आज इतना profit हो गया, and stuff like that. So we have been raised in a family where we always speak business throughout the day, and after business comes a question कि बेटा आज दिन कैसा था? That is a secondary question for my father. He had been very focused and persevering in terms of his ambitions, but that does not need to stop anybody from dreaming about being an entrepreneur. I'm not saying that only because you come from a family business you can be a good entrepreneur. Please, I'm not even advocating that statement here. I am just talking about the way I grew up. My parents were pretty into business family, and many a times I keep saying this in college fest and speeches where I being called upon, that sometimes we tend to ignore the fact that family businesses, whether your dad or your mom is sitting in a kirana store, whether she is a cloth merchant, whether she's got a beauty salon or whatever, if she's been running it for 10s and 20s of years, she has got the fundamental right of running a business in profitability. And we tend to ignore that fact. We see things ki ye to bahut chota sa business hai, ye to koi bhi kar lega. Nahin, that's not the fact. The fact is that running family business is one of the most toughest things, and I think I respect now my father to what he was doing for last 3 decades. As a kid, probably I never realized that. So as a kid, I've always been brought up in this family, and I always wanted to be an entrepreneur, to be honest. Even today, I don't see myself going and working for someone. I might earn less today, make less money, but I'm at least proud of whatever I'm doing for myself. That's the way I'm.
Yep. So, well, that's a really great answer from sir. So, you spoke about family businesses and, what you've learned from that. So can you tell us any 1 or 2 experiences that you went through while you were building your family businesses that actually helped you grow Skippy? So any 1, 2 powerful experiences?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll be very honest, I've been very bullish about saying that I've got family business values with me. Sometimes people think this to be a little downtrodden kind of a statement. But honestly, I'll tell you what, in today's era, the family business values are the most important thing that probably is not even taught in business schools. My fundamentals that my father taught me are still helping me run the show. First thing was credit nahi dene ka. My father was very clear about it. Business kam karo, lekin credit mat do, kyunki udhari jaise hi dete ho, you'll have to keep chasing the people around for even $500. And that was my principle from day one. I will grow slow. I will not even grow probably if required, but I'm not going to be chasing people for my own money. So I kept focusing on creating a policy around my business, which made me more sustainable. Today, we are 100% advance payment business. I mean, it sounds it sounds probably least important, but it is very important for you to work on your numbers, your capital, operating cash flows very much. So that is one value my father said. Second, my dad has always kept goodwill in more important than profitability. My dad says that the goodwill that you are creating in the market by being a genuine entrepreneur, by being a genuine businessman, will take you miles further even if you're not doing good. But if you screw up your goodwill in the market, then nothing is going to be actually helping you out. When times go bad, your goodwill actually will help you get funds from people, maybe investment from people, or even any kind of a credit line or any kind of a opportunity from people. But goodwill was very important for him. And more importantly, it was always, he always focused on one thing, that unit economics has to be very profitable. Whether you guys are talking about getting into a service industry, creating an IT platform, a tech platform, or you're getting into a product, or an F&B entrepreneur like myself, the unit economics is very important. At what cost am I acquiring a customer? Am I making profit out of it or not? At what cost am I giving this service? Am I making profitability at every cost or not? That is absolutely very important. People today tend to forget the basic principle of business, which is making profit. We are just talking about giving service, giving a solution for a problem that we think it is important. But everything to be sustainable, like how we talk about recycling a plastic today, making planet Earth very sustainable, business needs sustainability, and that can come only from profitability. So that is the unit economics that my father focused. Based on these 3 principles, I think I started off my business, and by God's grace, we are doing decently enough today.
Decently enough is a very small word over here. But then, yes, sir. So, so I'm asking very bluntly, so were there any mistakes that you've did in the past that, from which you had massive learnings and that you applied in Skippy right now?
Yeah, I think, see, firstly, to the audience, I am going to be very raw and blunt in whatever I say. I do not like to sugarcoat anything, because as a young student in a college, I believe that you should be guided in the right path. I don't want to glamorize everything and put you on a path and only later you realize ki yaar kya kar diya maine. So yes, coming to your question, absolutely, there were a lot of mistakes that I've done in the past. First of all, when I was in my father's business, we were into manufacturing of biscuits and exports of a lot of F&B products, right? One of the mistakes that I always did was I assumed that I was growing the business. I did not give the credit to my father, because say my father was doing X crores of business or X number of business. I made it to X square or X to the power of 3 or 4. But I always felt that it was me who was doing the entire thing. But I forgot the fact that the fundamental base of the business has been laid by my father. I was only growing on top of it. Like it's like laying down the foundation of an apartment and then adding 2 more extra floors on top of it. That 2 extra floors started to hit my head. I thought that I was doing amazing work there. But for every successful entrepreneur to grow, the fundamental base of a business is very, very important. Whether you're joining your dad's, your mother's business, your family business, or whether you're starting something of your own, the fundamental is very, very important. And apart from that, this thing what happened, I'll go a little in detail, is, based on that proud thought that I am building the business, I started something of my own, and unfortunately I crashed onto it. I literally burned a lot of money, made huge losses, and that is when I realized that it was not me who was building my business, but rather my father's business was getting built, and I was just contributing to it. So I've learned a lot of mistakes. One of the most important business ideas that I've learned is, do not scale up too fast. If you try and scale up too fast, the chances of you shaking across your path and crashing down is much more going to be higher. Probably look for a small growth, slow growth, but a strong growth. That is very important.
So, well, that is something that we all have to learn, to never scale as fast as possible, slow down, and also take your time. So now, sir, let's talk about Skippy. So how did the idea of Skippy come into your head? How did you plan on commoditizing a market, a multi-million-dollar market in the West, and how did you come up with the idea, and how did you do that?
Firstly, correction, it's a multi-billion-dollar market out there, not a million. So see, how many of you guys want to be an entrepreneur going forward? You have got some ideas that you're already thinking through, right? Awesome. So see, the good trait of an entrepreneur is that you will always keep looking for ideas. You will walk across the street and you will be like, hey, why don't I create this kind of an app? Why don't I create this kind of a tech product and stuff like that, right? Similar thing with me. I was living in Australia. I wanted to come back for personal reasons back to India. And like I said, I never enjoyed working for somebody else. Though I was working for somebody else in Australia, that's a different story. I wanted to come back, and I was thinking of good ideas. I actually came across a lot of other ideas which were very profitable, very money-making kind of an idea. But a kick dorkaled naku. I didn't get that kick. And I wanted to have that kick. Excitement undali. Emana cheste, we have to be very, very excited about what we do. And I was sitting there like, thinking about ideas, and I'm sitting here in my living room. My sister, who had come down to live with us in Australia with her kids for summer, she started to pack some local ice popsicles in a suitcase. And I'm like, Didi, why are you even packing this? I'm sure you've got a lot of brands in India. And then she turns around and said, not even a single brand, Ravi, that I can trust for my kids. And as an entrepreneur, that is the opportunity which whispers in your ears. Sometimes the opportunity is sitting right next to you guys, but you guys are getting blinded. You want to have something better and bigger. In my case, that simple statement of my sister turned the entire story for me, and I started to think, it's such a simple product, it's such a wantable product, why is not somebody making it in a country like India? And I started to do my research, only to realize that a country like Australia, which is not so hot as India, UK, which is colder than India, summer in UK is about, I think, 18, 22 degrees, something like that. And then you've got Canada, US, which are having $1 billion ice popsicle industry, and a country with 1.4 billion people in India, hottest and humid, nobody wanted to do it. So somehow people ignored that idea or it never occurred to them. And as an entrepreneur, this was the kick I wanted. This was the excitement I wanted. I jumped straight into it. And eventually Skippy was born. We started with a lot of ideas through what flavors we should get into, what are the pain points, what are the solutions that I can offer. And that is how step by step the conceptualization of Skippy happened in Australia itself. We moved back to India and then that's how Skippy started.
Well, that's amazing. So I have a bit of a lengthy question, so I'm using my paper to read it out. How was the learning experience while building Skippy? From working in an Australian company to learning about FSS AI regulations and understanding the business of packaged foods, what kind of research did you do? And how did it feel to relive the student days of studying a huge market and then coming up with research and everything?
The most important point I'd like to say here is, I know a lot of people say it is good to be jack of all, but unfortunately for an entrepreneur, it is a king of one industry that matters the most. You cannot be a great chemist and then look at doing an MBA, then look at doing chartered accountancy and then trying to figure out what in the hell do you want to do in your life. It doesn't work that way. Because if you have got into a segment which you love, of course, if you don't love a segment, please shift on to something that you love. But if you've got into something which you love, you need to give your 5, 10, 20 years of life in the same industry, in the same format. That is where you will get appreciated in the market. Imagine if I had 5 years of experience doing chartered accountancy with numbers, 5 years of experience where I was working for a construction company, and then 5 years of work of some other advocate or something. People would have thought me to be crazy. But the consistency, what we did was, I have got 17, 18 years of experience in the F&B space itself. Anuja, my co-founder and my wife, she has got another 14 years of experience in the F&B space itself. So we have built our complete understanding and expertise in a particular industry. Today, if somebody comes and tells me, Ravi, can you build a fintech startup? I will tell you I'll be the biggest disaster in that, because that's not my expertise. I love the F&B space. I built myself on the F&B space, and that is why I could understand how to develop this category. So coming to your question, yes, this is how I think I realized that what are the standards of FSSI, or what are the basic standards, what are the pain points in the industry that I need to answer. So just to give a little depth understanding, when I was sitting in Australia, even before coming back to India, I knew that, first of all, India, if I start selling Skippy in a frozen format, I will never succeed. Because logistics in a cold storage is very expensive in India, very, very complex. So that was my first pain point that I had written down on a paper. Second, I have said very clearly that, okay, in case if somebody is biting on the ice pops, it should not be as hard as an ice cube, because then it will start hurting your teeth and the entire experience of enjoying Skippy will fade away. So that was my second point, that when consumers buy the ice pops and they bite on it, it should be soft and crunchy. Then the third point, I was observing that India had evolved into a consumer state which believes in natural, organic, healthy supplements and stuff like that. So that was our third pain point that we had written down, that it should not be anything synthetic or artificial which people are hesitant to consume. So that is what we met down. And then we talked about branding, because people love packaging and branding these days. So that is the fourth point. So this is how your 15 years of experience and expertise in particular domain will help you. If you are a tech geek and if you believe that you are great at technology, stick to it if you love it. And you will realize that in the next 10 to 15 years, your value in the market will go exponentially high. You will see that if you're getting into an entrepreneurship, you will be able to find solutions like this, because you know what the problems are in the first place. So that's how I focus on being. In a personal life, I want to play all the sports, right? I'm not good in any sport. I'm good in average in all the sports. But when it comes to professional life, I wanted to stick to just one domain all the time.
What Sir said is very profound. And also this is what Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, and Mr. Naval Ravikant also says. You have to play long-term games so that you can adapt and be better at what they do. So I have one more question that I wanted to ask you, sir. So can you tell us about any key business decisions that you have taken while building Skippy? Also, can you tell us how did you come up with those decisions? Did you use any mental models, or did you have anything in your head while you were going through the decision?
As a startup, one thing we all will always have common, we will never have funds. Let's agree to that, right? ఫాదర్ నుంచి మదర్ నుంచి అప్పు తీసుకొని వీ హ్యావ్ స్టార్టెడ్ సంథింగ్ అండ్ వీల్ ఆల్వేస్ హ్యావ్ దట్ పెయిన్ ఇన్ అవర్ హార్ట్ దట్ వీ హ్యావ్ టు రిటర్న్ బ్యాక్ దోస్ ఫండ్స్. సో ఫండ్స్ హెస్ ఆల్వేస్ బీన్ అ ప్రాబ్లమ్ దేర్. But in terms of what I have learned, is that what your question is, right?
Exactly.
I think the first and the fundamental important thing, guys, whoever is starting off, please understand one thing. Do not start a startup with the hope of getting an investment. This is very, very, very important. Guys, please come out of the myth that investment is right standing outside the door for you. You will go there and you will get it. You will not get it. 97% of the people who get into startups will never get funded. That is the statistics I'm talking about, okay? If you look at India, there are tens and thousands of startups coming every year. Today, Startup India, the website has got 87,000 startups registered. Let's understand that not 87,000 of them are getting funded. So first of all, the myth that investment is right next to you is a myth. Do not start a business because you are assuming investments will come to you. It will not. I have been to a lot of colleges where students believe that I've got an idea, I'll work on it and investment to mil jayega. Nahi milega, boss. It is 1 in hundreds of people who will get investment. Second important thing is whatever business you are getting into, like I said, think from a family business point of view. Get your fundamental process and procedures right. Think about profitability on day 1, not after day 100. Because profitability is only what is going to make you sustainable for a longer time. Look at all these big brands. I don't want to name them today over here on this platform. But the guys who were hero back then now are struggling to survive. You would have heard tens and hundreds of startups who have already closed doors because they were not even profitable. They couldn't sustain their own growth. एक चीज आई वांट टू से दिस इन हिंदी, इन्वेस्टर का पैसा बिजनेस बढ़ाने के लिए चाहिए, बिजनेस चलाने के लिए नहीं. You understand the difference? बिजनेस बढ़ाने, फॉर अ ग्रोथ यू नीड एन इन्वेस्टमेंट विच इज अंडरस्टैंडेबल. बट बिजनेस चलाने के लिए यार आज मुझे सैलरीज देना है, आज मुझे रेंट देना है, आज मुझे वो देना है, उसके लिए इन्वेस्टमेंट कभी रेज नहीं करते. सो गाइज, दिस इज वेरी टू इंपॉर्टेंट लर्निंग्स. आई वुड से today, in today's scenario, they call it as a funding winter. We all have heard this term, right? Today, only those businesses are getting funded which are profitable. Investors are running towards them. Ki yaar, aap profitable ho, I want to invest in you. And these profitable businesses have the nice, time today to decide which investors they should pick money from. So, if you guys are profitable, if you are making 1 lakh rupees profit, 5 lakh rupees profits, doesn't matter. But profitability will give you a long run. In that run, if you believe that now it is a time for you to scale pan-India, pan-global level, that is the time you should reach out to an investor, and every investor will be interested in funding you because they know the fact that irrespective whether I give him funds or not, this bugger is going to make his business $1 million business. That's very important.
That's an excellent answer, sir. So, looking ahead, where do you see Skippy going 5 years or 10 years down the line? This is a very interview kind of question. Where do you see yourself in 10 years down the lane? But then, 5 years or 10 years down the lane.
Look, I think the way we have positioned ourselves, first of all, guys, how many of you have seen Shark Tank India, or how many of you have seen us on that? Good, right? I had made a very clear statement even on television that we are not a health brand. I'm not going to be selling a popsicle to you and say, have this popsicle and you will grow 2-inch taller. Or you will not have diabetes, or you will not have this and that, right? I have positioned myself very clearly that we are a fun brand. People want fun in life today. After COVID, hundreds of F&B brands started all talking about health, and unfortunately 95% of them are so horrible to taste that after a bite I cannot have the second bite. Do you guys agree with me or not? Yeah? So we positioned ourselves very clearly that we are a fun brand, and we've started to add to the fun story by adding more and more products. And we are an offline brand which makes us more sustainable. Today, all the D2C, online only, yo-yo kind of a brands are struggling because they are not profitable. D2C, it's very difficult to be profitable. We are offline brand, and the way we have grown today. So pre-Shark Tank, we were a team of 14 people. Today, we are close to about 280 to 300 people across India. We were in about 700-800 or 1,000 plus stores pre-Shark Tank. We are in 22,000 stores today. We are doing more than 7,000-8,000 pin codes through Zepto and Swiggy as well. So I think the structure is perfectly aligned. If you ask me what in the next 5 to 10 years, I cannot say what is happening in the next 10 years, but at least in the next 3 to 5 years, I think we will be a 1,000 crore plus brand in terms of our revenues, which is very much possible because our fundamentals are right, our team is aligned, everybody understands that the space that where we are playing is a very, very unique category that we are trying to develop. And 20 rupees कौन खर्च नहीं करता यार आज today if somebody wants to have an ice popsicle, he will not think कि 20 रुपए के लिए मैं loan लूँ या क्या करूँ. He'll bring out 20 rupees and have it instantly. So I know that the entire India, 1.4 billion people are my customers today. Uttar Pradesh, if I take Uttar Pradesh, 22 crore population, 2-3 European countries समा जाएंगे उसमें, right? So I am very confident. 4 to 5 years is the number we are aiming at, probably 1,000 crore.
Whoa.
Thank you.
So thank you for bringing up Shark Tank, sir, because that was my next question. So scoring investments from all the 5 sharks, it's obviously an incredible feat. So could you share your initial expectations from Shark Tank, and what do you think convinced all the 5 sharks to invest in you?
Firstly, my disclaimer, okay? Shark Tank is not scripted. Before you guys have that thought, because I know a lot of people would be thinking, yaar, ye to scripted hai, ye to dialogues diye gaye hai, falana. Absolutely not. In fact, we were in the season 1, right? At least season 2 and season 3 guys know who the sharks are. In my case, I mean, we were there for 3 days. 1 day was quarantine because it was the COVID time during then. And then 2 days we had rehearsals, and the 3rd day we had the shoot. So we didn't even know who the sharks were. Somebody said, Anupam Mittal, and then I had to Google who is Anupam Mittal. I did not know, honestly. Until we got onto the set, we did not know who the sharks were. So the entire experience of being on Shark Tank was extraordinarily good because it was very nervousing because we were extremely nervous. Why? Because 2 days of our shoot, when the other startups went for pitching, none of them, like 8 startups went inside a day earlier, none of them got funded. Then on our day, 6 startups went to the pitch. None of them got funding, and we were like so nervous कि यार इतने बड़े startups है, कोई solar में है, कोई tech में है, कोई इसमें, हम तो साला popsicle बेच रहे, कौन ले देगा investment? That was the kind of attitude we had, and we were nervous that we probably won't get any funding. So we went onto the set, and Anuja and I had clearly decided, yaar, we'll just give it a best shot. And अगर TV पे आ जाते हैं तो imagine startup को इससे ज़्यादा क्या चाहिए? That 15 minutes on Sony prime time is worth 8 crore rupees, nothing more or nothing less. So how many of us can actually spend 8 crores? None of us, right? Probably as a startup. So we thought कि funding मिले ना मिले भैया TV पे आना चाहिए. That was the clear agenda. And when we went inside, our pitch was perfect. We were trying to hold on to our Hyderabadi Hindi. Varna unko, nakko, inko bole to, it would have sounded very funny on television again. So we did our pitch, and we immediately saw that there was some excitement. And this is one thing which I always do. I bribe people with popsicles. So if you see, immediately after the pitch I said, Sharks, क्या आप हमारे ice popsicle try करना चाहेंगे? And I we passed on the ice popsicles to everyone, Skippy, and Ashneer started to enjoy, Namita enjoyed, and blah blah. And from every corner, from the Sharks, we started to hear good things about the ice pops. Oh, I love it. And that gave us a confidence, I'm like, oh my God, thank God nobody shouted at us, say कि ये क्या कचरा बना दिया and all that. And after that, the important thing which is an entrepreneur we need to understand, not just on Shark Tank, but even for a venture capitalist pitch, or if you're pitching to investors will look for one question to corner you. They might talk about your GMV, they might talk about your acquisition cost, they might talk about your way to profitability, any question. Or they might even talk about your personal failure in the past, and they'll corner you. If you get cornered, that is where they'll keep banging you onto, and that will go downside for you in the entire pitch. You got to be prepared for your pitch thoroughly. If you, of course, our pitch on Shark Tank was given only 15 minutes to be aired, but we were there inside 45 minutes. There were startups which were there inside for 1.5 hours also. So there's a lot of grilling inside. And that would happen with any pitching. So you need to know your numbers in and out. You need to know your math. You need to know your business process perfectly. And I think we knew that perfectly. And that is why right from Ashneer to all the way to Aman and everybody loved it. And I thought that everybody is looking excited to invest, and I am a startup who is selling popsicles here. I need to do something extraordinary here. And I suddenly got an idea that why don't I become the first startup to have all the 5 sharks investing. And if you see my video, you'll see there that I am suggesting to Aman, aap sabhi kyun nahi aa jate? And Aman was like, yeah, that's a good idea. And that is how I got everybody on board, and it created the maximum buzz a startup could get across India.
That's an extremely smart way to do that. 5 sharks, 1 go, full marketing.
Absolutely. Free of cost.
Free of cost. And I have this doubt specifically. They give, 1 crore for 1% equity and something like that. And then do they actually give you a lot of time to go out, sit down, discuss, call up your people, do the math and then come back? Or
I hope you're not recording this. Just kidding. So look, it's basically that it's a win-win situation for both of the investors and the investee. When you are working hard in growing your brand, obviously the sharks would also want to associate with you, because they would also feel pride and pride that I have mentored this brand and they are growing XYZ. At the same time, we are happy that they are connecting with us, and we feel privileged about it as well. But sharks are very straightforward and clear that they will give time and efforts to those young startups who have just probably passed out of college, who needs a little more of hand-holding. And like I said, Anuja and I have come with 30 years of experience ourselves. So in a very casual, candid way, Anupam had told me, Ravi, हमने Skippy के बारे में सोचना छोड़ दिया है, because I think you guys are doing what doing good enough, and you know what you're doing. So rather we will spend our time with those guys who are needed more. But again, everybody is in touch with me. In fact, last week itself, I had a call with a few of the sharks. They keep checking with us whether we need any help or not. If not them directly, their team will get in touch with us. So it's a great exercise for us in terms of mentoring as well. There are a lot of times when you hit a roadblock, you are hitting a wall and you do not know whether I should do this or I should do that. And that is why probably I would reach out to any one of the sharks. I remember going down to Piyush's house, Ashnir's house, Anupam's office. I've been to Vinita's, Namita's office, everybody's places, right? Aman's office. Everybody has a different persona, different way of approaching a startup issue. And they give their strategic thoughts to us. And obviously as an entrepreneur, it is us who has to decide what idea to pick, or probably scrap up all of them and do what you want to do. But they've been pretty helpful, I would say.
Oh, so you went down to Ashnir's house.
Absolutely.
Is there that 5 crore big gold table that everybody said conspired about?
I think that's a good PR that happened around it, but I don't think that's the case.
Okay. So, you had 5 sharks investing in you. So, did you face any pressure? Because, there are 5 huge sharks investing in you. And, did you face any pressure? And also, was there any one piece of advice that any shark gave you that, that stood out for you?
Not really that I was any kind of a pressure. I'll be very honest, Sharks has been very kind to let us do our business the way we want to do it. Of course, they have complete right and obligation towards us to give us a good advice. Whether the advice fits into our business strategy or not, that is something that I need to decide. But they have been very, very supportive to us. And one of the good advices that Piyush has also had given me during one of my visits to him, this is something that even you guys should understand, that there are going to be competitions everywhere, okay? Probably tomorrow, Skippy will not be the only brand making ice popsicles. There are going to be 4 or 5 of them. There is a Google Pay, so there is a Phone Pay, then there is a Bharat Pay, then there is everything extra pays, right? There is not one single brand which is ruling India. So the only differentiator, and this is what Piyush told me, the differentiator between you and the other brand is going to be your team. The team which you are working on, how you receive a customer, how you deploy your marketing stunt, how you talk to your channel partners, and how you promote yourself, everything depends on a team. So focus on building a team, and obviously the success will become much more easier, because the other startups who get into the similar space may not have a good team. They may not reciprocate the same way that your team is doing. Every inch, if you see about Skippy, the way my marketing team has done branding, whether it is the box, it is the bike, EV bike that we have launched, or even the presentation across events, we focus a lot about how the brand is presented and positioned. So that is the outcome of a team. So I have always tried to be a very team-centric person, trying to give all the credits to my team, and I think that is a very important thing, statement, that the team will differentiate you from your competitors.
This is something that all of us should remember, guys, because as we grow up, we make startups, and then a team is extremely important. Have like 5 to 6 very close people with you. So, sir, given your involvement with startup investments, and I'm sure you have invested in a few companies, so what do you look for in the founder while you're investing? So what key qualities define, the founder?
I think first of all, I like to find a founder who is very grounded. There are a lot of founders who will say, I can do this also, I can do that also, I can do the entire world, I can do blah, blah, blah. No investor would want to have an unrealistic founder. Founders need to be very grounded and be very straightforward in the saying that what he or she can do, what he or she cannot do. It's always good to be very transparent on that fact. Secondly, there are a lot of startups who start at a particular service or a product, but then they, in the initial days itself, try to do too many things there. They will add this feature, they will add that product, they will add this and that. I don't think that is a good approach. First thing, get your basics right. Grow your building, your platform or your business to X level. And then once you start making good revenue, you become a little sustainable, then you try to add more features onto it. So I try to talk to a lot of founders to tell them and guide them that, don't jump into too many things on day one. I mean, when I launched Ice Popsicles, I did not launch the corn sticks and the cream roll and blah, blah, blah all together. First, we took at least 2 years of time to get stabilized with the Ice Popsicle business. Now we have started to add other products, right? So that is the right way to go. So I look at founders who are pretty grounded. Second, people who are not trying to do too many things, because too many things will spoil the entire broth itself. I would rather want you guys to focus on few good things or 1 or 2 things only, build a business and then add on top of that. And a founder who has a little bit of either education background or an experience in the same domain. Like I said, tomorrow if I go and start a fintech company, no investor will fund me because they know I know zero about fintech, right? But if I again start up a second venture in F&B space, I'm sure everybody will come and invest into me. So that domain expertise or education background. If you're an engineer and if you want to start a tech platform, I'm sure a lot of investors would be interested to fund you guys. But like I said, if you're completely off the domain, it might be hard for me to believe that you can actually survive in that space. So these 3 trends is basically what I see. And whether you're making profit immediately doesn't matter. I understand that sometimes startups take a longer time to make profit, but at least you should have a clear clarity that paisa aana kahan se, right? If you tell me, nahi sir, aap paise de do, paise nahi aane wale, nobody gives you money then. That's it.
So one last question before I end.
Yeah.
So if you were given a time machine and you were asked to go back to your 21-year-old self, what advice will you give to your own 21-year-old self?
Wow. I hope one of you guys are building that time machine. Look, I've made a lot of mistakes in my past. I wish as a young guy, I wouldn't have made that mistakes. I don't know. Like I was telling you, in my father's business, I had the audacity to think that I was building or growing his business, but rather it was his business who was supporting my growth. After that, what happened, and I just want to cover this as a part of my failure story, because every entrepreneur has a failure story. After I came out of my father's business, I started a tech business. So this is a very good example because of what all I have said in the last few minutes. I have no background in technology, okay? I started a platform called Dial Me Guru, which was on a very similar base of Just Dial, which it is today. People used to call us up or go to our website, get the information, and my merchants would give me commissions on that. So I started that portal, again, of course, with the audacity to think that I know everything, and built on this and scaled up like mad. Matlab, I would say that in the start, 0 day to 100th day, I went from 0 employees to 300 employees straight away. And bang, 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 it went on. And unfortunately, the fundamentals were not right, and my business came crashing down. 1.3 crores gone in thin air. All the debt, all my father's money that I had taken up, came onto my neck. And it turned out to be such a painful journey for me that my pride, my ego, my attitude, everything went down the drain. And I feel regretted today that I should have been a little more stable, matured enough to understand how to run a business. So I think if I had a chance to go back, I would correct those mistakes, learn a little more of myself before actually jumping down and expanding businesses too fast. And after that, that is why I took a break, went down to Australia for 7 years, worked for good employees there, learned a lot of skills, came back and then started to deploy it in Skippy today. So there are a lot of these mistakes which I regret all the time, but everybody should understand every entrepreneur is most likely to make mistakes. I'm not saying everybody will and must make mistakes, but most likely you guys are going to make mistakes. It is important that, you know, and when you make these mistakes, Reddy garu abbai chudu emaitundi, what is he doing? You know, sorry about my Telugu. But Gupta ji ka ladka dekho kya kar raha hai, atan ki chudandi. All that things will come in, you know. Even your building's watchman will also give you a good lesson of how to do business. That is how it is. So failures will come in our life. We need to continue just passing, understand that it's a pass of life, and then build ourselves to wait and wait until we are actually successful. Yeah.
Well, that was an exciting session. A huge round of applause, guys.
Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Welcome viewers to MyStartuptv. I'm majorsunilshetty. We are here at the India Joy Gaming Festival, which is a 5-day event. And with me is Rahul Saikia, who's the founder of One Up Academy. Let's find out what One Up Academy is all about. It is into edutech space. Hey Rahul, welcome to the show.
Nice to win.
So tell us, what is One Up Academy all about?
So One Up Academy, in one line, is an online edtech platform where we help people get the skills in game design and development, and also help land jobs in the game industry. As you can see, the current size of the market in India for gaming is $2.8 billion, right, dollars, and it's expected to grow by $5 billion in the next 5-6 years. So there's a huge opportunities right now for people to join this industry, but that's where the problem comes, because not everyone is aware of this industry. Not everyone knows about this industry, that there's a possible career to be made. And that's where we come in. We basically help people to learn those skills, connect with industry professionals, and also get a job in the game industry.
So can you spell out, I mean, help our viewers understand where are the opportunities when it comes to jobs?
Yes, there's multiple domains where a person can go for, right? So it will completely depend his interest. So if that person is interested in games in general, he plays a lot of games, and he knows about the games, right? He plays a lot of games, he knows about the games, so he can be a game designer. Obviously, you need the skills to how to create a game. But if the person is someone who's more into art, right? He'll like to create drawings, so he can go for an artist. So there are multiple domains. There's designers, there's developers, who's mostly programmers. There's artists, there's animators. So you can think of there's over 10-15 career opportunities someone can go for. And also that pays really well, because again, the same thing comes. There's so many game companies in India where they don't find good talents. So whoever is skilled and has a good talent, they'll definitely hire them for a good package, right? And what we are trying to do is make people understand that there's a career out there. And it's very hard to do, because in India, you see, you'll not find a lot of game companies in different cities, right? You'll find game companies in major cities, like you'll find in Bangalore, you'll find in Hyderabad, you'll find in Mumbai maybe. But if you go to like other cities, like tier 2 cities, you won't find a lot of game companies there. And it's very hard to convince a parent that there's an opportunity and you should let your children go for this career, right? Because this orthodox things comes in, because everyone believes in like, okay, like if he takes X course or X subject, and he can get Y job, right? But if they don't know that Y job only, it's very hard for them to make the decision.
So as One Up Academy, at what stage are you? Have you already designed courses? Are you offering these courses, or are you still at the idea stage?
We have started 1.5 years ago, and till now we had run 2 batches. Both the batches are successful. We have small batches for 5 students, and we have already helped them get job in the game industry. We have created the curriculum with the help of industry professionals. So our way of creating a course is a different approach. We first understand the requirement of the industry and then we create the course. So basically we provide cohort-based learning where we teach in batches, and it is taught by industry professionals, someone who has the skills and knowledge. So that person works part-time in a company and he basically teaches whatever he learned so far with the help of the curriculum.
So what are the course fee? Because that's one of the major factors, right?
Yes. So basically, the fee is almost 60,000 for 6 months program, where we provide live online courses that has a good interactions, and also we help them land a job in the game industry. So basically, connect with people, connect with companies. So we also help them how to grow themselves, not only in the skills side, but also like how you can be socially active, approach the game companies, approach founders for your job. So those skills basically also required for someone who wants to land a job in the game industry. So we provide both the skills so that someone who's like in 0 right now, who doesn't have an industry knowledge and no skills, he can go to a 10 in over 6 months of time.
Are there any advanced courses as well that you do or after you've done a basic course?
So we have one course right now, that's our flagship program. It's called Game Design Foundation. So that's a course that is for 6 months, and where we teach all the 5 elements of game design that we have basically understood the requirement from the industry. So it consists of level design, system design, economy design, narrative design, UI UX design. So basically we cover all the type of game design principles in the 6 months of design.
Well, what's the next step for you? I mean, in terms of as a company?
Yes, so my next step is to build a micro learning platform. So that was the initially idea of One Up Academy. Cohort is fine, but there are a lot of people in India who cannot afford that particular fee, right? So I want to provide them with the education that is also reliable, that is something that they can easily buy, right? They can easily get and acquire the skills, because that is the entry barrier that I have. Like if they want to learn game design, either they have to go to a good college or they have to rely on free sources on internet, which is not that much profitable for them, right? So we are coming into the middle section. So we are providing some solutions where they will have a good education and they will acquire the skills, but in an affordable rate. They can easily get.
Thank you, Rahul. Thank you for being on the show.
Nice.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Welcome to MyStartuptv. I'm majorsunilshetty. We are here at the India Joy Festival, which is a 5-day gaming mega event. I have with me Jeet Chandan, who is the founder of Shotgun. Let's find out what Shotgun is all about. Hey Jeet, welcome to the show.
Thank you, sir. So Shotgun is creating a game known as Exo5. Exo5 is all about 5v5 FPS shooting game. So we are creating something which is not there in the world, something which is out of the box, a game without story but with only action. It is on the lines of Valorant, CSGO. So basically the game is all about shooting, killing, but we are getting the whole world in your hands. Elements, fire, air, water and all. We are getting all the animals in the game to spectate, help you and give you energies. We are getting magical bullets which will help you win with your opponents. So we are getting the whole world in your hands, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, as a founder, with so much violence,
yes, sir.
How do you do you ever feel the struggle of consciously thinking I'm promoting so much of violence?
Of course, we think about that, but we have kept our own guidelines. Like this game is not for all children; it's for 18 plus, like an A-rated game. But we have to understand there is a market for everything. With me not doing violence will not help the world, right? This is a violence if you have any anger. Okay, if you have any anger, we can remove it in the game and not on people. We want to promote that. We don't want to promote hitting people on the roads or something like that. We think that everything should be created so people can remove their energies on that product and not on other people. So that's the third game, creating these kinds of games.
I understand everybody has their own views on this, So tell me, at what stage are you? Have you already launched your program or gaming, or it is still under development?
So we created the prototype in last 2 months. We have launched our introduction video. We are getting the game next year Diwali, which is 2024. We are also raising a round, which we have already been committed by Mr. Rajesh Kumar Jain, one of the top exporters of Bombay, and also Beach Network. We are also doing follow-up rounds with multiple other angel investors. Let's see what happens.
So what is the vision for the company Shotgun? Is it just building games, or is it another other vision? If you could share that.
We want to become India's first game, because in India we have not seen any made in India games come out of which is that big. We saw PUBG, again a Chinese game. We saw Valorant, again a US based game. We want to see something in India which is made in India. First vision is that. Second, after this what, right? So we want to create world's largest manufacturing of game companies in India. So that's the whole vision and goal of Shotgun.
So because you're making it make in India, are the lanes, by lanes replicating of or are representative of India as in Indian lanes?
Everything is India. Of course, the softwares which are using are not of India, but everything except the softwares are of India. Our people, our team, our office, everything is made in India. And we want to promote that, because if we don't promote India, who will promote them?
Well, Jeet, all the best to you, and
thank you, sir.
Looking forward to your launch of your game next year.
Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
This stall, we have all kind of people. We have people who are investors who wanted to get into business. They came and saw new business startup companies, and they also signed some deals with them. And our stall, they have come for services, asking what are the movies, how they can help for some movies. In the Cinematica event, a lot of film people came. Nagarjuna Garu came, Chotaka Naidu Garu came, and Gopal Reddy Garu came, and Senthil Kumar Garu came, and many people have come from the industry, and it was a big successful with the Cinematica, where a lot of celebrities and technicians from the industry came. Here we displayed more about the cameras and lighting and other new equipment for the movie industry. At the same time in animation also, gaming, VFX, the hardware and software is been, they've been putting the stalls to show the people, the students or working professionals, to show the latest techniques of the software, so what are the new changes and upgrades they have done. It's a very good event for all the people in the industry. This is one of the biggest event, and I believe it's only one event happens in India, such a kind of event with 20,000 people, 5 days. And every day we have a party night. Every day we will have a party where people can come enjoy and spend party. So we are very proud for this event, and we are very happy because of the kind of response we are getting. Next year we are planning to do some new changes for this. Like we want to have buy and sell of movies. Suppose you produce a small budget movie, any short film or something, you want to sell. There are people coming next year. We are calling producers, distributors for a buy and sell. And if you're a movie maker, or you can sell here. Like even we are trying to get request to come Netflix, Amazon next year. This way we can get a lot of people want to sell their movies. They don't know where to, after making the movies, how to sell. The same thing is happening in gaming, we have seen, and many gaming companies got benefited with this event. They make sure, and we charge huge price also. because for the ticket, even that much price also they pay and come for the event, because the service is like that. We have to call speakers from international. Many speakers have come from international, so these sessions who have worked on good movies, they will tell what the experience, how they did the movies and everything. So it's a great exposure for the working people in the industry and all the students, and also for the business people.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV. This is Mike Madhav Reddy. I am the CEO of Rotomaker, Global Visual Effects and AVCG Academy. I am also Secretary for TWAGA, Telangana Animation VFX Gaming Association, and also one of the key members for India Joy. So India Joy, this event is happening this week. Today is the last day of the event. It's a total 5 days event. First 2 days is VFX Summit, Desi Tunes and Cinematica. The first 2 days event, a lot of participation studios came from all over India. We had a Karnataka Pavilion, we had Kerala Pavilion, we had Tamil Nadu Pavilion, and we had Maharashtra Pavilion. Apart from that, many companies have come from all over India, from Delhi and other places. We had more than 200 companies, stalls, and we have overall, for the VFX event, more than 800 companies participated. First 2 days, we had a crowd around 8,000 people. And for first 2 days, VFX gaming, and for the animation, we had around 12,000 people. Overall, total 20,000 people for the 5 days we had this event. It is a great successful. The 3 days gaming event, more than 2,000 B2B events happened, and there we met a lot of people who made the games. They can talk and sell their games or watch their games, understand their games. They can invest. And buy and sell of game happens, and also services who do for the gaming can get an opportunity to meet the clients and make their business. So it's a very informative and also good platform to sell their business and promote their business. We are guessing more than a lot of I would say more than 3,000 crores business might have happened in 5 days in the gaming industry, with the exchange of services and the content is done. This is India's biggest event, and we had more than 50 people, delegates coming from UK, and around 15 plus people from USA and Canada. We have delegates from Asia, other countries. We are also from Australia. This delegation team came and met all the investors of the gaming and animation and VFX. It's a great platform for the people who want to understand what is this industry. If you want to know how big is the industry, if you want to study in animation or VFX gaming, you should come this kind of event to understand and know how big is the industry and how are the opportunities. Nowadays, India is promoting and Telangana government is promoting this event. Major help from the KCR Garu and KTR Garu and our Principal Secretary Jayashanjan Garu. and they have given extreme support for this. This is our 6th event successfully happening. This is a major support from the Telangana government, and they, right from day one, they have been supporting us, and now also they're supporting. We wish anybody who missed this event, they should come next year for sure. Next year we're going to have the same time during October end and November first week. This is a very proud moment. We also got people from the central government to see this event from broadcast to understand how big is this event and how it's going to help to sell their product globally. Rotomaker does the visual effects for a lot of companies, majorly Hollywood. They have worked on more than 4,000 movies in last 15 years. It's a Hyderabad-based company, and it's one of the biggest, third biggest company in India, which has such a big manpower and doing so many projects. They have, last year, out of 10 nominated Oscar movies, 9 movies Rotomaker has done VFX support. And Rotomaker has 5 locations in India: Pune, Goa, Patna, Vijayawada, and Hyderabad, Chennai also. This stall, we have all kind of people. We have people who are investors who wanted to get into business. They came and saw new business startup companies, and they also signed some deals with them. And our stall, they have come for services, asking what are the movies, how they can help for some movies. In the Cinematica event, a lot of film people came. Nagarjuna Garu came, Chotaka Naidu Garu came, and Gopal Reddy Garu came, and Senthil Kumar Garu came. And many people have come from the industry, and it was a big successful with the Cinematica, where a lot of celebrities and technicians from the industry came. Here we display more about the cameras and lighting and other new equipment for the movie industry. At the same time, in animation also, gaming, VFX, the hardware and software is been, they've been putting the stalls to show the people, the students or working professionals, to show the latest techniques of the software, so what are the new changes and upgrades they have done. It's a very good event for all the people in the industry. This is one of the biggest event, and I believe it's only one event happens in India, such a kind of event with 20,000 people, 5 days. And every day we have a party night. Every day we will have a party where people can come enjoy and spend party. So we are very proud for this event, and we are very happy because of the kind of response we are getting. Next year we are planning to do some new changes for this. Like we want to have buy and sell of movies. Suppose you have produced a small budget movie, any short film or something, you want to sell. There are people coming next year. We are calling producers, distributors for a buy and sell. And if a movie maker, or you can sell here. Like even we are trying to get request to come Netflix, Amazon next year. This way we can get a lot of people, want to sell their movies. They don't know where to, after making the movies, how to sell. The same thing is happening in gaming, we have seen. And many gaming companies got benefited with this event. They make sure, and we charge huge price also, because for the ticket, even that much price also, they pay and come for the event. Because the service is like that, we have to call speakers from international. Many speakers have come from international. So these sessions who have worked on good movies, they will tell what the experience, how they did the movies and everything. So it's a great exposure for the working people in the industry, and all the students, and also for the business people.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Welcome to MyStartuptv. I'm majorsunilshetty. We are at the India Joy Gaming Festival, which is a 5-day event being held in Hyderabad. I have with me Rajesh Nimuri, who is the founder of Tento. And let's understand what Tento is all about. Welcome Rajesh, welcome to the show.
Yeah, hi. Thanks for inviting me.
So what's Tento all about?
Okay, see, Tento is a multi-gaming platform. It's a skill-based online real money gaming platform. So we have skill-based games, casual games, hyper-casual games, all games on our platform where anybody can play with a minimal amount like 1 rupee, 2 rupees, and even 10 rupees, and they can win good amount of money.
So I must ask this, you know, the moment you say gaming and money, there is also this ethical issue that comes up, right?
Right.
Do you kind of think about that, and how do you balance it?
Yes, of course. Supreme Court itself gave a judgment that skill-based games are legal in India. So that's where even the Rummy or the Dreamy 11 like fantasy games are so popular in India right now. So we just want to cross that and get into something new where users can play, use their skills like quizzing. It could be multiple choice questions or true or false or spell fun, like these kind of things. So I feel like from the day one, from the childhood, we keep on educating new things. So I'm using the same education to earn something out of it. That's where we started the thing.
So you talked about quizzing.
Yes.
So in your gaming, what kind of areas or sectors you would cover?
It's a complete general knowledge questions and the mathematics, science. So we cover all segments. And other than that, not only quizzing, we have skill games like Jigsaw Puzzle, where we'll showcase an image for 30 seconds. They have to rearrange that in 60 seconds. So we have the find the word. We'll display a few words. They just have to arrange. It's a kind of the jigsaw only like that. So it's not only quizzing part. We have the multiple games. Only needs a skill base. That's it. Nothing else.
So where would they play? Would it be online? Would it be a desktop app, or it would be a card games? What kind of gaming?
So we have our URL is playtento.com. So user have to go there. They have to download the APK. So we, because it's a real money gaming, we are not on the Play Store as of now because of the rules they have on the Indian laws. In the iOS, we are live in the iOS, so they can download the APK and start playing on the mobile. We are planning to come on the web as well, but it takes half more time.
So at this stage, are you funded or are you bootstrapped?
We were bootstrapped, but we got a recent good funder right now, so we are funded. I should say we are funded.
And how has been the association with, you are incubated with Image, STPI.
Yeah.
So how has been the association?
I should say thanks to the IGDC actually, because last year I visited IGDC for the first time. I got associated with this Image. Fortunately, that was the third cohort they were planning at that time. So we have applied for out of I think 230 or 400 plus startups applied. Only 23 startups were selected. We were one among them. And it was a great support from the Image team. Though they invested a small amount of the fund, just to give some positive thing for the founders. But the support, the mentorships, it's excellent. It's a kind of next level.
And being part of this India Joy Festival, how has that helped you? I saw when you came. I came in. You've been quite busy with people asking about Tento and all.
Yes,
so how's that experience?
Yeah, this year we in fact sponsored few books on the IGDC here, and a lot of people are checking what is Tento. They want to understand how the game works. So it was good. It's really good, and we are very happy to associate it this year.
Well, Rajesh, thank you very much, and all the best for your future.
Thank you. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
So good evening everyone. I'm Rajesh. Thank you so much for joining in. Very warm welcome. I'm super excited at the same time, very thrilled and nervous as well while I was talking to some of my friends what this particular session is going to be, right? So while I was discussing with some of the board members for ITTL, right, they have kind of conceptualized this entire session to be slightly unique. I would say one of its kind, which we've never done it in the past. Many a times when we talk about bridging the gap between industry and academia, right, we would come up with a lot of research insights where we would have industry experts or a stalwart who would talk about it, or we will have some experts from the academia part of it. They would share their expertise or they would share their challenges, right? Or we would also look at an open house kind of a thing where we would hear every individual perspective. But at the end of it, there is no strong key takeaway. Okay, in this session, next 45 minutes to an hour, we wanted to make it very, very exciting. At the same time, very insightful, meaningful, and we would like to take away some good insights out of this. So every time, you know, when we talk about people who are there in the campus space, right, when I was talking to Ashish as well, many of us have spent about a decade and a half in the campus landscape, done significant impact in terms of recruiting talent, attracting talent, engaging with them, and eventually adding up to the overall economic growth of an organization. Even the educational institute have played a very significant role when it comes to adding up, giving great amount of talent and ensuring what needs to be done. But if we largely look at it at a macro level, when we talk about bridging the gap between industry and academia, there is no significant change which we have created, and you know, including industry and academia front, right? To give kind of an analogy to that, right? If you look at the industry 1 to industry 5.2, the business world has kind of seen a significant transformation over the years, right? I mean, from the industry 1.2, where it started from mechanization, the industry 2.0 was about electrification, industry 3.0 was about automation, and industry 4.0, it started in 2010, was largely into digitization. And in less than 10 years, right, if you look at the industry 1.0 to 2.0, it took about 100 years. From 2.0 to 3.0, it approximately took about 90 years. From the second one to the third one, it was less than 50 years. From 4.0 to 5, we are just taking about 10 years. And the industry 5.0 is all about humanization and personalization. So why this particular context is very important is the world is changing at a very rapid pace, and it becomes very difficult and it becomes extremely challenging for us to keep up the pace at which the technology is changing, the world is changing, the world is going through a lot of innovation, the world is going through a lot of disruption. So it's important as an industry experts and an academia to understand what is kind of missing and how do we embrace this. So every time when we think about implementing certain things, the dynamics would change. And as an individuals, when we have spent about a decade, 2 decades, and some of them who have spent enormous amount of time, right, who have set up the center of excellence, you know, did a lot of things, whatever they could do at their capacity. Now, this particular session, what we would do is, we in the arrangement, the way it is being done is, we have some bit of industry experts in each table, and we also have academicians as well, where we want you to ideate some of the key ones. It can be 1 or 2. We will not go all over the place. Each teams, we would formulate like a team and would pick up 1 or 2 important topic which you think which is still not been addressed, and how as a team, how do you ideate, conceptualize, and how exactly we could come together to bring it to life, right? Many a times what happens is when we talk about bridging the gap, there are a lot of limitations. When I say limitation, the organization has a limitation. Can we invest on this institute because what's an ROI for us? Or there are institutes which would have that openness to make an impact. They have a limitation in terms of bid and ranking or having the right capital to make an investment there. So here we would look at a blue ocean strategy kind of an approach where we will take away all the limitations. You will not represent any institute, you will not represent any organization. Collectively, based on your experience and your expertise, what do you think which is missing today? And if academia and industry come together, what is that we can solve? And at the end of it, we would give about 10 minutes for each team. We want you to ideate, and we want one individual from your team to share an idea which we can implement it. It's not a great idea or a $1 billion idea. We are looking at something which is actionable. As soon as some of the academicians go back, they could discuss with the management and see how exactly we could implement. And some of the university recruiting leaders who are out here, we would also hear the perspective from academicians as well. What is some of the key takeaway for us to go back to our business and say that this is something which is very important, or we learned that this is the best practice which is still missing, and which we'll go ahead and implement that. Okay, so with that, I mean, I would just act as a moderator. Thankfully, I'm not in this session, so I would run around and we would enable this, and we would require your full participation and make this entire session very useful. And this whole session would be recorded. As I told you, we will truly create a greater impact out of this session. We will have all the pointers which we will draw. And this particular event is also partnered with the business world, right? Business world people. We wanted to, since we have the industry experts and the academicians from some of the best institutes, right? We will gather key insights, and this will even, we will aim to publish it on the newspaper or the magazines of this, which will go online. Collectively, let's make it as a great success. Yeah. Thank you. So, and very important, now again, bridging the gap between industry and academia is a very, very large topic, right? From a corporate perspective, right? These are 4 things which we currently face as a challenge. One is the competency gap. With technology changing, it's very, very important that how do we ensure that we engage with the universities and ensure that the technology which is evolving is taught at the campus, or skilling, upskilling, reskilling, all of that stuff, right? The competency gap, how do we address that? And the second, the biggest one, I'm sure that all the industry folks would agree, the inclusion and diversity is one of the biggest challenge, right? One is the availability of the pool itself. So every time now, if you look at as an industry as a whole, in India, a lot of leaders are thinking that we should hit 50% gender diversity by 2030, which is a very ambitious target. For that to make it happen, the university recruiting talent plays a very, very pivotal role. In the lateral perspective, there is a very limited scope for us to make that happen. The only way is to happen is to infuse some of the great talent at the early careers. For this thing to happen, we should look at what is the pool available, or the second aspect is if there is a bias, right? And if there is a male student, we will visit only exclusive diversity campus, or we would be slightly lenient to the students who are girls, and eventually we will make that. How do we address this issue, right, in terms of the supply as well as having the bias in terms of the recruiting itself? The third one is the time and resource constraints. While we know certain things exist, but the biggest challenge is, can we invest time? Because at the end of the day, academics have their own agenda to drive in terms of technically the students needs to go through the syllabus, they have their own grading system and all of that. They have a very limited time for them to upskill themselves. From an industry standpoint, their objective is on the revenue side, objective in terms of the product developments and all of that. With the limitations of resource and time, how do we kind of still navigate and address this challenge? Then the communication is a soft challenge, means soft skill aspect of it. This is something which is out there, and again, this is a very light one which can be addressed with all the advent of the online education which is happening, or the MOOC part of it, and there's a lot of avenues to which we could solve. Now, from an academic university standpoint, right, the relevance of the syllabus itself is a big challenge, because majority of it, if we look at Tamil Nadu as a state, right, majority of them are affiliated to Anna University. If we look at Andhra and Telangana, either of them are affiliated to JNTU Kakinada, JNTU Anantapur, JNTU Hyderabad for that matter. In Karnataka, at least about 250 to 350 odd organizations are affiliated to VTU. There is a very limited scope for them to include any new concepts, because that requires a different shift altogether. With that limitation, how an organization can strive and thrive to incorporate the right technologies which is required from an industry standpoint. The proficiency necessity, which means while the world is going through massive transformation in terms of the cloud, all the new age technologies which is out there, how do you stay embraced with all the technologies which is out there? How do we get the insights of all of this? Limited exposure, industry exposure, and again, here this requires two aspects of it. One is whether the organization have an appetite to invest. So there is an operational cost when we talk about industry exposure. Either an industry experts have to come to the academia, or the academic students have to go to our organization. How do we make it that happen is one of the biggest challenge which have to be addressed. And limited resources, right? I mean, any academic institutes have X number of manpower through which they could do very little in 365 days considering their academics as well. So these are some of the broader perspective, not limiting, but we just wanted to give you some insights for you to think through and slightly deeper on an action item on this. Okay, with that I will take a pause. We would request you to, we would give about 10-15 minutes each team to ideate and arrive at a very specific thing what we could address, and we would ask one representative from each team to share their insights. Thank you.
In academics, suppose you take the faculty and even if you look at the CSE faculty in entire India, there is no data science is there, many of the top universities, there is no specialized faculty. So when you come for the night, how you can manage that?
No, sir, first discuss what is the problem statement, what are you trying to do?
We will go as per our mandate of the business. If the business mandate is not there, we will also go back to coding. Some institute who have labs inside. Now every institute has an incubation institute. So the institute has come up with this. It's not going to your institute that we tie up here. We generally say that we will go to 100 different temples and we'll pray. Wherever we get prasadam, we'll come and take us. The relationship building is
my perspective. Sorry to say. See, today you are at 1,000. The next year, placement was great, 4,000. This is, of course, business time. If somebody is making revenue, it's good to scale. Now, if you are a company if that scale is happening, scale itself is a problem. But it's very aspiring to nurture that kind of world's largest technology. While that is very required to scale, but how do we address that is also a question mark.
No, so very valid point. I think
See the problems. Take that number of things. See, if you look at you can take only 50 or you can take only 100. Now, VAT is taking 20,000 rupees. 4,500 computer science. Why this to your point of right, you should evolve. It can be not just building, right? It's about where is the talent to build capability. So
we can't also.
Yeah, actually now there is one slide which I have. Good old traditional method was only off campus, on campus, or an external partner. Now there are 17 different avenues. Now somebody said that we tied up with Coursera. We could as a solution, the whole idea is to provide solution. Coursera is there. The national future skills is there. There are external partners who are coming and building skills. Will this solve the problem? This is something maybe we will have to go deeper to understand. Now to your point of that there is no great academicians who can teach the new age technology. Also there. Center of excellence is there, but
to stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
I'm super excited at the same time, very thrilled and nervous as well while I was talking to some of my friends. I would run around and we would enable this, and we would require your full participation and make this entire session very useful. From a corporate perspective, right? These are 4 things which we currently face as a challenge. The competency gap. How do we address that? The inclusion and diversity is one of the biggest challenge, right? How do we address this issue, right? In terms of the supply as well as having the bias in terms of the recruiting itself. The third one is the time and resource constraints. With the limitations of resource and time, how do we kind of still navigate and address this challenge? Then the communication is a soft challenge, means soft skill aspect of it. This is something which is out there, and again this is a very light one which can be addressed. Now from an academic university standpoint, right, the relevance of the syllabus, with that limitation, how an organization can strive and try to incorporate the right technologies which is required from an industry standpoint. The proficiency necessity, how do you stay embraced with all the technologies which is out there? How do we get the insights of all of this? How do we make it that happen is one of the biggest challenge which have to be addressed. We would request you to, we would give about 10-15 minutes each team to ideate and arrive at a very specific thing what we could address, and we would ask one representative from each team to share their insights. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Ladies and gentlemen, gives me immense pleasure and honor to have our first keynote speaker join us on this dais. He has so many feathers in his cap that it would take me a long time to even read them out to you. He's contributed immensely towards the growth of our country's IT sector. Ladies and gentlemen, he's been the head of several Indian and global industry forums such as FICCI, AMCAM, TIE, HISA and IEEE, the chairman of STPI Hyderabad, Chennai and Bangalore. He's been the co-founder of Portal Player, which went on to be acquired by NVIDIA, a company that designed the core chips and software that powered the Apple iPods. Ladies and gentlemen, he's also the co-founder of Talent Sprint, a leading edtech company in India. He's always there to help people with questions and queries. He's an angel investor, a mentor to entrepreneurs and students. And ladies and gentlemen, he's been the Special Chief Secretary, rank of a cabinet minister to the Andhra Pradesh government in the Chief Minister's office during the years 2014 to 19, and has advised and assisted the government in bringing in investments, generating employment, and encouraging innovation and startup activities in Andhra Pradesh. He's also associated with the governments of Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. Ladies and gentlemen, this gentleman is here to address us for our inaugural keynote. I would like a big thunderous round of applause for he's taken time out to be here with us, Dr. J.A. Chaudhary.
Thank you, Abhishek, for your gracious introduction. Good morning, captains of the industry, ladies and gentlemen. Before I give my Bangalore to Bangalore story, actually I was not in a mood to come for this event, though I agreed a long time ago to Chinmay, because recently my mom passed away and I was in my village conducting all the rituals. But in spite of me being in the village, not able to take a decision to come here, Chinmay from Bangalore, he drove all the way to my village in his own car and came and requested me to come and participate, at least spend some few hours with this event. And while driving back, I saw Chinmay, how he was able to give instructions to his team what to do, how to do, where to do. I was really amazed to see the leadership qualities in Chinmay. Though he is one of my ardent disciples, but I never saw that kind of a leadership qualities in practice. He was driving on the highway and he was giving instructions every 5 minutes. People were calling him and he was telling what to do. And I was amazed to see his leadership qualities. And I want all of you to give a standing ovation to such people. At a young age, he's able to do all these things, demonstrating the... Thank you, Chinmay. Since I came to Bangalore, I was not prepared to talk what should I speak. In fact, I was not in a mood to come to the Indian Space Research Organization. I was in the telemetry division where Rohini, Bhaskara satellites, I was developing the telemetry subsystems for the Indian Space Research Organization. That's where I started my journey, tech journey from Bangalore. Then I left that and I went to Department of Electronics, New Delhi, in the policy making body with the Ministry of Information Technology. Those days, there was no ministry called Information Technology. It was a part of the Science and Technology Ministry. So there I saw, when I was working in Bangalore, ISRO, it was a different environment. When I went to Delhi, Department of Electronics, totally the opposite environment. During the peak license Raj, I was witnessing people like Narayan Murthy, Ajay Premji, all these people, including FC Kohli, they used to come and wait in our corridors of the government, hours together. Sometimes they used to come first day, second day, third day, still they were not able to get the proper appointment with the concerned joint directors for getting their import license or whatever they want to do. That was the peak license Raj. Unfortunately, I was in Department of Electronics those days. In fact, we were instructed not to give an approvals for any import license. And we used to write note sheets, green sheets in the government. Every government, they used a lot of green sheets. So we used to write why this cannot be approved. Some dozens of papers we used to fill all the data. Suppose if I give approval, then immediately they will say, no, you got a vested interest, you got some arrangement with that company or individual. So why to take risk? Keep on writing then justification. This cannot be approved. Then my job is done. That's not the mindset of the license officials during that time. And many entrepreneurs from United States, United Kingdom, they used to come. They want to do something in information technology, but they saw that getting the computer import license itself used to take 6 months to 1 year. By the time they get the import license, the technology is changed and all those things are. And in addition to that, there is to be 350% customs duty. So all kind of restrictions. Why we should not do anything in the government or in the industry? That is the mindset. But fortunately, again, Bangalore played an important role. Texas Instruments, those days they wanted to come to India, they had 2-3 other options. Israel was one option, Ireland was an option, then India was also one of the options. They came to Government of India, we want to set up the development center for Texas Instruments operations because you have great manpower from IITs and NITs and all that, we want to set up the development center here. Provided they gave list of the things. We want a single window government clearance mechanism where all the approvals are given across the table or within 24 hours time. There was no internet during that time in India. There used to be only through the satellite technology, through Intelsat, we have to connect to the other world. They said we need a dedicated satellite station on top of our building so that we can get connected to Texas Instruments headquarters. Then how much time I have? Because storytelling takes a lot of time. Already you are late. Thank you. No. So whenever you get bored, you just lift your hand and stop that time. Because this is a story, because we are in the tech capital of India, Bangalore. you should know the story how we made India as the tech capital of the world. So Texas Instruments, they gave the list of the things, internet facilities through satellite technology, satellite earth station, and single window ground mechanism, all those things they gave the list. If you don't provide this, you will go to either Israel or Ireland to set up the development center. That time, fortunately, I think during that time, Rajiv Gandhi was the Prime Minister, and somehow he said we have to get Texas Instruments to be set up their operations somewhere in India. So these powers were vested with different ministries. There is no information technology ministry. The DOE, some powers were there. Commerce ministry, some powers were there. Then revenue ministry, some powers. Like that, several departments and ministries were involved. They said, no, how can I give my powers to one officer? So we cannot. So with the power of the Prime Minister's office, we were able to create an entity. It was a pilot. It was called Software Technology Parks of India. So that entity was created, and they said it has to be a pilot because we are giving a lot of powers to this one single officer. He may misuse these powers. So we will do it only for Texas Instruments and also observe every month and see how these powers are being used or misused. Then that concept came out of Government of India. Then Texas Instruments, they selected Bangalore. Bangalore being, those days, Bangalore used to be the pensioners' paradise. Because when I was staying in Malleshwaram, 18th class, 8th man, when I was working for ISRO, in our flats, there used to be a building called Mukta building. I don't know if still that is there or not. No provision even for fans. Leave about air conditioners. Even fans, there used to be no provision. That's how Bangalore city was during that time. And because of that, Texas Instruments thought that it's a good city with a lot of greenery and a lot of public sectors are there. Tech talent is there. Indian Institute of Science is there. So all these things, made a decision for them to select a place in Bangalore. Then they selected a place on Miller Road. It's called, I think, some towers. I don't remember. I'm now 69 years old. So in Miller Road, they selected that building, and on the top of the building, they wanted us to set up a satellite earth station. During that time, to bring the satellite earth station equipment from the airport, it was not the present airport, the old airport, there was no provision to bring it in other vehicles. We had to take a bullock cart and put the satellite earth station equipment, bring it to the Miller Road in Bangalore, and set it up on the top of the building, Sona Towers. Their building name is Sona Towers. So there was a satellite earth station, and there is a mechanism called Software Technology Parks of India, and in the Department of Electronics, they circulated a questionnaire that whoever is interested in going to Bangalore to head the Software Technology Parks of India, so they can send their request. So all my colleagues in Department of Electronics during the license Raj, because everybody used to go to their office, right? People used to wait in the corridors of power, whether big industries or anybody for that matter. They don't want to lose that power. So none of them applied, only my application was there, because why I applied, my native place is very close to Bangalore. It's from Bangalore airport, present airport, it's about 1.5 hours drive or 1 hour 45 minutes. I thought nearer to my village is good for me so that I can help my brothers and sisters and all that. That was my interest, not knowing that this is going to bring transformation for India itself and creating so many millions of jobs. Even I was not knowing about it. I never imagined that this can make that kind of a big impact. So I opted. Obviously, they selected me as the founding director of the Software Technology Parks of India. And there was no office here. And there is no entity for STPI here. They attached me to one of the Department of Electronics offices located in Pinia Industrial Estate. It is to be called ETDC, Electronics Testing and Development Center. It is located in Pinia Industrial Estate. And in Miller Road, Texas Instruments, they gave one office for me to sit in that building. So all the powers were given, and from the Prime Minister's office, one IAS officer used to come every month They used to monitor what I'm doing, how all the powers are being used and all that. All those things were there. In addition to that, there used to be an IPS officer, senior IPS officer from Intelligence Bureau in our board of STPI. Why? Because there is a satellite station and multinational company, American company is there in Bangalore. They may send any information to the outside world. So it has to be monitored 24/7. We used to monitor what emails are going, what attachments are coming, what attachments are going, and this big room was allocated in the middle in that sonar towers for keeping the printouts of those information. Whatever comes, whatever email goes from TI Bangalore to TI US or vice versa, those things have to be taken a printout. And I had some 3 officers around the clock. They have to go and monitor what is happening through the monitoring system. So one day what happened, there used to be some general elections in India. And employees of the Texas Instruments started commenting on some political parties, some politicians who are contesting for elections and all that. In the middle of the night, I got a call from one of my officers. Sir, not the technology information going on the satellite, but a lot of political information is going. So this kind of a report he reported. Then I asked him to send an email formal report. When I got the email, I sent it to the Department of, what is that, it used to be called, it's headed by IPS officer, what is that name there? Intelligence Bureau. Intelligence Bureau was the department. So I sent it to the Government of India, Intelligence Bureau, and one IPS officer along with several junior IPS officers, about 5 of them. They came all the way from Delhi, and there used to be one Mike Watson, who was the managing director of Texas Instruments in India, in Bangalore. And they grilled him for nearly 1 week. They went through all the papers, they were asking all kind of questions and all that. Finally, they found that no sensitive information was sent through the satellite station, and they went out. That time, my boss was N. Vittal, recently passed away, Nagaraj N. Vittal. He was the Secretary, Department of Electronics. I told him, sir, what is this nonsense? Anybody can send information through fax or through modem. Why this restriction? Just because they are using the satellite station on top of their building. He also realized, yes, there is a flaw in the system. Then he went to the Cabinet Secretary and got his approval, and they removed that restriction. Like that, there are several restrictions were there during that time, during license laws, and in spite of all that, this thing, because they given all the powers to STPI director, I used to give within 24 hours all the import licenses, whatever licenses they want, I was authorized to give all those licenses. So one day, one Mr. Yugandhar, he was with the Prime Minister's office in Delhi. He came as a part of the inspection or monitoring what STPI is doing. Then everything was going good, all the multinational companies. After seeing the success of the Texas Instruments in the Cunningham Road, Hewlett-Packard came, Digital came, all these MNC companies, they landed in Bangalore because TI got all the benefits, and they don't want to experiment in other cities because all the approval system was there, satellite station was there, so that they can draw the fiber link from the sonar towers to their respective places. That's how Bangalore became the tech capital of India. So when B.N. Yugandhar, who is the actually father of Satya Nadella, who is the current Microsoft CEO, he was the Prime Minister's office, one of the secretaries. He said, you are a Telugu person and you are not doing anything to your state. Why don't you go to Hyderabad and develop the IT industry? Then I said, told him, sir, there's not even one single IT company in Hyderabad, and there is no STP office in Hyderabad. So how can I go to Hyderabad and develop this IT industry? He said, no, I will talk to your boss and we tell I got the approval for setting up the STP office in Hyderabad. When I went to Hyderabad, all the locks and borders used to be there, not even one IT company, so no internet and all that thing. And it was so difficult to convince any company. All these companies were established in Bangalore, they were not coming because there's no internet, there's no critical mass and all that. So, thanks to Chandrababu Naidu when he became the Chief Minister of combined Andhra Pradesh. I used to meet him every day, 1 hour, whatever was required, I used to tell him and he used to get all those things done. So those rocks and boulders of Hyderabad converted into the IT destination. Today, if you go and see Hyderabad, it looks like Manhattan or looks like any other modern city. And all the economy comes from IT industry, not from other industries. So today, entire state of Telangana, the main revenue comes from Hyderabad. Again, because of the IT industry. So this story got expanded to Pune, Gurgaon, wherever there are IT people, wherever there are IT fraternity. That's how India became the knowledge capital of the world. In fact, information technology industry today, it is not the information technology, India technology industry, because all the technologies, you name it, any technology for that matter, there are people available in all the levels. So when Chinmay approached me that this is the kind of conferences he is making in various cities, I said yes, this is required because we are going through the transformation today. Whatever was there earlier, when I was studying in IIT Madras, there were no opportunities for students to work in any industry. Either they had to become a bank clerk or a teacher or maybe two organizations like ISRO and BRC. Other than that, there are no job opportunities. And number of colleges were also very less. IITs were itself, I think 4 or 5, and there are no private universities and all that. In spite of that, no jobs. Because of the IT industry, today there are so many private universities, so many private engineering colleges, and millions of people are coming out every month and every year out of these colleges. Still, IT industry is able to absorb them, and all of them are getting benefited. The whole economy got benefited because of the IT industry. But unfortunately, or fortunately, again, we come to the next phase of transformation. Thanks to, or we don't want to thank the generative AI. When I met a lot of CEOs in America recently, they said the generative AI is coming, we are already using. 90% of the workforce can be removed, only 10% can do the core job. Then what will happen to the Indian IT services industry? Unless they transform, they will not be able to retain their job, they will not be able to get a new job. And that's worried me a lot, because I've been through this industry for the last 30 years. I've seen how this industry grown. Suddenly the same industry, because of the AI tools and all that, the people are going to be laid off. What is India is going to do? India with 1.5 billion people, with the concentration of the population, if you don't have this job creation engine running properly, the unemployed youth, they will kill the prospects of this nation. We don't require other countries like China, Pakistan to destabilize India. So how do we create new jobs? That was my thought process. Then again, the Bangalore to Bangalore story, though I went to Delhi, then I thought that we should do something to arrest this process. How do we create new jobs? I thought through the startup companies, because startup companies always works in the new technologies, new problems they are going to solve. So why not we create more successful startup companies from India so that they will be able to create new jobs? That was the idea. Then I again came back to the tech capital of India and the startup capital of India, the Bangalore, and we started creating a platform called India Startup Foundation. Through India Startup Foundation, we ran 2 conferences, one in 22 and the last one was in August conference. We had more than 11,000 startups. They applied for the startup pitch competition. Out of that, we selected 20. Unlike many conferences, all the selected companies, every week, there are 250 mentors, global mentors are there. They talk to them, they mentor them, they provide funding to them. For example, last 5-6 weeks, we have been giving opportunities to all the selected companies. All the companies got the funding. In fact, the last company, it is a Singapore-based company promoted by one of the retired IAS officers called Ranjit Sudan. After taking the retirement from the government, he went to World Bank, and he was the head of the IT for developing countries and third world countries. He took voluntary retirement and started a company in Singapore. He was not able to get funding, though he was in Singapore. Then he approached me, then one of the startup mentoring sessions he presented. On the same day, within 1 hour, he got $1 million funding assured. and also some people wanted to give business opportunities also to them. So I thought, I mean, whatever the Silicon Valley model of the funding, where only 1 out of 10 startup companies are succeeding. So why not we reverse that model? Why can't we make 9 out of 10 companies to succeed? So for that we need ecosystem. That's what we are now building, and we are very, very thankful to all the mentors, HNIs. A lot of HNIs who came from Hyderabad, they are all from the real estate industry, pharma industry. They never used to invest in startups. I told them, you are going to Tirupati and putting money in Hundi. You are thinking that you will get some punyam. I don't know whether you are getting that good karma points. Whereas the same money, you give it to a startup company who are in the early stage. And not only you get 100 times more punyam, 100 times more karma points, plus this money is going to return 10 times with good valuation, he will return the money. So I don't know how they got convinced with that idea. A lot of them, they came. On the first day of the conference itself, 150 term sheets, they all signed for the startup companies who are in the early stage. So why I am telling this story, though it is not possible in countries like America and other places, India may have a lot of wealth. People have got a lot of money. They don't know where to invest. Once we provide an opportunity for them to invest in good startups, not only the startups are going to survive and succeed and create the jobs. So that's what the new job creation engine through the startup companies, through India Startup Foundation, we have started this journey, and I am sure that all of you have to participate in this. It's like a yagnam. That's where I met people like Chinmay, Dinanath, and so many people. Because this is like a fire ritual. This is for the country. If you don't do this, country will go to dogs. This unemployed youth will kill the prospects of the country. So it's everybody's responsibility to create good talent, to help the startups who are in the early stage. Particularly, I want to mention Chitkara University, when they gave me the honorary doctorate recently. When I went there, even a second year student has started a company and they are doing very well. Out of 173 startups which they incubated, 73 startups got good exits. And their model of giving the education, not through regular education. The kind of learning and education what Chitkara University is following is through the startup journey. Once you give the students, okay, this is your startup company, this is your idea, this is your mentor, and you have to come with a successful startup journey. He's learning what to do the finance side, he's learning the deep technologies, he knows what is the business development, how to market, how to branding, the entire thing through Ekalavi education, they're able to learn. Not that professors are teaching everything for them. So this is the kind of model I'm suggesting to all the educational institutions, all the private universities, public universities. Unless you create that kind of a talent, otherwise the Thomas Friedman has written a long time ago a book called World is Flat. Today world is flat. Suppose there is an opportunity in US or Europe, anybody can compete. Indians can compete, Stanford students can compete. Similarly, there is an opportunity in Bangalore. Anybody can compete for the opportunity. So, unless you prepare our talent of that nature, our talent should be on par with Stanford students or MIT students or whatever is possible. So, only thing is we have to apply our mind and see that how do we take care of our India's prospects, because this is a journey. We got a very good journey. And thanks to our Honorable Prime Minister, the way he is making India to really become the superpower of the world. And that's possible provided we take care of creating good talent and also help the startup companies so they will create new jobs. So in this journey, I request all of you to participate in this Maha Yagnam, fire ritual. It is not JHO, this Yagnam. It is all of you have to think, how do I help a startup company? How do I help an engineering college or a university where they can be told how they can increase the productivity of this thing, how they can learn better. Otherwise, what is happening? They go through AICT, UGC, and all that. This thing, though they came with some reforms, there are tinkering reforms. We need disruptive reforms because we are going through the disruptive world today. This era is called disruptive era. in this disruptive era, we need disruptive reforms in every sector, education sector, healthcare sector, every sector we need to have that kind of a disruptions in the policies and everywhere. So with this, I want to thank Chinmay for giving me this opportunity to come and speak to all of you. And I once again request, it's a moment where all of us have to think today, what is that I am doing? Something good for the country. Am I mentoring somebody as a student or a startup company? That kind of a thing, initiative that you should have. Then I think nobody can stop India, and India is going to do very well. Thank you so much for listening.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Today, we are going through the big transformation in terms of the technology, in terms of the business model. The whole world is changing. In this changing dynamics, unless we also bring those disruptive reforms at every level, then only we will be able to catch up to a new wave, which is going to be helpful to the country. The only thing is, we have to bring such reforms. Otherwise, normally, the government parallel, you take some decision once in 5 years, that's not going to work. Every 6 months, we have to come with what is relevant today and update our this thing, bring new policy directions and help the student community to come up to that kind of expectations. Then we can compete with anybody in the world and take advantage of this transformation happening. Because of the digital transformation, which is cutting across all sectors. You take agriculture, you take healthcare, you take defense, aerospace, everywhere. Technology is a constant parameter. And the technology is changing so fast. So that we have to take to our advantage. Our children are ready to absorb and learn these new technologies and become productive. The only thing is we have to bring that reforms, education reforms, so that these talented kids who are spending their quality time in the engineering colleges and all that, they should be given all the weapons so that they can fight whomever this thing, the new Kurukshetra war, and become successful. So talent becomes a very, very important aspect. I think whatever Chinmay is doing, bringing the Indian talent conferences like today happening in Bangalore, is very relevant. What is relevant for today and what is relevant for tomorrow, we have to catch up those things, and nobody can compete with India because we have that talent pool, and we have to only upgrade our skills and bring those disruptive changes so that we will be able to catch up with the people.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
This Startup India, Government of India's team has a lot of inspiration and motivation for the youths in India. So many people have started that starting is easy and starting to survive and scaling up. This is the biggest challenge currently we are seeing. And Startup India seed fund also Department of Science and Technology is providing, and people are taking benefit out of that. And it has brought a lot of ecosystem to create many startups in the country. And the Startup India movement is by and large in the urban part of the India. But if you see the rural part of India, people go for startup because of adversity and because of necessity. And those startups never die. They take more time. They are organic startups. They take more time and they grow bigger and they make a mark. And probably if you see all India's great companies, they have started small beginning, they have done a small place. Kirloskar is the best example from Kirloskar. I am Nagpur, we have Section 8 company called INFED. I am Nagpur Foundation for Entrepreneurship Development, and we have received the highest funding of Niti Aayog Atal Innovation Center. We also received the Startup India Seed Fund, and again Entrepreneur in Residence is another scheme of Department of Science and Technology. We are one of the high performer among the Atal Innovation Centers. Being the new campus and in the country, we are the best campus out of all 21 IIMs. And we have focused on women entrepreneurship last few years, and 42 women already moved from startup to scale. and large number of groups are participating in Startup India movement through IIM Nagpur, and we have a large number of mentors, those who are the serial entrepreneurs. They mentor our new incubatees, and they also provide all kind of support, hand holding, and that is need of an hour for startup to survive and not to give up is one of the important mantra. And if the focus is not give up, then probably they will not continue for long. So therefore, not to give up and providing the kind of ecosystem and mentoring. We also conduct the boot camps and the trainings, and also some kind of discussion. It is all about build the positivity among the entrepreneurs, how to overcome the adversities and difficulties. So this is how we provide, and that has given a good result.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be having a panel discussion, the CXO perspectives, disruption to innovation, and that's what we had to start off. The conversation is going to be centered around how AI and automation are reshaping talent. So to take this panel discussion further, I'd like to call upon the moderator. He is the chief mentor at My Anatomy, a wonderful person. I got to interact with him in Hyderabad, and every minute spent with him was worth its weight in gold. Very energetic and is full of knowledge, from handling oneself to running companies, marketing. You ask him and he's there. So, and he's also been awarded quite a number of awards, and the biggest one was in 2017, coming in from the Times of India Group. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Ganesh Shenoy on stage, the chief mentor at My Anatomy. Welcome, sir. I'll let you take the dais. Pleasure to have you here. I'll let you do this. So this. So you can be here. Okay. DJ's got extra money for the fanfare, huh? Okay. The Vice President, Seed Chitkara University, Mr. Piyush Garg. And a round of applause should keep going as I will be calling on our next panelist, the ex-managing director and country head at SVB India and GCC leader, Mr. Propels Jennison. Welcome, sir. Welcome, a pleasure and honor to have you. Let's quickly get the managing director and CEO at Expelio Group, Mr. Balaji Vishwanathan. He's already joined us. The Chief Community Officer and founding member, Divya Ravindranathan at Equity for Women. Thank you. Give her a round of applause. Director Chief Architect at Kendall is Mr. Pradeep Rao. Can I have a round of applause for him? Gentlemen, ladies, the lady and the gentleman, thank you for being here with us. And I'll let Mr. Shenoy take over. Just to throw some insight from my side, there was a time when you finished engineering and then companies would spend 6 months putting you on a bench and training you, right? And now how AI is going to change, not only this, but what about the talent that's already within the system? So it's going to be an interesting conversation. I look forward to it. And I think Mr. Shenoy would be the perfect gentleman to take things forward. Give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. How AI and automation are reshaping talent.
Thank you, Abhishek, and it's wonderful to be hosting a panel discussion really on this topic of AI and whatever we talk about in terms of disruption. So thank you, Dr. Chaudhary. Thank you, Nathan sir, for joining us. And so the topic for panel discussion today is about disruption to innovation and how AI and automation are reshaping talent management, and it's driving innovation and creating new opportunities for employers as well as employees to stay ahead of the curve and gain competitive advantage. So I want to commence the panel discussion with a strong quote. Change is inevitable. The disruption it comes often brings inconvenience and opportunity. So I would urge the panel to focus on the opportunity that it brings in terms of whatever disruption and change that we are going through today. And I would start with Premal. My first question to you is, what is the impact of disruption and the challenges of transformational change from traditional to AI and automation? So there are a lot of organizations which have made a transition already. So I would urge you to talk about what is the impact and the kind of challenges.
Thanks, Ganesh. Thank you all for having us. It's a very interesting conversation to start with. We saw the dais, Dr. Chowdhury's talk about the impact of disruption to all of us. If you think about it, let's maybe distill this down into three parts, right? Business, processes, and people. Okay, if you think about business, right now, every C-suite agenda has AI included in it. We cannot get away from it. Even universities or even in organizations, startups, everywhere AI is taking center stage. So that's number one. While the solutions for AI are coming up and they're coming up at a very fast pace, the leaders need to know how and where to invest, the amount of money you need to invest, the resources you need to redirect to stay ahead of the game. So I think that's one very critical aspect of how the disruption is taking from moving a traditional business model to an AI supported system. Then on the back end, you have your customer experience, which is basically how your customers will behave and how your customers set will understand why you are introducing AI in the first place, whether they're going to be comfortable with that. That's another part of it. Now let's move on to the process side. So traditional models have a very strong bedrock of foundational processes, a very huge tech stack, either legacy or modernized. Then you also have your governance and risk and compliance process sitting on top of them. All of that have to be rebuilt now if you introduce AI, because you cannot just layer something on top of AI and then call it, saying, hey, now I have an AI-enabled organization. So now you have that as a very key consideration, which again means it goes back to the business saying that can I invest in this as a whole, and how much of this disruption can an organization take. The last and the most important piece is people. Like we talked about, there is job displacement, there is things about upskilling, but think about the opportunity of this. One amazing thing about the India talent base is its ability to quickly redirect our focus to get to the next generation of skill sets. So those three I think are like key areas where I think the disruption from very traditional models to AI, and now we see organizations like academia moving towards AI generated content, post-content, which I think is a huge opportunity for us. And combining all these three, I think the disruption, the innovation, I think we can lead on from here.
Yeah. So my question, the next question is to Mr. Balaji. At Explio, you work with a lot of Fortune companies, right? And specifically in the BFSI sector. And if you have to quantify the AI adoption, if you have to rate the AI adoption globally and locally on a scale of 5, what would be your quantification?
See, it's very difficult to quantify because it will depend on what the benefits that has actually driven to each one of the organizations. But if I were to look at it's not a question of quantifying, it's the question of how it has been adopted and what value it has driven to end customers. If I were to look at that as the scale, I would say we are anywhere between 3.5 to 4.5 in terms of what value it has actually driven to the end customers. Because that's what the objective is. And like what Premal said and what we heard today, like the 13-year-old and the 40-year-old, if I were to look at it, it's the question of understanding your customers. And for that, the underlying data is going to be the most critical element. So whatever we talk about in terms of AI, whatever we talk about in terms of disruption, It's the question of what is the underlying data, what is the kind of quality of that particular data, and that's one of the areas that we work very closely with our customers on, because there's no point in just putting in all the AI models on top of the already biased information or what we think is the right information. It's a question of making sure that we analyze the data, cleanse that particular information, make sure that there are limited biases. The conversation I had with Pradeep when we were walking in, I've been a customer of one of the banks for the last 30 years, right, since I started my career. And if I were to go back and see as to whether they understand me, I would say no. But there are other bankers whom I've started engagement the last 4 or 5 years, but they have probably been able to understand me better. The reason is, how do you classify your information? How do you make your AI models on top of that information rather than going with your own biases of bucketing everybody in one particular.
Thanks. So my next question is to you, Divya. Has AI and automation technologies influenced organizations to rethink and reshape talent management?
Thank you, Mr. Ganesh, and good morning, everyone. I think after a wonderful context setting and an inspiring keynote address by Sir Chowdhury and a very disruptive message that went out from the 13-year-old Shagun, I think we are in the path, an inevitable path of innovation and disruption that AI is put forth to us, and talent management is in no way set apart from this whole journey. So today, when you look at talent management as a whole, you could see that a lot of AI and automation in place, which has enabled organizations to have data-driven decision-making process in this whole talent management journey, and then having trend analysis and predictive analysis in place when it comes to hiring, onboarding. And of course, not to forget about the seamless onboarding process that we have today with a lot of automation, and the pandemic era saw a lot of collaborative tools in place too, which enable a lot of these virtual onboarding, virtual hand-holding towards not only getting the employees on board, but also paving a path for a continuous engagement. So with AI and automation plays, what I see forth, when I don't just restrict talent management with recruiting, but an overall engagement or a journey that the individual has with the organization, whether it be in terms of L&D, the learning and development that happens, whether it be with respect to any AI-driven coaching that can happen, and even to have a wellness program, perception or engagement surveys in place. So definitely, we have been leveraging, and there's a lot of potential that we have in future to make this whole talent management a totally seamless and a very thoroughly engaging process compared to a little bit of boring process that it has been over a period of time. Thank you.
So, Premil, I would like to ask you this question because you've been a strategist and you also work in building a lot of global capability centers and advise them as a consultant. So tell me, in terms of what are some of the insights on the strategies and initiatives that corporates or organizations that are implementing to address employee concerns on job displacement because of AI and automation?
I think change management has taken a whole new facet. It is traditional change management methods don't longer work. That's I think one key thing. Organizations are trying to address the key aspect of the longevity of this disruption. Because right now we are talking about automation or generative AI, but as this speeds up, you're going to have a lot of job displacement disruption in that area. So if you look at companies, even like TCS and Infosys, they're all investing very heavily into AI academics.